Hunting Hollywood. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction, so don't try any techniques you hear here in real life. Your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 1075, Hot Oil. The next day was December 6th. Under the deliberate suppression of the Westeros family's public relations team, the news of the topping out of the Westeros building could not be concealed, but it caused little waves in the media. The topping out ceremony the day before was not reported by any media. In the manor in the northern suburbs of Greenwich. During breakfast time, the family casually talked about this matter. Simon remembered a certain skyscraper law that has not yet been formally proposed. In simple terms, the completion of a large number of skyscrapers often brings about a serious economic recession. For example, the construction of New York skyscrapers represented by the Rockefeller Center in the 1930s was accompanied by the worst recession in American history. In the 1970s, the Twin Towers were completed, the Bretton Woods system dominated by the United States collapsed, and the oil crisis broke out at the same time. This time, the Westeros building was topped out, and the new technology bubble also reached its peak and could burst at any time. After breakfast, the Indian girl, who got Janet's approval, took a helicopter to Manhattan to attend the company's IPO listing ceremony today as a founding shareholder of Instagram. Simon did not rush to work, but continued to stay at home. It was not until after 9 o'clock that a black car entered the manor. Janet, who was leaning next to Simon and looking through a document, rolled her eyes at her husband who stayed at home after being reminded by the maid. She got up and went out. Simon also got up. However, Jennifer and the children did not appear on the other side of the villa. The one who got out of the car was Irene Lauder. During her time living on the East Coast, Janet had met Grace and had a talk with Maria in Boston. Only Irene was left. After feeling guilty and uneasy for a long time, Irene finally took the initiative to come and visit, choosing today. After getting out of the car, Irene Lauder saw Simon and Janet coming together, and she breathed a sigh of relief. She couldn't help but glance at someone with a resentful look, and then smiled and greeted Janet. "Good morning, Jenny, so nice to see you." "Me too, Irene. Oh, you look so beautiful today." "Thank you." After a warm hug and greeting, Janet even held Irene's hand and walked into the villa together. The two women seemed to have instantly forgotten the guy next to them. Simon certainly didn't mind. As long as they didn't fight. Smiling, she followed the two women into the house and returned to the living room. The two women sat down and Janet asked again, "Erin, what would you like to drink?" After all, Erin, who was not as calm as she seemed, habitually said, "Coffee is fine." "That won't do. It's better not to drink coffee when you are pregnant." "How about orange juice?" "Okay." Janet instructed the housekeeper angrily who followed in, and then looked at Erin beside her with concern. "So, how are you feeling recently?" "It's only been more than 2 months. Except for occasional morning sickness, everything else is fine," Erin said, paused, and then said, "I had a checkup last week, and the baby is also fine." "Do you know if it's a boy or a girl?" Hearing this question, Erin subconsciously looked at a guy next to her, feeling a little guilty. After a little hesitation, she still said, "If nothing goes wrong, it's a boy." If it were an ordinary person, if they wanted to know the gender of the fetus, they could only do it through ultrasound identification after 3 or 4 months of pregnancy. For Erin, there was no need to wait like this. The girl was guilty at this time, but she wanted to hide it from a guy after secretly confirming the gender of the fetus. But now, in front of Janet Westeros, he couldn't help but say it out. Actually, 2 weeks ago, Irene secretly did a DNA fetal gender test, and Simon soon found out. After all, the girl was followed by 8 female guards of the Westeros family. But Irene didn't say it, so Simon pretended not to know. When Irene said it, Simon just showed a happy expression of satisfaction with the result. "Boy is good. You have always wanted the baby to be called Noah, and now the conditions are met." Irene was relieved to see Simon like this. Janet rolled her eyes at Simon. "You can go to work now, and Evgenia has stayed here for a week. You can take her with you, and it's up to you when to send her back to Ukraine." I was not worried about anything, and staying was more to make Irene feel at ease. Since Janet drove them away, Simon took the initiative to stand up, went forward to hug the two girls, left the living room, called Girl A, and found Evgenia Kokoshko, and took another helicopter to Manhattan together. It really is true that the more gifts you give, the less blame you will get. Before Thanksgiving, little Eve came to Janet on behalf of the Kokoshko family to give her a holiday gift. Janet was very satisfied with her and kept her around like a little follower for a week. Of course, Simon also understood that Janet obviously had other intentions. There were a lot of girls in Ukraine, and she would eventually select a few of her own to be the mouthpieces and things like that. In the living room, after Simon left, facing Irene, who was inevitably a little nervous, Janet did not have the slightest intention of turning into a big goblin just because the man was not there. Her attitude remained the same, and she said to Irene with a tone of shared hatred, "Maybe there's something you don't know yet." Irene made a puzzled expression. Janet raised a well-maintained little hand and shook it at Irene. "The little bastard got 5 women pregnant at once, and you are just one of them." Irene's eyes widened immediately. This, she really didn't know. To be precise, Jennifer knew about her pregnancy through some channels, but other people, such as Grace and the 2 Ukrainian women in Boston, although these things were not absolutely secret, Erin, who was mostly focused on the baby in her belly after getting pregnant, did not know. 5 women are pregnant together? After a lot of thoughts lingering in her mind, Erin finally looked at Janet. "Jenny, aren't you angry?" "Angry, but there's nothing I can do. Who made me marry a little bastard?" Janet replied, although she said so, but there was obviously no anger in her tone. Erin could of course feel Janet's emotions, so she just thought, well, to some extent, this couple must be the same. Well, that's the name Janet just used for a guy. They are not good people. Alice, poor victim. Thinking of this, Erin couldn't help but put her hand on her lower abdomen. She just felt that her life was miserable, and the baby was miserable too. My poor little Noah. The housekeeper brought orange juice. Janet took a sip of her own glass, glanced at Irene, who was still a little stunned, waited for a moment, and then said, "Actually, Irene, if you want, you can give the child to me after it is born, and then you can leave the little bastard and start your own life again." As a mother, it is inevitable that she will be particularly sensitive to some things. Hearing this, Irene immediately looked at Janet vigilantly. "Simon promised. We also signed an agreement. You must not try to snatch my child away." Janet pouted slightly. "Relax, Irene. This is just a suggestion from me. It is actually a good choice for you and the child." Irene was still like a cat with its fur blown up. "Don't even think about it." Janet shrugged. Okay, I take back what I said just now. Moreover, it is not what you think. Even if you don't plan to raise this little guy yourself, I will not let him enter Cape Dumay Manor again. There are enough annoying little people around. I will let Simon's other women raise this child. Janet's irresponsible words made Irene feel a little relieved. However, Janet quickly added, "But, Eileen, you have to understand, think carefully, after the birth of this child, you plan to raise it yourself, then you will be completely tied to the Westeros family. Although the little bastard always looks indifferent, and the women around him seem to be able to leave at any time, but in fact, how can a man not have possessiveness, not to mention that she is the mother of his child? So, at that time, if you want to return to normal life and find another man to marry, things will be very troublesome." Eileen paused, and after a moment she whispered, "In short, Noah is mine." Of course, even if you don't plan to raise this child yourself, neither Simon nor I will ever deny that the baby is yours, and we will never hinder you from visiting the child or anything like that. Eileen became alert again. "What exactly do you want to do?" Janet blinked, looking innocent. "It's very simple. Instead of having a conflict in the future, it is better to make a decision now and leave him completely. To use a Chinese idiom, it's called a short-term pain is worse than a long-term pain." Irene finally understood a little bit, staring at Janet, and suddenly found a way to turn the tables. "Since you say he's a bastard, why don't you leave him? I am his wife, there is a certificate." Irene was depressed, but immediately said, "It won't be the same if we divorce." Janet looked incredible. "Don't you think Simon and I are a perfect match? There is no way we can get divorced." Irene felt that she was being confused again, as if something was wrong. After a little sorting, she barely grasped the key point. The matter was very simple. The woman in front of her seemed to be indifferent, But in the final analysis, she still wanted to leave that bastard. That's right. If I were in Janet Westeros's position, I would definitely think the same. After figuring this out, Irene regained her fighting spirit and said to Janet, "Jenny, anyway, I will not leave Simon, at least not because of your persuasion. And since you really mind that he has other women around him, why don't you consider driving Jennifer Rebold away first? You don't have to target me." Jennifer rolled her eyes at Irene, as if it was a matter of course. "If I drive Jenny away, you will come to help me take care of the children." Irene felt a little confused again. "You accept Jennifer just to help you take care of the children? Otherwise, I don't have time to deal with 5 little annoying people." "Okay." Irene once again confirmed that the one in front of her was really the same kind of person as a certain guy. "I have a miserable life. My poor little Noah." Janet seemed to see through Irene's thoughts, nodded and encouraged. "So, long-term pain is not as good as short-term pain. I won't let you succeed." Irene subconsciously fought back, grabbed her bag, and felt that there was no need to talk to Janet anymore, so she planned to get up and say goodbye. As a result, she was stopped by Janet again. The real hostess suddenly changed her tone and the topic changed directly. She picked up a document that Irene was reading before she came and talked about the stem cell research project of a biological laboratory under New York University that the Westeros Family Foundation, which was already the number of sub-funds, was planning to fund recently. It happened that Irene lived in Manhattan for a long time, so why not take charge of the operation of this sub-fund, which would inject $50 million in the first installment. Moreover, this project was closely related to the little guy in Irene's belly. When the child is born in the future, this laboratory will be responsible for extracting stem cells from the little guy's umbilical cord for cryopreservation to meet possible health needs in the future. Irene was led by Janet's thoughts and agreed to the topic in a daze. Outside the living room, Jennifer, who came quietly to say hello to Irene, happened to hear the conversation between the two women and felt helpless. She was also unlucky in meeting the right person. "The couple around me, one has a strong attraction that can even make women have Stockholm Syndrome, and the other doesn't like to use his brain on weekdays, but when he does, he can drag people into the trap he wants without knowing it." For example, the poor girl in the living room must have felt that Janet wanted to drive her away, so the little woman who had fallen in love with a guy became more rebellious after Janet's words. "You want me to leave, but I won't leave." This is exactly what Janet wants. Because Jennifer knew very well that Janet really didn't mind Simon's wandering around, and it could even be said that it was the opposite. Janet was a little proud of her man's ability to attract women, so she just helped the poor girl consolidate her determination. The family fund that was discussed immediately was the main topic of today. If Irene was smart and sober enough, she should have found clues from Janet's discussion of the family fund. After all, if Janet really wanted to drive her away from Simon, why would she want her to be in charge of a charity fund of the Westeros family? What's more, it's a very important fund. You know, in recent years, the Westeros Family Charity Fund has been personally followed up by Janet in the field of life sciences, and the research in the field of stem cells, which is expected to reverse aging, is a very important direction. The stem cell research team of the biological laboratory under New York University that is planned to be funded this time is just one of the many top research teams that Janet has bet on. Poor girl. Unknowingly, she was once again conscripted by Janet, who likes to work hard for the superiors, and she will probably be very happy to be able to further integrate into the Westeros family afterwards, so it is inevitable that there is another potential bond. On the other hand, Simon arrived in Manhattan and sent little Eve away before starting his day's work. There are many things to pay attention to today. First of all, Instagram is officially listed. Simon did not go to the Nasdaq Stock Exchange in person to support the listing of this photo-sharing website, but sent Girl A there. After all, she is also one of the founding shareholders of Instagram, and today the 4 girls A, B, C, and D will gather again, as well as the waist and leg beauties, and a large number of celebrities on Instagram have also been invited. Even without Simon's support, this listing is definitely star-studded. From its launch in July 1994 to its listing in December 1996, it operated for a total of 2 years and 4 months. With the support of the Westeros system, Instagram, the largest photo-sharing website on the internet, now has 160 million users worldwide, making it one of the largest single-service websites on the internet at this stage. At the same time, In the third quarter of 1996 before the IPO, Instagram's quarterly revenue reached $27 million, and its annual revenue is expected to exceed $100 million. This performance is certainly not comparable to that of Igrit, but while most other internet projects are still telling stories, Instagram can do this, which is already quite impressive. After many evaluations and weighings, Instagram's final IPO valuation was determined to be around $6 billion. In the current situation of the most turbulent internet boom, with 160 million users, the valuation is only $6 billion. Even if it is 3 times higher than the $2 billion in the latest round of financing last year, it is still a serious underestimation in the eyes of many people. This is of course due to some considerations. The underestimation of the issue price means that the market reaction on Instagram's first day of listing will be very hot, and it is not impossible that the stock price will double compared to the issue price in a single day. In this way, when many investors have begun to shrink the conservative new technology sector, they have poured hot oil into it. The final result will be like a dose of adrenaline, re-stimulating the Nasdaq index to rise again. The goal of this operation, in addition to further delaying the collapse of the new technology bubble, is to ensure that several other recent financing operations of the Westeros system can proceed smoothly, such as the last $5 billion long-term bond from Deaneries Entertainment, which will be issued in mid-December, and the China Telecom IPO that the Westeros system has spared no effort to promote. Chapter 1076 The Most Successful Little Fruit. The headquarters of the Nasdaq exchange in Midtown Manhattan. As the opening time of 9:30 a.m. approached, the atmosphere in the exchange hall, which was packed with people like sardines in a can, became increasingly heated. Pauline Old, a reporter from Barron's, looked at Deborah Lippman, chairman and CEO of Instagram, who was giving a speech on the IPO on the stage, and the 3 women A, B, and C, as well as the waist beauties, leg beauties and other women who participated in the IPO ceremony, and had the urge to write an article Women of Westeros. This is probably what many reporters have been longing for in recent years, just like the Los Angeles tabloid that listed Howard Hughes' 164 girlfriends, which caused a sensation. Unfortunately, we can only think about it. Howard Hughes just sent someone to buy out all the newspapers of the day, and there was no further follow-up, but if it were Simon Westeros, who would dare to expose the gossip of the super-rich man like this would definitely be in trouble. After all, the current influence of the Westeros system has surpassed the level of when money starts talking, facts will shut up. 2 years ago, the collision between the Hearst family and Simon Westeros ended in a disastrous defeat, allowing the American media, which had been free for more than half a century, to feel the power of money again. Subsequently, the Westeros system strengthened its layout in various aspects such as politics and the media, making public opinion increasingly powerless in front of the Westeros system. Take Pauline Old himself for example. The article analyzing the Hollywood landscape in Barron's last week was written by this reporter. It only hinted at Deaneries Entertainment's monopoly tendency in Hollywood in a rather obscure way. As a result, it still encountered direct pressure from the parent company Dow Jones Group, suggesting that similar articles should be avoided as much as possible in the future. Today, Paul was specially sent to Instagram's listing site for an interview, which was an opportunity for the editor-in-chief to make up for his mistakes. Generally speaking, he must write a flowery and splendid article praising him next, which can be regarded as a good intention of his boss who values him very much. As long as the article is published next week, the Westeros System Public Relations team, which is always paying attention to the trends of the American media, will realize that his attitude has changed and will probably no longer put him on some blacklists. In the final analysis, there is no real freedom in the media. Even the Watergate incident was only the result of the fierce game between the two parties in the United States at that time. Otherwise, how could a newspaper that could only be supported by a widow because of the boss's suicide dare to provoke the powerful President Nixon at that time? Thinking of this, Pauline Old only felt that the United States was facing a very serious problem now, that is, the lack of a force that could fight against the Westeros system, whether it was capital or political power. Without checks and balances, the control of the Westeros system over this country will only become stronger and stronger. Of course, it's still just a thought. Pauline Old, who is middle-aged and has a wife and children, has never thought of being a martyr against capital, otherwise he would not have taken on today's job, and if he had thought about it, he would definitely be surrounded by flowers. In a flash, Misty on the stage finished her speech, and Paul Enold quickly followed the crowd to applaud. Then, at 9:30, several Instagram executives, surrounded by guests, pressed the button that symbolized the ringing of the bell, announcing that Instagram stock officially began trading on the Nasdaq market. First, it was the inquiry stage, which was also a point that many people were very concerned about today. Because Instagram's IPO valuation was really low, the industry had previously estimated that even if the valuation of this photo-sharing website was determined to be $10 billion, it would be more than enough, but in the end it was only $6 billion. Although many smart people quickly understood the intention of the Westeros system to do so, they could not stop things from developing in the direction that some people expected. After all, how could capital from all parties not take advantage of such a bargain? So, more than 20 minutes after the opening, when the results of the first round of inquiries came out, both inside and outside the market were surprised. $17 to $18. Even if the middle value is taken, the increase in the first round of inquiries was more than half, reaching 52%, which also means that Instagram's market value directly broke through the $10 billion mark, reaching about $10.3 billion. As expected, stimulated by the popularity of Instagram after its listing, the Nasdaq new technology sector rose by more than 1% within half an hour of opening, and the stock trading volume was significantly higher than in the previous days. After the first round, there were 4 more rounds of inquiries. When Instagram stock officially began to be freely traded, the stock price had exceeded $23. After the official start of trading, Paul Enold barely got a chance to ask questions at another small media meeting of Instagram management. After ending the interview and leaving an interview room of the exchange, Leonard, the photographer who was following Paul, suddenly couldn't help but say, "I wish I were a woman now." Paul knew why Leonard suddenly sighed, and the two returned to the hall, planning to continue watching the market on the spot until noon, while saying, "It's not difficult to do this now, but Simon Westeros probably won't like transgender people. Maybe if you stay as a man, you still have a little chance." "Impossible," said Leonard, who has long hair and looks very attractive to girls. "Based on my observations over the years, Simon Westeros is very straight, very straight." Paul looked up at the stock price display in the hall and smiled. What a pity. Leonard didn't mean to skip this topic, but said, "Just now, did you notice the short girl next to Miss D? Jennifer Bray. So you knew it too?" Paul nodded, also full of emotion and envy, and said, "That girl who jumped onto the stage when she guest starred in Madonna's concert in Westeros. Frankly speaking, this girl should be the most successful girl in history. She holds no less than 10 million shares of Instagram. Just based on the current stock price, her net worth has exceeded $200 million. If Instagram continues to rise in the future, it may even be on the Forbes list next year. I haven't heard of a second person who chases stars and gets herself on the Forbes list." Leonard also sighed, and looked at the stock price display with Paul, and asked, "What do you think the highest market value of Instagram can reach?" "It's hard to say. It depends on the subsequent performance of this website." Paul shook his head and said, "However, with a current huge user base of 160 million, a market value of $10 billion is more than enough. What's more, this company has the behind-the-scenes support of the Westeros system. I think that Ygritte may acquire Instagram in the future." "That's unlikely. Ygritte's monopoly trend is so obvious now. Even if the investigation by the Department of Justice is still just a pretense by the Clinton administration, it will not allow Ygritte to continue to expand, otherwise other similar competing websites will definitely make trouble. Nothing is impossible, as long as Westeros feels it is necessary. What's more, Instagram's business is too single. Once it reaches a bottleneck, it will either be incorporated or actively expand into other fields. Obviously, the former is easier." The two were chatting when they suddenly heard a slight noise around them. 500 billion, 500 billion. Wow, the third company with $500 billion. I wonder how long it will take for the fourth one. What about Ygritte's stock price? In the clamor, before the two could ask, several groups of stock information appeared on the largest stock price display in the exchange hall. It turned out that after Ygritte and Deaneries, Cisco's market value officially exceeded the $500 billion mark in this morning's rise, becoming the third supergiant in the North American market with a market value of $500 billion. Not only that, Ygritte, whose market value exceeded $600 billion in a single week after the election, has now exceeded $650 billion a month later, and is clearly accelerating towards a more terrifying $700 billion market value. Simon heard the news at noon when he arrived at the Instagram celebration reception at a hotel in Midtown. It was a busy morning, and there were many other things to pay attention to. For example, the North American box office data that just ended a box office week. There is not much suspense about this. Wonder Woman 2 easily won the single-week championship, and the single-week box office in the second week still exceeded 100 million, reaching $101.22 million, becoming the second movie after Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice to achieve a two-week breakthrough of 100 million. After half a month of release, the cumulative box office of Wonder Woman 2 has reached $254.95 million. It can be said that 400 million is already set in stone, and only 500 million is still suspense, mainly depending on the specific performance of a number of films in the upcoming Christmas season. This is a very entangled thing. Because the two main Christmas movies, Jumanji and Charlie's Angels, are also Deaneries Entertainment's leading films. If these two projects meet expectations, it is likely that the subsequent box office potential of Wonder Woman 2 will be suppressed. On the contrary, Wonder Woman 2 may exceed $500 million, and the box office results of these two opening projects will inevitably not be very good. In addition to Wonder Woman 2, other films in the past week, including Disney's 101 Dalmatians, which only received $24.39 million in the first week, are not worth mentioning. Another thing that needs to be mentioned is a new film, Good Will Hunting, which was screened today. As Deaneries Entertainment's main award-winning film this year, of course, if nothing unexpected happens, it will also be a box office hit. Good Will Hunting seems to be a literary film with a newcomer's new work, but under the packaging of Deaneries Entertainment, it has recently become famous. Speaking of the main creators, in addition to the already famous director Gus Van Sant and Robert De Niro, whose reputation needs no introduction, among the other three young actors, Ben Affleck, as the screenwriter and the first male supporting actor, has also gained great popularity with Boogie Nights some time ago, and the heroine Kate Beckinsale is one of the heroines of Charlie's Angels, which is heavily promoted at the end of the year. With the backdrop of these filmmakers, coupled with the $10 million publicity and promotion budget invested by the Gay Omen Films team in advance, Good Will Hunting has already locked in the recent movie-watching popularity in advance. What is missing is just a preview reputation. In addition to word of mouth, another reason for choosing to start the preview on December 6th is that the Golden Globe Awards in January next year will announce the nominations on the following December 11th. At that time, while gaining media and audience reputation through the preview, Good Will Hunting can also be nominated for the Golden Globe Awards and once again become a marketing hotspot. Therefore, compared with the usual two-week preview cycle of other films, Good Will Hunting will only be screened for 1 week, and will be released on December 13th with Jumanji. As for the prospects of the film, Simon is not worried at all. You know, Good Will Hunting was released almost at the same time as Titanic. Under the strong pressure of the big ship, it still showed the strength of commercial films with a theme of art films. Not only did it receive a series of Oscar nominations, but it also won a box office of $130 million in North America. Now, under the quality of the film that Simon personally ensures, both the main creators and the publicity and promotion have been significantly upgraded. Even if it has to survive under the attack of Jumanji and Charlie's Angels next, Simon is not worried at all. After all, no matter how fierce Jumanji and Charlie's Angels are, they are not as fierce as Titanic. Instagram's lunch celebration cocktail party. Simon had just arrived when he was entangled by little Jenny, who had changed into a white dress and didn't care about the eyes of other guests around him. Simon just tapped the forehead of this pseudo-lolly girl who had nothing to do with lolly but was only 1.5 meters tall, and let the girl hold him. Then, he walked towards Girl D and the others, smiling and congratulating them. Then, not only A, B, C, D, waist beauties, leg beauties, Indian girls and other women related to Instagram's listing, but also a large number of supermodels and internet celebrities such as Cindy Crawford and Claudia Schiffer, who were invited to attend the Instagram listing ceremony, also gathered around Simon. Seeing that Simon Westeros was quickly surrounded by a group of women, other guests at the scene inevitably had the same thoughts as a photographer from Barron's Weekly in the morning. Of course, the thoughts of the female guests at the scene were even more complicated. Women are really angry to death when they compete with women. Not to mention Claire Jean, Girl C, who directly squeezed into the third place on the Forbes 400 list of the richest Americans with a net worth of $29.5 billion this year. Just a listing of Instagram today has once again created several female billionaires who are obviously close to Simon Westeros. It was inevitable that the fairies gathered around Simon. Everyone had been in the circle for many years and had become a master. Who would think that they were no better than the founders of Instagram? What everyone lacked was just an opportunity. A certain man could obviously give them such an opportunity easily. Unfortunately, some people wanted to get close to him, and of course some people were on guard. As a result, they found that it was not easy to talk to Simon Westeros. On Simon's side, after talking about the stock price trend of Instagram in the morning, the girl D standing next to Simon had no intention of giving way. She directly turned the topic to non-work. Boss, we have heard about the performance at the Metropolitan Opera House tomorrow, but we forgot to say hello in advance. When we asked today, A said that there were no tickets, but we want to go to see it tomorrow night. What should we do? There was a bit of coquettishness in the tone of the girl D, and she did not have the style of a founder of a new technology company worth tens of billions. However, Simon could only shake his head. Then there are really no tickets, or wait for the next one. He looked at the girl A, and saw that she was still shaking her head, so he could only shrug his shoulders to express his regret. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1077, Miracle on the First Day. Simon gave enough support to the performance of the Gulfang art troupe, whether it was the top choreography support team, luxurious custom-made costumes and props, or contacting the world-class performance venues such as the New York Metropolitan Opera. But after the official performance, the market will have the final say. If the girls' performances are not recognized by the audience and the attendance rate is too low, then the show will end as soon as possible. Simon will never do anything like giving away free tickets out of his own pocket. In fact, Simon's inner attitude towards the public performances of the Gulfang art troupe is to watch it or not, because it was originally intended to be a performance for one person to enjoy privately, and Simon felt that he was at a disadvantage if he showed it to outsiders. Therefore, except for people around him like Joseph Sclap, who took the initiative to ask for it last time, Simon would let people send out a few tickets, and the rest were sold by the Metropolitan Opera House itself. However, because the gossip that the Gulfang art troupe is Simon Westeros's private singing and dancing team has long been quietly spread, driven by curiosity, even if Simon personally intervened, the ticket price of the Gulfang art troupe's performance was much higher than that of other performances, which inevitably caused the grand occasion of hard-to-get tickets for the first performance. As for what happens next, it still depends on the market feedback. Although surrounded by a group of big fairies, Simon still did not stay at the cocktail party for too long. He stayed for less than half an hour and left with Lady A, who had been here in the morning. On the other hand, Instagram's first-day stock price trend is still attracting everyone's attention. Until 4 o'clock in the afternoon, when the North American stock market closed, Instagram's final first-day stock price was fixed at a high of $27.61. Compared with the issue price of $11.50, the first-day increase reached 141%, and the closing market value was as high as $17.1 billion. Compared with the valuation of $6 billion, it is equivalent to the company's value increasing by $10 billion in just one day. Instagram's total share capital before listing was 530 million shares, of which Lady D held approximately 240 million shares, accounting for 45% of the shares. The 6 women who were once the initial investors with D, A, C, India, Jenny, Waist Beauty, and Leg Beauty, each took 5% of the shares. In recent years, their final shareholdings have varied, depending on whether they participated in management and received stock rewards, whether they participated in subscriptions before the IPO, etc., but they are basically around 15 million shares. On the other hand, this IPO has a total of 90 million shares issued and a financing amount of $1.035 billion, of which 60 million shares are new shares. The funds obtained will be used for the subsequent development of Instagram, and the other 30 million shares are cashed out by major shareholders, of which D alone holds 5 million shares. Therefore, according to the closing price of $27.61 on the first day of Instagram's listing, even if D's shareholding in Instagram further drops to 38% after the IPO, the former Victoria's family maid's net worth has reached $6.5 billion, which is enough to squeeze into the top 20 of the 400 richest people in the United States. As for the other 6 girls, they all had a personal net worth of more than $400 million in a single day, just relying on the 15 million or so shares in their hands. According to the threshold of $430 million on this year's Forbes 400 list of the richest Americans, they are basically among the 400 richest people in the United States. This is the internet's unparalleled ability to create wealth. Stimulated by the surge in Instagram's first day of listing, the Nasdaq index rose by 1.32% in a single day, continuing to rise to 5,739 points, getting closer and closer to the 6,000-point threshold. The total market value of all stocks in the entire Nasdaq sector also hit a new high, reaching $6.7 trillion. As the leader, IGRT's stock price rose by 1.61% in a single day, and its closing market value was $663.5 billion, continuing to lead the pack. Cisco, which ranks second, has a market value of over $500 billion for the first time today, becoming the third U.S. stock market giant to have a market value of over $500 billion after IGRT and Deaneries. The increase on the day was as high as 2.12%, and the closing market value was $511.3 billion. In just one day, Simon's personal wealth increased by more than $30 billion again due to the rise of the Nasdaq. After the U.S. election in early November, the continuity of Washington's policies was ensured by Clinton's re-election, which made the market short-term positive, but then Wall Street began to fluctuate again because of concerns about the collapse of the Nasdaq market. The growth rate of the Nasdaq slowed down until Instagram went public today. The miracle of wealth creation on the day of listing activated the new technology sector again, paving the way for the last batch of capital operations in the Westeros system in 1996. The next day was Saturday, December 7th. Although the U.S. stock market was closed, the North American media was full of reports about Instagram's surge on the first day of listing yesterday and the Nasdaq's record highs. However, in the eyes of many people, the crisis is getting closer. Simon had a rare break, and still rushed to Manhattan in the morning, mainly to watch the last dress rehearsal of the National Style Art Troupe before the show tonight, and Celia Miller, who just returned from Washington yesterday, was with him. While watching the performance, they mainly talked about setting up Rivne as a free trade zone. After the Sherbin assassination last month, the Kiev authorities, who thought that the Westeros system must have some conspiracy, did not refuse after making the request here, but were very cooperative. Therefore, things will be much easier. Of course, the specific process will take several months to complete. The main thing is that the free trade zone is actually two-way, not that a country sets up one of its regions as a free trade zone, so it can carry out free trade. In addition to various trade details, it is also necessary to sign free trade agreements with other countries. However, compared with a WTO agreement that requires protracted negotiations, the free trade zone is ultimately a unilateral concession by a country, so the difficulty is greatly reduced. I met with Mickey Cantor yesterday. Washington is very supportive of signing this agreement with Ukraine. However, Mickey has raised objections to bringing China in. China is in the process of negotiating to join the WTO. Washington probably wants China to enjoy the benefits of this after joining the WTO. In the lobby of the Metropolitan Opera House, Simon and Celia sat in the seats with only a few spectators. While enjoying the rehearsal performance on the stage, they asked, "Is this a mandatory requirement or just an ordinary proposal?" "It's just an ordinary proposal." Celia looked at the Oriental girl on the stage and immediately understood her boss's attitude. She said, "Then we will ignore it." In fact, China is a very important importer of raw materials for Rivne to establish a free trade zone. At the same time, Rivne's main target market is Western Europe. In this way, it seems unnecessary to bring the Federation in. Simon nodded slightly, very satisfied with Celia's position. If the woman around him considered this issue from the perspective of the United States, instead of first considering the interests of the Westeros system, Simon might have to consider replacing her. Position is very important. Simon would not force others to lean towards his position, but if a person is in the Westeros system, he must consider himself a Westerosian. Speaking of which, as Celia said, the main market of Rivn's free trade zone is definitely Western Europe, and it will not be too closely related to the United States. If it were not for the important symbolic significance of bringing in the United States, the world's #1 superpower, there would be no need at all. On the other hand, since the light industrial base of Eastern Europe is too weak and the costs of Western Europe are too high, China is undoubtedly the best import target in terms of raw materials and other aspects. Of course, Southeast Asia is actually okay now, but after 1997, the Southeast Asian economy suffered a devastating blow, and then there was nothing else. After chatting for a few more sentences, Simon asked another question, regarding the increase in troops stationed in Africa. How much share can we get this time? Personal military assistant. This is Celia's most important title. After hearing her boss's question, Celia sorted out the information and quickly said, in recent years, some other forces have a quietly established mercenaries. If nothing unexpected happens, we can only get 1,500 mercenaries this time. In addition to other orders, the annual contract value in Africa is about $100 million. Simon nodded, and couldn't help but sigh at the generosity of the U.S. military. Compared with the current U.S. defense budget of $250 billion, $100 million is certainly not much, but things are afraid of comparison. Take Ukraine for example. The current annual defense budget is less than $1 billion, but it has to support more than 200,000 troops. And the 1,500 people in the Westeros system can get $100 million. Of course, there are some other twists and turns that are not known to outsiders, but it is enough to show that the U.S. military spends money like water. At the same time, this incident also means that Simon's layout at the military level is becoming more and more effective. First of all, it is because Simon has never thought of using the private army of the Westeros family to make money, and he will not be like the Bush administration that has a bad appetite in his memory, and the inexplicable deficit of $60 million is gone just because of a catering fee. Therefore, let's just talk about the $100 million per year in Africa. In addition to the salaries of mercenaries and other costs, a large part of it actually has to be paid to various consultants of the Ouija private army who are responsible for matchmaking. Otherwise, such an order would not be so easy to obtain. As for Simon's gains, of course, it is beyond money. The closer the connection between the Ouija private army and the federal military, the more entangled the network of interests, the less likely it is to be spied on by the outside world, just like the cooperation agreement reached with the CIA earlier, all of which will involve the level of state secrets. If you encounter any trouble in the future, the word state secret is just like the American national security that has almost become a stock in the United States later. It is absolutely a panacea. Moreover, even if someone wants to investigate, the Ouija private army will not have too many handles to be caught. Again, Simon has never thought about making money from it. He is strong without desire. As for some people who really benefited a lot from it, they can investigate if they have the courage. Anyway, in the past few decades, Simon has never seen any scandals of the U.S. military being investigated in depth. Basically, big things are made small, and small things are made nothing. The two people chatted off the stage, and a group dance on the stage ended quickly. During the preparation for the next dance, a girl quietly came out from the backstage. It was Chen Xingwei. The girl came to Simon, looking nervous and asked, "Simon, how was my dance just now?" "Great," Simon said, patting his thigh. "Come, sit here." Chen Xingwei glanced at Celia and did not refuse. He walked forward and sat diagonally on Simon's legs, feeling a big hand around his waist, and obediently leaned over, saying, "I'm so nervous. I'm really worried that I'll mess up tonight." "What's there to worry about?" Simon looked at the stage and said, "As long as you perform at your normal level." Chen Xingwei couldn't help but say, "This is the Metropolitan Opera House. What if the audience doesn't like it?" Simon leaned over to the girl's neck and kissed her, saying, "If they don't like it, it means they have no taste. As long as I like it, it's fine." The man's kiss was very light, but Chen Xingwei still felt a little hot. He bravely returned the kiss and then said, "By the way, Simon, it's the end of the year in China. Can we go back to see it during the Chinese New Year?" "Of course. By the way, when is New Year's Eve this year?" "February 6th. That's even more of a problem. You have a total of 9 performances, which will be finished by the end of January. If the audience doesn't like it, You can close the show after 5 or 6 performances, and you will definitely be able to go back in the new year. Chen Xingwei couldn't help but feel a little nervous when he heard Simon say the word close the show. Actually, the girls in the art troupe were already full of confidence when they heard that all the tickets for tonight's performance were sold out and it was hard to get a ticket. They even thought about the global tour that the man mentioned. Chen Xingwei asked if she could go back to China in the new year because she was worried that the global tour would clash with the new year, and she would definitely not have time to go back. Of course, for many girls, frankly speaking, life is so good now that it doesn't matter whether they go back or not. Simon's clear and precise close the show cooled Chen Xingwei's excitement a little. She didn't know if the man's bad words would come true next. Even though the man said more than once that it was okay to screw up, no one in the National Style Art Troupe felt that way in the past 6 months. After all the girls felt that their current lives were like heaven, so it was hard for them to feel at ease. They inevitably had a certain idea in their hearts: no effort, no reward. Therefore, for a man's picking, the girls basically had an attitude of expectation, thinking that this was natural. As for this performance, it was the same. Thinking of this, Chen Xingwei couldn't help but envy Li Yaohua, who was still filming Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon in China. That girl was really lucky. She just entered this circle and went straight out of the circle. If nothing unexpected happened, she would soon become a big star. And even if they were absolutely satisfied with their current lives, they would occasionally think about what to do in the future. After all, the man next to them would definitely not be able to support them for a lifetime. Maybe when he lost interest in them, or just got tired of them and wanted to change a new batch of girls, where would they go? In any case, they would definitely lose everything they have now. This is also natural. The current life is too good, which is not proportional to their efforts at all. How can it last? Simon didn't know what the woman in his arms was thinking, so he didn't discuss sensitive issues with Celia anymore and began to focus more on watching the performance on the stage. Later, Wei Kancha, who found that Chen Xingwei had successfully sat on Simon's lap and didn't want her to please a man too much, and several girls who were eaten by Simon last time also came over one after another. Even though the man's arms were occupied, they still sat around Simon. Wei Kancha successfully grabbed the seat on Simon's left, and even dragged the man's arm around Chen Xingwei's waist to pull over, holding the man's big hand and pretending to read his palm, while talking about another thing. Simon, Kathryn, well, she can't use this name now, anyway, do you remember? Simon nodded. The girl who left the National Style Art Troupe after the last relationship. In fact, Simon didn't care much about it. Simon didn't deny his possessive thoughts, but he never forced it. The girls around him must have thought that the girl was driven out, but in fact, it was just that the other party was no longer suitable to stay in the National Style Art Troupe after the relationship, that's all. Wei Kancha carefully observed Simon's expression, and leaned a little closer to the man with her slender body, which was only in a tight dance outfit for changing clothes later, and then said, "We recently heard that she was dumped by her boyfriend, and that guy cheated her of all her savings." Simon just hummed, without any emotion in his heart. He raised the arm that Wei Kancha had snatched away and pinched the girl's delicate chin. Let's not talk about this. Chapter 1078 Premiere. The Metropolitan Opera House on Manhattan's Upper West Side. After the last rehearsal in the morning, time quickly came to the evening. The Guofeng Art Troupe's Book of Songs theme performance began at 7 p.m., and with more than 10 minutes left before the show began, the theater was almost full. Many audience members took advantage of the last minute before the show began to look through the beautifully bound program brochure that came with the ticket. The bilingual Chinese and English program, with a Chinese-style ink painting background, detailed the historical status of the Book of Songs in Chinese culture and the general content of the 12 dances tonight. Michael Morton, a drama critic resident in the cultural section of the New York Times, sat in the center of the hall with an excellent view. While flipping through the program brochure in front of him, he listened to the bickering of a young couple in the back. "I really don't understand why you want to see this, Winnie, and I've asked around, and the ticket price this time is much higher than before. I know it's rumored that this dance team was created by Simon Westeros himself, but, classical dance from China, tisk, are they going to perform Kung Fu on stage? Jack, what else do you know about China besides Kung Fu? Chinese food is pretty good. I feel more and more that I've been deceived by you, and I shouldn't have married you. Hey, it's a pity it's too late. Well, I know Simon is enough to make all of you men feel inferior, so you just need to shut up. Anyway, no matter how much you like Westeros, you'll never have the chance to become the second Jennifer Bray. Speaking of which, that little girl is really lucky. She's made a fortune of more than $400 million by chasing stars, which is simply a miracle. Shut up. Okay. Michael Morton never looked back, but after all, he was in the media circle and was very familiar with a lot of gossip. Hearing some of the words of the man in the young couple behind him, he couldn't help thinking that the chance was still quite good, or that the chance would be even greater after getting married. After all, Westeros's certain fetishes for women were no secret. This slightly playful thought only flashed through his mind, and Morton quickly focused on tonight's performance. Compared to the young couple behind him who probably don't watch opera often, Michael Morton felt more deeply about the ticket price for this performance. It was indeed really expensive, at least 50% higher than the previous ticket price, and definitely exceeded the additional ticket price in the accompanying brochure in his hand, which was good but far from the additional ticket price. And this time he paid for it himself. If this singing and dancing team was not created by Simon Westeros, Michael would not have come to watch this kind of Chinese classical dance that he had no interest in at all. After all, like many Westerners, his impression of China, apart from kung fu and Chinese food, was probably poverty and backwardness. As a relatively famous drama critic in the circle, since he had rarely paid for it this time, if the next performance did not satisfy him, even if it involved Simon Westeros, he would definitely not have anything good to say in his review article tomorrow. However, after carefully thinking about the ticket price, Michael Morton felt that even if his criticism was sharp, a certain young tycoon might not care. Thinking of this, the time soon came to 7 o'clock. The lights in the theater dimmed, and after a moment, the curtain rose. The background of the stage was a row of vertical bamboo slips, which were covered with beautiful ancient seal characters. The elegant and upright music sounded. Unlike Western symphonies, most of the audience heard this kind of ding-dong sound, like hitting metal for the first time. Only the audience in the upstairs box overlooking the orchestra pit in front of the stage could see the Oriental women in Chinese ancient costumes hitting a row of chimes. Then, accompanied by the heavenly female chanting, 2 rows of ancient costume women with dignified and elegant styles slowly came on stage. Even though they were 2 completely different cultures, Michael Morton's most intuitive feeling when listening to the music and chanting in his ears and looking at the elegant ancient women on the stage was only one word: beauty. Or, nearly 4,000 audience members who had been curious about this performance for a long time basically felt the same way. Many years later, certain things repeatedly proved that XX has no borders was a joke, but at this moment, even with a completely different cultural background, this cultural beauty accumulated by a nation for thousands of years still hit people's hearts. Backstage of the theater, the other girls who were ready to go listened to the music coming from the front desk. Their hearts were lifted high, but they inevitably lacked a little confidence. In fact, everyone felt that in addition to the manual that came with the ticket, there should be more annotations for the audience. Someone also proposed in the planning stage to recite the corresponding poem before each dance. After all, these ordinary Americans are not as familiar with Chinese culture as a certain man. As a result, similar suggestions were directly rejected by someone without any explanation. It was obvious that he didn't care about the success or failure of this performance. And this time, when they learned that someone personally increased the average theater ticket price for this performance by 50%, everyone felt that someone might even hope that they would fail. In front of the dressing table, Wei Kansi stood obediently like a little log, slightly spreading her hands and letting Teacher Wang beside her help check her makeup. Wang Donggai looked at the nervous girl and comforted her. "Relax a little, you'll just be in a group dance later, and it won't be good if you're still like this when you dance your solo Jiangjia." "I'm just nervous," Wei Kansi said, and took the initiative to try to change the subject to help himself relax, and said, "By the way, Teacher Wang, Simon said during the day that we can return to China during the new year." Wang Donggai nodded slightly and hummed softly. Wei Kansi, who usually gets along well with several teachers, noticed that Teacher Wang became unhappy after hearing what he said, and roughly knew why. "Teacher Wang, aren't your green cards about to be processed? Once you get the green cards, you should be able to bring your uncle and the children to the United States, right?" Wang Donggai paused, looked at the girl in front of him and hesitated for a while, then said, "Kansi, I think, can you help mention it in front of Mr. Westeros?" When Wei Kansi heard this, She immediately remembered the man's reaction when she talked to him about Fenkafen in the morning. It was a very cold reaction. However, after a slight hesitation, she still said, "Okay, Teacher Wang, but I can't guarantee anything." Wang Dongyu hurriedly said, "Just help mention it. After all, it is a matter of immigration abroad." Unlike the young girls in the Guofang art troupe who only need to take care of themselves, the group of female teachers who came with them half a year ago basically have families. Compared with many seafarers who thought it was a paradise before going abroad but found it was a hell after going abroad, the salary and benefits offered by the Guofang art troupe are completely in line with the expectations of the Chinese people of this era for the West, and even better. Therefore, these teachers inevitably want to go a step further and let their families come with them. However, the Guofang art troupe has not yet reached this level of charity. To achieve this, they basically need to operate on their own. This is not easy. After changing his mind a little bit by diverting this topic, Wei Kansi also relaxed. Hearing the first guanzhou at the front desk just ended and warm applause came, Wei Kansi had more confidence. You know, guanzhou is a relatively conventional one among the 12 dances tonight. The reason why it is used as the opening is just because guanzhou is the opening of the Book of Songs, and the more exciting ones are all behind. In the words of a certain man, this is called getting better and better. Now, since the first dance can draw warm applause, the audience's response should be even better. The fact is just as Wei Kansi judged. The final full length of this performance was 100 minutes, with a total of 12 dances, corresponding to the 12 poems in the Book of Songs. With the opening already quite successful, Wei Kansi's solo dance Zhang Jia and Simon's choreographed Gathering Wei and other dances all aroused even warmer applause than the opening. When the last dance ended and all members of the art troupe came on stage to bow, many audiences were surprised to find that 100 minutes had passed so quickly that many audiences did not leave immediately, but tried to go backstage to communicate face-to-face with the dancers who had just brought them a visual feast. Although most of the people who tried this were stopped, there were still some lucky people with strong connections who made it through. Michael Morton, the resident drama critic of the New York Times, was one of them. He was personally led in by Joseph Walp, the general manager of the Metropolitan Opera, along with other special guests. This made the young couple who were sitting behind Morton and wanted to go backstage after the performance envious. First of all, I have to congratulate you, Joseph. Haven't you always wanted to make some reforms to the theater? This performance will definitely be a sensation. Everyone walked backstage together. Joseph Walp smiled bitterly when he heard Michael Morton say this. You should know, Mike, this is just a special case. Frankly speaking, it's a good thing that it succeeded, and the next performances should also be very popular. Otherwise, well, I really don't know what to say. The main reason was that a certain young tycoon was really messing around. It was just that Joseph Walp insisted on significantly increasing the ticket price. He was very opposed to it at the beginning, but unfortunately he was just a professional manager after all, and he couldn't change his mind. The result was finally good. Even Joseph Walp certainly hoped that this would bring about some changes. You know, the operas mainly performed by the Metropolitan Opera are actually similar to the Peking Opera in China, both of which are at the level of national quintessence, but they cannot escape the fate of becoming increasingly unpopular. At this stage, most of the audiences who watch operas, except for overseas tourists who come to New York to travel and watch a show, are a large number of elderly people, and there are very few young people. Tonight's performance is an exception because of a young tycoon. Before the performance, Joseph Walp secretly observed that there were nearly 4,000 spectators on the scene, and most of them were young audiences who came here because of its reputation. If this situation can continue, that is, the ticket price increases by 50%, and the audience group has successors, Joseph Walp will wake up with a smile in his dreams. Unfortunately, these can only be thought about in dreams. For this performance, the plan is to only have 9 performances in the most popular 2 months from December to January next year. This is actually the average level of the Metropolitan Operas, more than 200 performances per year divided into 20 to 30 dramas. However, after the end, it can be said that this is a good start, but it also came to an abrupt end. Because Joseph Walp couldn't find a replacement program, and a certain young tycoon had no intention of keeping this team permanently, the opera house could only return to tradition. In short, it was a flash in the pan. As they chatted, they had already entered the backstage and found that it was busy but not chaotic. A large number of staff were helping the dancers remove their makeup and organize various props in an orderly manner. Some media people who followed into the backstage were originally very interested in the various Chinese musical instruments used in this performance, but they found that all the instruments were immediately stored in professional storage boxes, and it was impossible to experience them. As the general manager, Joseph Walp could only explain with a wry smile again. The answer is simple: expensive. Not only the instruments, but also the dancers' costumes and jewelry, and even some props used in the dance, are very expensive, so that the Guofeng art troupe did not even trust the theater staff to help, and they all sorted them out themselves. Joseph Walp was even a little envious and jealous of this. You know, as a theater manager, Joseph is also responsible for the preparation of some operas. This season, because he invested $190,000 in props and scenery expenses for an original new opera, Joseph was questioned by the board of directors, who thought it was too wasteful. The various props used by the dancers in this performance. Well, just one of them is a guqin, which is said to be a real Chinese antique and worth more than $300,000. This alone shows how much manpower and material resources were spent behind this performance. It was completely disregarding the cost and pursuing perfection. It would be strange if it didn't cause a sensation. Not surprisingly, the news about the performance of the Guofeng art troupe quickly spread the next day. Michael Morton praised the performance in his column in the New York Times as a perfect, exquisite, charming and elegant visual feast. In addition, the New York Post, New York Daily News, and other important newspapers around the East Coast, such as the Boston Globe, have successively reported on this performance. There was even a Broadway drama critic who had accumulated a large number of fans on Facebook who directly posted a blog post, claiming that he was full of jealousy that Simon Westeros could have such a team of dancers, which was considered to have revealed the background of the Guofeng art troupe. This blog post was not only not restricted, but also promoted, and the Guofeng art troupe became more well-known for a while. Then, the news spread back to China. The news that the Guofeng art troupe's Book of Songs theme performance at the Metropolitan Opera House in New York caused a sensation was directly published in the largest newspaper and received the attention of CCTV. This time was different from the interview with Jian Xin and the two girls that Chen Qing quietly operated. CCTV took the initiative to express interest and asked reporters stationed in New York to follow up. As the reputation of this performance spread quickly, tickets for subsequent performances became even more difficult to get, and even became a hot topic for Broadway ticket scalpers. Chapter 1079 Plop. My parents didn't see it at first, but it was the neighbors who thought that it was my footage on the news broadcast and ran over to remind them. Then my grandpa, aunt and a bunch of relatives called my house, like celebrating the new year in advance. My dad said that the next day his unit leader specially talked to him and praised me for bringing glory to the country. Haha. East Hampton. Wei Kansi, who likes to drive himself after getting his driver's license, carefully held the steering wheel and said to Yoon Kaling, who was shopping with him today. The two of them were not very familiar with each other on weekdays. Just now, Wei Kansi went out to buy some daily necessities and happened to run into Yoon Kaling, who was also going out. He drove a car, and the pair of female guards who followed him closely were sent to the back seat. The discussion at this time was naturally the Book of Songs theme performance that caused a sensation recently. After China's CCTV expressed its attention, it also conducted a live interview and some video recordings of another performance on Wednesday the day before yesterday, which happened to include Wei Kansi's solo dance of Zhang Jia. Yoon Kaling felt the excitement in Wei Kansi's tone, and with a smile on her lips, she asked, "Have you told your family about us going back for the new year?" Of course, I checked. Our last show is on January 11th, which is the third day of the new year. Then we will definitely be able to return home before Laba. I mean. Yoon Kaling paused and asked, "Do you really want to return home?" Wei Kansi blinked, "Why not?" Yoon Kaling said, "Anyway, I just don't want to return home. Although I didn't show up on the news broadcast, my family also knows what's happening here." Then, they all asked me if I can go back for the new year and if I can bring some things. It's so annoying. Wei Kansi was puzzled. It's just buying some gifts, isn't that a big deal? Yoon Kaling asked back, "Do you have brothers and sisters?" Wei Kansi nodded, "I have 2 brothers." No wonder, Yoon Kaling sighed a little. Although they didn't have much contact, Wei Kansi was obviously the kind of girl who is well protected since childhood. "I'm different from you. I'm the eldest in the family and I have a pair of younger brothers and sisters. Since I came to the United States, my father has been nagging me to bring my younger brother to study abroad. How can I do that? Anyway, I don't plan to go back, and many of us sisters don't plan to go back either. It's too troublesome. Wei Kansi is actually very smart in other aspects except that she is a little directionally challenged. After hearing what Yoon Kaling said, she immediately understood and asked, then you don't plan to go back in the future? It depends on the situation. My parents have always favored my younger brother. They are parents and they can be partial to them at will. I have no obligation to do so. Yoon Kaling said and looked at Wei Kansi, so I envy you. As the youngest, you have 2 older brothers. You must be very favored at home. No, my mother sent me to learn dancing when I was only 6 years old. She was so cruel. At the beginning, I cried every day to enter the dance class. Who isn't? But otherwise we can't come to the United States. That's right. As they chatted, Wei Kansi turned the steering wheel and entered the corridor where the National Style Art Troupe was located. They were immediately attracted by the movement at the gate not far away. There was a girl kneeling there, and there were the female guards of the manor and some other girls beside her. The car came closer in a blink of an eye. Wei Kansi and Yoon Kaling got out of the car together, and only then did they recognize that the girl kneeling on the ground was Fen Kafin, who was kicked out of the art troupe some time ago. Well, her name and jade pendant were taken away, and the girl should now be called by her original name, Feng Chuo. The 2 female guards of the manor were trying to pull the girl up, but the girl was crying and insisted on not getting up, and the female guards did not force her, and could only hold on. The girls in the art troupe basically knew about Feng Chuo's experience. She met a boyfriend who was said to be very rich, and the 2 developed very quickly, even to the point of talking about marriage, so she left the art troupe with full confidence at the beginning, but unfortunately she was dumped in the blink of an eye. The man seemed to have cheated her out of money, although it was not much, more like a prank. After all, the other party was not a liar, but a real rich kid. However, he had lost his job, his savings, and even his place to live. It was not surprising that he suddenly came back today. Looking at the embarrassed look of the girl on the ground, Yoon Kaling secretly alerted herself and pulled Wei Kansi beside her. Kansi, let's go in. Wei Kansi hesitated slightly, stepped forward, and asked one of the female guards, have you notified Ms. Davis? The tall female guard with short blonde hair nodded, I have already called. Then she turned to the girl in front of her, Feng, don't be like this, can you go in with us first? The girl just didn't move. Wei Kansi continued to stand for a while, and found that he couldn't do anything. Just as he was about to turn around and get back in the car, he saw a black helicopter landing on the lawn in the manor. Maybe it was Ms. Davis coming over. Wei Kansi thought about it and stopped again, thinking, I can say a few words for Feng Chuo later. However, the girl soon regretted it because she saw that it was not the housekeeper Angelou who came out of the manor, but Chen Qing. Chen Qing, wearing a black windbreaker, came here with a few minions. She ignored Feng Chuo on the ground and looked at the girls such as Wei Kansi who were watching. Is the flower in front of our gate beautiful? It attracted all of you. Chen Qing's sarcastic tone made Wei Kansi shrink his neck slightly. He felt Yoon Kaling pulling him again and followed his female companion to the gate. He didn't even dare to pay attention to the car next to him. The other girls also quickly scattered. Chen Qing cleared the scene with one sentence, and sent away the female guard who was in charge of guarding the door. Then she looked at the girl on the ground, haven't you found your own happiness? Why did you come back? Feng Chuo's tears immediately flowed again, Sister Chen, I was wrong. Can you talk to Mr. Westeros and let me come back again? Chen Qing squinted her eyes and looked at her, you are so beautiful, and you still want beautiful things. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Hearing this, Feng Chuo lowered his head and just begged, Sister Chen, please, I know I was wrong. It's useless to beg me. I'm not as soft-hearted as the boss, Chen Qing said. Seeing the girl looking up at herself hopefully, she sneered, unfortunately, I won't give you a chance to see the boss again. So the crying started again. Chen Qing frowned and said reluctantly, don't embarrass yourself. Get up and follow me. The girl's body stiffened, but she didn't move. Chen Qing said impatiently, or I can call the police and have them take you away and throw you anywhere. You have to know that this is private territory. The United States is not a place where you can just make trouble. Are you going to leave? Chen Qing finally emphasized her tone. The girl shuddered and noticed that Chen Qing was about to leave. She quickly stood up and followed. Without staying in the manor, Chen Qing took Feng Chuo directly to the helicopter. After the helicopter took off, Feng Chuo, who was sitting quietly beside her, whispered to Chen Qing across the aisle, "Sister Chen, where are we going?" Chen Qing already had a document in her hand. She said without raising her head, "Send you back to China." Huh? Chen Qing saw from the corner of her eye that the girl stood up subconsciously, looking at a loss, and said, "You are lucky. When the notice was issued here, I happened to be with the boss. He told me to send you back to China. Go back to where you came from. Otherwise, I don't care about your life or death. You dare to run back to the door of the art troupe to make trouble. You are looking for death?" Feng Chuo knelt down in the aisle again. "Sister Chen, I was wrong. Please let me see Mr. Westeros." Seeing that the girl was about to come over, Chen Qing dodged in disgust. "Don't touch me. Look at what you look like now. You can't afford to compensate for dirtying my clothes. Also, don't think about the boss. If you want to meet the President of the United States, I can arrange it for you. If you want to see the boss, huh? Do you think anyone can see the boss?" Feng Chuo burst into tears again. Chen Qing said angrily, "Shut up, be quiet. Sister Chen, I was wrong, please." Chen Qing raised her eyebrows slightly and looked at the girl next to her. "Do you know why Chris dumped you and cheated you to spend all his money?" Seeing that the girl stopped crying and couldn't help looking up, Chen Qing continued faintly, "The boss doesn't care about these, but I do, so I just made a few phone calls and asked a bank to notify the family elders of that guy, either dump you or let their family repay a loan in advance. Then, the other party didn't hesitate at all and took the initiative to call me to apologize. Look, the good destination you thought you had couldn't even withstand a phone call from me." Feng Chuo was stunned, with tears still on his face, and there was a hint of hatred in his eyes when he looked at Chen Qing. Chen Qing noticed a change in Feng Chuo's expression and curled the corners of her mouth. "Hate me, right? Now, you have a chance. Fight with me on the spot, and see if you can strangle me to death." Feng Chuo was startled and subconsciously shrank away from Chen Qing's eyes. Chen Qing shrugged slightly. "This is your only chance. If you miss it, you won't be able to do anything in the future. Also, whether you want to return to China later is up to you. At worst, I will be scolded by my boss if I don't obey. You can try to build a career in the United States. 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West, well, let's imagine what you can do. By the way, except dancing, you are a girl who only graduated from junior high school and probably can't even speak English well. What can you do in the United States?" Feng Chuo was silent. This question was really sharp. If she hadn't been desperate, she wouldn't have appeared at the door of the National Style Art Troupe today. Chen Qing waited for a moment, then continued, "How about I be kind and help you find a job? Washing dishes is too low level, forget about it. With your ability, you can go to some clubs to dance, that kind of club. Do you want to go? The income is quite generous." Feng Chuo shook his head quickly. "I don't want to." "Then you say." Chen Qing's tone was a little sarcastic again. "What can you do?" Feng Chuo bit her lip and was silent for a moment, and finally said, "Sister Chen, I didn't sleep with him. That, wanted to have sex, but I didn't agree. I said I would wait until we get married." Chen Qing just sneered. Feng Chuo waited for a moment, and seeing that Chen Qing had no reaction, he finally couldn't help sobbing again. Chen Qing never paid any attention to him. More than 10 minutes later, the helicopter landed on the tarmac by the East River. Chen Qing walked down the helicopter ramp with her phone between her ears. She looked at her watch while talking to the person opposite her. She was even more angry. She was sent to deal with this kind of thing while attending the China Investment Conference of Westeros Company. There was also a cocktail party to entertain the China Telecom Roadshow team in the evening. In short, she was very busy. Seeing Feng Chuo getting off the helicopter, Chen Qing waved to the attendant to take her to the car first. She temporarily walked to the railing of the helipad facing the river to continue discussing the establishment of a DVD production line by BBK with Emmanuel Brandt in San Francisco. However, while chatting, she saw a figure floating not far away from her, and then fell headfirst. Plop, the sound of falling into the water came. More than an hour later. It was already evening. In the apartment on Fifth Avenue, Chen Qing saw her boss again. She immediately showed a tearful expression. Like a poor kitten, She threw herself into the arms of the man on the sofa and begged for a hug. "Boss, woo-woo, you almost couldn't see me, woo-woo." Simon stretched out his hands to hug the soft body that was twisting wildly in his arms and patted it, saying helplessly, "You have forced others into the river. It's too much to pretend to be pitiful." "Boss, I am really pitiful." Okay, don't worry about it, let Aso handle it." Chen Qing, who was originally acting coquettishly, immediately refused again. "No, that girl dared to scare me like this. I must teach her a lesson. It seems that I can't do anything about it. I can only tell your dad. If someone dies, even if you wear a set of clothes worth 1.2 million this time, your dad probably won't let you go." Ah. Chen Qing was surprised, then turned her head to look left and right, and her eyes fell on Lin Su, who happened to be carrying a suit and walked into the living room with the housekeeper angry and Carmen case. "You betrayed me." Lin Su just rolled her eyes at her. "Sister Mo told me, and she also told me to tell the boss." Too cruel. Chen Qing twisted her body and acted coquettishly again. "Boss, all the women outside are bad and they all bully me." Simon raised his hand and gave Chen Qing a slap. "Thank God you don't bully others. Get up, change your clothes, and go to the cocktail party later." Chen Qing pretended to be in pain and screamed, but she just sat up and hugged Simon's neck. "Boss, you don't have to attend this kind of cocktail party in person. It's very respectful for several executives of Cersei Capital to show up." As she said this, Chen Qing looked at Simon, with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Simon knew that this girl was very smart. After thinking about it, he didn't hide it. He leaned close to her ear and whispered a name. "You can pay more attention to it in the future, there will only be benefits." Chen Qing knew very well that the man must have more than one channel in China. Hearing this, she didn't ask any more questions, nodded solemnly, and looked at Lin Su proudly. "Boss just whispered to me." Lin Su was curious, but because Angry and Carmen were around, she didn't ask more questions. Today is December 13th, Friday. The China Telecom team has completed a 2-week global roadshow from Europe to North America. Due to the deep involvement of the Westeros system, China Telecom has been labeled as a Westeros concept stock. This roadshow was very successful and has received more than 3 times the amount of financing. Compared with the original Time and Space, which almost failed to go public due to the Asian financial crisis, it is a world of difference. With a perfect end of the roadshow, China Telecom has basically finalized the official listing date of December 19th. Speaking of which, today is the day when the Christmas schedule officially opens. Simon also returned to the West Coast to attend the premiere of Jumanji, mainly for tonight's reception. If it was just a pure China Telecom roadshow team, of course he didn't need to attend in person. The reason for doing so is still for long-term considerations. Simply put, China's state-owned economic system is actually clear. In the next 20 to 30 years, some people will build high buildings, some will entertain guests, and some will collapse. Simon can see some of the trends clearly. Since he has this advantage, he must not let it go. Chapter 1080 Investigate Korea. I just mentioned the establishment of a board of directors for China Telecom last night. Don't hold out any hope in the short term. You should just watch from the sidelines and don't add unnecessary details. Moreover, even if a board of directors is established, the seats we can fight for will not fall on you two. I still hope you can stay behind the scenes. At breakfast time the next day, Simon, Chen Qing and Lin Su talked about some things that happened at the reception for the China Telecom roadshow team last night. Lin Su, with a ruddy face, just nodded when she heard that. Chen Qing looked sourly at the radiant woman opposite her, then turned to her boss and said, "But, boss, many people in China just fancy these things. I now regret pushing Asu to the Forbes list. It's useless. I would have gone up there myself if I had known." Simon shook his head and said, "Standing in the front will definitely be beneficial in the short term, but it will only cause a lot of trouble in the long run. What's more, this is China, which emphasizes moderation and restraint. Of course, if you insist on jumping to the front, I don't object." Chen Qing's face changed immediately. "Boss, I'm just talking." Simon smiled and said, "There is also the matter of Scabo and BBK cooperating to produce DVDs. You must handle this matter well. For the time being, it can only be exported. This is not only to protect our interests in the Chinese VCD industry, but also involves copyright protection issues that the entire Western electronics industry and media industry attach great importance to. Of course, I know my limits." Chen Qing nodded, and then said, "Boss, it seems that we can get a big share of the DVD industry, and Scober doesn't need to worry too much about the transformation problem in the short term." Yes, but it's all the result of Deaneries Entertainment's indirect negotiations with Sony and other giants. You should cherish it. And transformation is still necessary. After all, in this DVD industry, we are just a share, not the dominant power. Chen Qing said proudly, Deaneries Entertainment is the dominant power. If we don't provide content to those electronic manufacturers, their DVDs can't be promoted. This is the truth. Whether it is a video recorder or the DVD that is currently being promoted, or even the later high-definition Blu-ray, Hollywood studios are an important link. If Hollywood, which holds the dominant power in the global media, is unwilling to provide content, electronic manufacturers will not be able to promote related products to the world. Of course, some areas where copyright is not important are excluded. Deaneries Entertainment, which currently controls most of Hollywood, has played a decisive role in the popularization of DVDs this time. If Simon is a conservative, and is unwilling to support DVDs, just like when Disney and other manufacturers sued Sony VCRs, this product will not be promoted in the short term. Simon is certainly not. However, Deaneries Entertainment's support must have its own conditions, and ensuring that Scober continues to enjoy the benefits of video decoding chips and the DVD era is one of them. In addition, Simon also considers the online rental industry. As DVDs begin to be promoted, the blockbuster video chain controlled by the Westeros system will further transform online, blocking the development of online rental manufacturers such as Netflix in advance. Compared with expensive VCRs, the birth of DVDs will undoubtedly bring about another industrial revolution. Unlike the stubborn record industry, Simon actively embraces this change. After all, just like the record industry, if you don't accept the change, the result is often that after the industry is severely impacted, you will completely lose the initiative and can only become a vassal of other industries. Again, if you can't eliminate yourself, you can only be eliminated by others. Simon didn't say much about this, and continued, also, do you know about the interview that Jianxin and others accepted last time with the Vogue magazine? Chen Qing nodded. Simon said, try to contact them. We can connect with Condé Nast or Time Warner and jointly establish a large-scale fashion print media company. This is not a big deal, but if it can be done, we can get the right to speak in advance in the fashion media field in China, which has not yet reached a scale. At that time, whether it is Elite, Melisandre, or even Deaneries, they will have a very high-quality marketing platform. In the past, the Fashion Media Group, which was born out of a magazine affiliated with the China Tourism Administration, almost included China's most influential fashion magazines such as Bazaar, Menswear, and Fashion Home, and also created the famous Fashion Bazaar charity dinner. The Bazaar brand actually came from the Bazaar magazine that originally belonged to the Hearst Group. Fashion Media has therefore become a Sino-foreign joint venture brand in which the Hearst Group has invested. After the turmoil 2 years ago, the Hearst Group has packaged and sold its magazine series and was taken over by Time Warner. Naturally, it is impossible to make this investment in China this time. Simon was inspired by Jianxin's private email about taking over the interview of fashion, and of course he would not miss this opportunity to make a layout. When Chen Qing heard Simon mention this, her eyes lit up. Boss, this is a very good idea, but I don't think we need to bring in Condé Nast or Time Warner. We can do it ourselves. Doesn't Deaneries Entertainment have fashion TV? What's more, what the country lacks most now is capital. As for the operating concept, we can just imitate it directly. Simon smiled and asked, what do you think is the most important factor for fashion? Chen Qing thought about it, but could only shake his head. What? Style, Simon said. Bring in Condé Nast or Time Warner, and use their existing old magazines to create a joint venture brand. For example, now Time Warner's Bazaar magazine will be combined with the Chinese fashion to create Harper's Bazaar, which will immediately have an international style, which can quickly open up the situation in China. Chen Qing suddenly realized, and then said, in this case, it will be difficult for us to gain control. You only need to ensure 20% to 30% of the shares. The important thing is that other shareholders cannot have absolute control. In this way, if they want this investment, they must carry out a clear shareholding system reform. The equity of the management, original shareholders, investors, etc. must be controlled within 20 to 30%. But, if it's Condé Nast or Time Warner, Will they be willing to accept only such a small number of shares? I'm not asking you to talk to the entire Condé Nast or Time Warner. You can just contact one magazine, such as the bazaar I just mentioned. In this way, both the scale of cooperation and the difficulty of the joint venture will be greatly reduced. So, just decide on bazaar. You can find time to contact the Chinese side. If there's any progress, I will say hello to Semmel. Yet, after saying this, Simon thought for a while, and said, last but one, you can find time to investigate what good investment projects South Korea has in China. Chen Qing was immediately puzzled, and even Lin Su looked up curiously. Simon did not reveal too much, just said, next year you will understand that Circe Capital's China Research Institute team will also determine the same research project, but it will focus on Japan, South Korea, Singapore, Malaysia, Hong Kong, Macau and Taiwan. The scope is relatively large, which can be regarded as a smokescreen. Lin Su remembered something and tentatively asked, I read an article analyzing the Asian economy a few months ago. It believes that the Southeast Asian region is generally economically unbalanced, and the debt and deficit are obviously too high. Is there a possibility of an economic crisis in the next few years? Don't get involved in these things, just keep an eye on China. Simon nodded slightly, and turned to Chen Qing. Don't forget to keep learning, otherwise you will hit the ceiling soon. Chen Qing immediately pouted, boss, I feel wronged, I am much more capable than Asu. After breakfast, Simon prepared to set off back to the West Coast. After a simple tidying up, he put on the windbreaker given by the two women at the entrance, combed his hair to make sure there was nothing missing to explain, and finally hugged Chen Qing, then turned to Lin Su, hugged a woman's waist, remembered something, and smiled and said, did your parents tell you something when you were a child? Lin Su was hugged in the man's arms, and raised her head slightly. Don't kiss boys, you will get pregnant. Simon said, and saw a layer of rouge quickly spread on the woman's face. She smiled and lowered her head. Come on, let's increase the success rate. Back to Los Angeles, the time is still the morning of December 14th. Saturday. Mainly to deal with some accumulated affairs on the West Coast before Christmas, Jenny and the others are still staying in Greenwich, looking forward to snowing for Christmas, and Simon will return to the East Coast before Christmas. This is already the second day of the Christmas season. Simon is most concerned about the recent Christmas movie box office data. In the box office week from December 6 to December 12, Wonder Woman 2 saw a significant drop in box office revenue, with a drop of 41% in the third week of release, and the box office revenue was $59.71 million. However, the film has only been released for 3 weeks, and the cumulative box office has quickly reached a high of $314.3 million, easily surpassing the previous annual box office champion Spectre with $307 million, and advancing to the first place in the annual list. Under the brilliance of Wonder Woman 2, all other movies released during the Thanksgiving period were swept out in dim. In addition to Wonder Woman 2, there's Good Will Hunting, which started previews last week, and the nominations for the 54th Golden Globe Awards announced on December 11th. With an attractive creative lineup, Good Will Hunting, which cost only $10 million, just opened previews on 106 screens last week, and attracted a lot of media attention. This low-cost literary drama lived up to expectations and received almost unanimous praise after its release. The comprehensive media rating reached the classic level of 9.4 points. The famous film critic Roger Ebert even raised the film to the level of Another Rain Man. The all-round praise, coupled with the attractive main creative lineup of Gus Van Sant, Robert De Niro, Ben Affleck, and Kate Beckinsale, attracted a large number of curious audiences to watch the movie. At the same time, the Golden Globe nomination on December 11th also added a popularity to the film. Relying on its own excellent quality, Good Will Hunting won a total of 5 nominations at this year's Golden Globe Awards, including Best Picture, Best Actor, Best Supporting Actor, Best Supporting Actress, and Best Screenplay. Due to its extremely high reputation and popularity, the average box office of the film in the first week of preview screenings finally reached $51,300. In the first 7 days of preview screenings, the cumulative box office on only 106 screens has reached $5.43 million. With its popularity and reputation, it will not be difficult for Deaneries Entertainment to pursue the next Oscar victory. However, Simon does not intend to do so. Last year's Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice, Simon has already used the film's super high box office and popularity to send the film to the throne of Best Picture through strong public relations. According to Simon's strategy, this year must take a step back. Otherwise, next year's Titanic will definitely be full of unexpected changes. In any case, the Oscar organizing committee will not allow Deanery's entertainment to top the list for 3 consecutive years, even if the quality of the relevant films is beyond doubt. But if the Oscars become Deanery's entertainment's private land, it will not benefit anyone. Even so, this time it is still considered a good thing. Because another nomination hotspot announced on December 11th, The English Patient, produced by MGM, is still Simon's deliberate arrangement. This film was proposed by Saul Zaentz, a veteran Hollywood independent producer who once held the copyright of the Lord of the Rings series. Because the production cost was obviously too high compared to the subject matter, Zaentz went through many twists and turns in order to make the film. In the original time and space, he even gave the copyright of the Lord of the Rings series to the Weinstein brothers for the establishment of the project. This time, Simon began to pay attention to this project quietly very early, and guided MGM to take over the film at the right time last year. The English Patient ultimately cost $27 million, which is indeed very high for an art film adapted from a novel. Moreover, to be honest, unlike Good Will Hunting, which is suitable for all ages, The English Patient is much more gloomy and obscure, but this also hits the taste of film critics. Therefore, compared with the 5 nominations of Good Will Hunting, The English Patient won a total of 7 nominations for Best Picture, Best Director, Best Actor, Best Actress, Best Supporting Actress, Best Screenplay and Best Original Score in the Drama category. It can be said to be the biggest favorite of this Golden Globe Awards, and it will obviously become the focus of the Oscars in the awards season next year. The 1997 awards season, which was opened by the announcement of the Golden Globe nominations, included Good Will Hunting and The English Patient. In addition to Fargo, the new film by the Coen brothers, and Madonna's Evita, which were launched by Highgate Pictures at the end of the summer season, were relatively eye-catching. As for Spielberg's Black Slave film The Untold Story, it was just a garnish. For Hollywood, where business is king, awards and honors are just embellishments after all, so everyone's attention quickly turned to the Christmas season that opened on December 13th. Compared with the golden box office week exclusively occupied by Wonder Woman 2 on November 22nd, the Christmas season that opened on Black Friday, December 13th, was much more crowded. In addition to the most important Jumanji, there were also Disney's The Bodyguard, another comedy by Arnold Schwarzenegger, Jingle Bells, the large-scale Good Will Hunting, and the preview of The English Patient this week. As a special effects blockbuster jointly produced by Deanery's Entertainment and Time Warner Group, Simon originally adopted the Johnson version of the plot in 2017, and with the participation of veteran actor Sylvester Stallone and supermodel Trish Goff, the film eventually cost $82 million in production budget, slightly over budget. Fortunately, the film was satisfactory. Also, after the premiere on December 11th, the film's reputation was lifted the next day, and the comprehensive media score reached 7.8 points, which is a very good level. First of all, the special effects of the film. Under the manipulation of Deanery's special effects, coupled with some grand scenes deliberately added by Simon on the basis of the original version, the special effects scenes of the film are very shocking. As for the actors, Sylvester Stallone performed the mentality of a young man with a middle-aged body, which won the unanimous recognition of film critics. Even Trish Goff, who is well known to be promoted by a young tycoon across the border, not only caused a strong response from the audience with her stunning and sexy appearance, but also exceeded expectations in acting. If there is a shortcoming, it is inevitably the plot. The Hollywood Reporter commented that the film was a popcorn movie for young people that doesn't require any brains at all, which is also the main reason why the film's overall score failed to reach more than 8 points. However, no one blamed it. Because Jumanji is a light-hearted, funny and visually stunning popcorn blockbuster, Simon never thought of adding any connotations to it. In the first week of its release, Jumanji finally opened on 3,539 screens, second only to Wonder Woman 2 in this year-end schedule. Compared with 101 Dalmatians, which cost $75 million in the Thanksgiving schedule, Angel Bodyguard and Disney's Christmas schedule had a budget of only $40 million. The film tells the story of Henry, a black man in a small town, and his wife Juliet, who is the lead singer of the church choir, whose relationship is becoming increasingly indifferent. After confessing to God, he unexpectedly received a response, which led to the angel's descent. The film was directed by Penny Marshall and starred Denzel Washington and Whitney Houston, which can be said to be an all-black cast. Moreover, it is obvious that the film is also following the trend of The Bodyguard starring Kevin Costner and Whitney Houston to some extent. After the first week of large-scale opening on 1,783 screens, the comprehensive media score of this film was only a barely passing 6.0 points, which was not satisfactory. Arnold Schwarzenegger's Jingle Bells once again continue the comedy style of this action star from Dragon Brothers and Kindergarten Cop, which was considered a small job taken during the preparation of Terminator 3. This time it was really just a small job. Due to the failure of several consecutive films and Hollywood's badmouthing of traditional action stars, compared with the previous Little Guys which cost $60 million but failed at the box office, this Jingle Bells only cost $30 million to produce. Unlike the previous high salary of $15 million, Arnold signed a model of $8 million in base salary plus profit sharing with the producer Fox, which is almost equivalent to reducing his salary by half. Moreover, after opening on 2,401 screens, Arnold still failed to reverse his bad luck. The film's comprehensive media rating was only a pitiful 3.8 points. Facing the pressure from a number of strong films, such a reputation and box office prospects can be imagined. After the three major new films, Good Will Hunting opened on a large scale after only 1 week of preview, with 1,746 screens. And The English Patient was previewed on a small scale of 10 screens. Chapter 1081, Full Strength. Los Angeles, Deanery Studios. held a folder in her arms, looked at her watch, and walked towards her boss who had just finished a meeting with Pixar management. "You still have 1 year, John. Come up with a revised plan as soon as possible. I want to see it after the new year." John Lasseter, who had just been scolded, leaned slightly to Simon's side and said, "I promise, Simon, I will do it as soon as possible." Simon finished talking to John Lasseter with a cold expression, walked straight to A and asked, "Next?" "Everyone has arrived for the screening of Ghost in the Sky." Simon nodded and walked out quickly, and A hurriedly followed. After returning from the East Coast, Simon has been mainly sorting out Deanery's Entertainment's film projects for the next 2 years. What he just discussed with the Pixar team was another 3D animated film, A Bug's Life from Pixar, which will be released at the end of next year. Compared with Toy Story, Finding Nemo and other films, A Bug's Life is a relatively low-rated film in the Pixar animation series in terms of both word of mouth and box office. As for why, there are actually many problems. The most important one, in Simon's opinion, is that the main plot of the story tends to be the love between two ants. The male protagonist Felix, out of his love for Princess Yachting, rises up to resist the Grasshopper army, and finally the lovers get married. This theme seems too adult and not suitable for all ages. In addition, this is not a real-life fairy tale of a prince and a princess, so it is difficult for people to feel involved. Therefore, this seemingly insignificant problem has largely caused A Bug's Life to be at a low point in the Pixar animation series. Looking at others, Toy Story is centered on friendship and is suitable for all ages. Finding Nemo, which set a box office record, focuses on family affection, which is even more suitable for all ages. There is also The Lion King, which created a box office miracle by changing from 2D to 3D under the intervention of Simon, the Big Butterfly. Although the story is taken from Revenge of the Prince, the core is growth, which is still suitable for all ages. It's a simple truth. Under the premise of ensuring quality, the wider the age range of the audience, the higher the box office will be. Simon raised this issue when the project started, but the Pixar team obviously did not strictly implement it. After all, with continuous success, anyone can't help but be impetuous. So, in the meeting just now, Simon got angry for a rare time and forced the Pixar team to make changes to it, downplaying the love line between Felix and Princess Yachting, focusing on friendship, and adding more pleasing and easier-to-sell insect circus scenes. Leaving Pixar headquarters and returning to a screening room on the 3rd floor of the administrative area, the main creators of Ghost in the Shell, such as director Peter Jackson, male-led Ben Stiller and female-led Maya Sara, have already arrived, as well as several New World Pictures executives responsible for the project distribution, such as Danny Morris. Everyone greeted each other briefly and sat down soon. Simon walked to the best view in the middle of the second row and took a memo from the female assistant sitting on the left. Just after a few glances, he smelled a faint strange woman's fragrance coming from the right. He turned his head and saw Maya Sara, the heroine of the Phantom of the Opera, sitting next to him. Seeing Simon looking at her, the beautiful woman who had the temperament of a Hong Kong actress in the golden age and was very in line with the aesthetics of Oriental people, looked a little nervous. "Mr. Westeros, can I sit here?" Simon just nodded slightly. His eyes fell back on the memo in front of him that introduced a general situation of the Phantom of the Opera, and he quickly read the information. The lights in the screening room dimmed quickly, and the screen lit up. Peter Jackson's first draft of the Phantom of the Opera tells the story of Frank, who accidentally gained psychic powers, colluding with his ghost friends to defraud money and was killed by evil spirits. In the end, justice defeated evil. The original script seemed extremely bad to Simon. Speaking of which, Western ghost movies usually have a big flaw, which is the lack of a mature model for humans to fight against ghosts. This also leads to many horror movie protagonists often defeating ghosts by chance, or many completely inexplicable routines, and even using love to persuade, which is very far-fetched. Just like the original horror ghost script, the protagonist's first victory over the evil spirit was actually relying on 2 machine guns transformed by the dead sheriff. Nonsense. In comparison, Eastern ghost movies, especially Hong Kong movies, have quite convincing complete routines, such as sticky rice, ink fountains, talismans, drug blood, donkey hooves, etc. In the Conjuring movie universe created by Deaneries Entertainment in recent years, Simon personally intervened and continuously improved a set of westernized exorcism models, and the effect was very good. As for this horror ghost, Simon deliberately threw Jackson a Hong Kong movie Mr. Zombie and asked him to watch it several times to find inspiration and revise the script, turning the original horror ghost that was neither scary nor comedic into a qualified commercial film. Compared with other directors with strong personalities, Peter Jackson's biggest advantage is pragmatism. He listens to other people's opinions and is willing to cooperate with investors' requirements to make improvements. The script that was finally filmed deleted a lot of redundant story branches in the original version, and took a lot of inspiration from Mr. Zombie provided by Simon. It is basically another story. On the big screen, the film begins with a farce. A castle is haunted, and the owner invites a psychic Frank to catch ghosts. The male protagonist, who is enough to make people with a little IQ feel like a liar, pretends to be a liar in the castle, and finally tells the suspicious owner that he has done it, gets his salary and leaves. As soon as Ben Stiller, the actor who plays the male protagonist, appears, he gives people a completely different feeling from the original Michael Fox. This comedy star from Saturday Night Live has a very bad temperament when he appears, which makes people laugh. In comparison, Michael Fox, the male protagonist of the Back to the Future series, gives people more impressions of a young boy in a youth film, rather than a comedian. The perfect casting and the matching story, just the beginning, made Simon more certain about the quality of this movie. The movie continues. After bidding farewell to the host, Frank drove away from the castle. In the car, 2 ghosts suddenly appeared from the back seat and under the car, which first confirmed that there were ghosts in the movie. However, the 2 ghosts that were initially thought to be evil ghosts trying to attack the protagonist soon proved to be just joking with the protagonist. They were the protagonist's friends with psychic abilities, and the ghost hunting scene just now was also a scam by both parties. At this point in the prologue, the background is basically explained. The male protagonist is a psychic, has 2 ghost friends, and makes a living by deceptive ghost hunting. At the same time, from their conversation, the audience also learned that the so-called haunting of the castle just now was not their own initiative to haunt, but they didn't know what the problem was. During the driving and chatting, the plot suddenly turned. On the winding and dark night road, 1 person and 2 ghosts were lively discussing how to spend the money they had just received. Suddenly, another car rushed straight towards them. Frank hurriedly dodged. The last time he saw a black shadow swept up from the roof of the oncoming car and disappeared in the direction of the castle manor they had just passed. Then, Frank's car also hit a roadside tree trunk. The screen went dark with a bang, and the title of Ghost of Terror and the subsequent opening credits appeared. In addition to the story, Simon was also satisfied with the special effects in the 5-minute prologue. In the original Ghost of Terror, the ghost special effects were very rough, giving people a strong sense of cheap 5 cent. This time, It was produced by the Australian branch of Deanery's Special Effects, which has experienced many blockbusters. The ghosts in the camera are light, and it seems that they may disappear at any time with a breeze, giving people a feeling that this is probably the appearance of the soul after death. In addition, the special effects company is just doing things after all. Peter Jackson can skillfully apply special effects to this extent. In Simon's opinion, he can rest assured to hand over the Tolkien series to him. Just thinking about these things, a close voice came to his ear. Mr. Westeros, I have always wanted to thank you in person for giving me this opportunity. It was Maya Sarah who took advantage of the opening credits. Simon's thoughts were interrupted, and he just hemmed and raised his head slightly to the big screen. So he was quiet. The film begins at a funeral. The deceased is an employee of the town museum. Although Frank is not responsible, he still attends the funeral because of what he saw and heard that night, and meets the deceased's daughter Lucy, played by Maya Sarah. It's love at first sight. In order to get close to Lucy, Frank introduces his profession to Lucy and takes the initiative to reveal that her father may not have died of a sudden heart attack, but was killed by an evil spirit. Lucy certainly doesn't believe this nonsense and has a bad impression of Frank. Frank, who has never been doing side jobs, decides to investigate the truth of the matter and pursue Lucy. At the same time, two ghost friends are also on the side, which makes people laugh. At the same time, strange deaths similar to Lucy's father's heart attack occur one after another in the town. When the big screen showed the heroine Lucy taking a bath in the bathroom and Frank, who was standing outside her window for safety reasons, was struggling and hesitating whether he should peek, Simon in the screening room felt someone touching his right thigh unintentionally, and Maya Sarah's voice, which was somewhat apprehensive and obviously contained other meanings, came to his ears again. Mr. Westeros, how was my performance? Simon frowned slightly, turned his head to look at Maya Sarah, who was looking flattering, raised his hand and reached over, passed through the girl's soft long hair, grabbed a section of her slender neck, and exerted a little force. Maya Sarah just instinctively resisted slightly, but soon softened and leaned over with a man's force. The screening room was a 5x5 layout, because the big boss chose the second row, and there were two beautiful women sitting on the left and right. Of course, no one would go up to the two extra seats on the edge, but sat in the rows in front and behind. Danny Morris and his friends in the front row were fine, but the New World Pictures executives in the back row who were lucky enough to watch the movie together soon discovered that there was suddenly a person missing next to the big boss. However, the two executives who happened to be sitting in the third row not only did not dare to explore the matter, but were a little uncomfortable, worried that the big boss would misunderstand them for peeking and get into trouble. After sitting upright for a while, he still felt something was wrong, so he quietly moved his body and took the initiative to retreat to a further back position. The story on the big screen continues. After a series of coincidences, Lucy finally believed in the existence of ghosts, and suspected the truth of her father's murder, and began to investigate with Frank. At the same time, because Frank could always appear around the dead, the town sheriff arrested Frank as a suspect, and the evil spirit also discovered that Frank was tracking him down and wanted to kill the psychic. So another climax of the film's battle between humans and ghosts appeared in the town's police station. After the battle in the police station, the sheriff also stood on Frank's side, and the group was getting closer and closer to the truth. Frank realized that the ghost-catching tricks he used to deceive people at first were completely ineffective against evil spirits. After discussing with his ghost friends, he learned that ghosts were afraid of the sanctified crosses in the church and the holy water used by priests to baptize newborns, so he began to prepare professional tools. This story soon came to an end. The truth turned out to be in the castle where Frank caught ghosts at the beginning. Barbara, the daughter of the hostess, had died and was resurrected through an evil witchcraft. However, in order to maintain her state of living dead, Barbara had to frequently transform into an evil spirit to hunt the souls of the living for sacrifice in order to maintain her life. This also echoed some details in the opening prologue. Then came the wonderful final battle. Justice defeated evil, and lovers finally got married. After the screening, everyone went to the meeting room next door. During this time, Girl A quietly took Maya Sarah away, and everyone present looked normal as if they had not heard it. Compared with the previous A Bug's Life, Simon was much more satisfied with Ghost in the Shell. He only made some suggestions for revisions on the details of the soundtrack, and simply discussed with the New World Pictures team about the release during the Easter period next year, and then turned his attention to Peter Jackson and Ben Stiller. Both are filmmakers that Deaneries Entertainment has focused on cultivating. From the initial assistant director of Batman Begins to now, 8 years have passed. Now that it is confirmed that Peter Jackson has the ability to control the Lord of the Rings series, the project can naturally start. However, because many projects in 1997 and 1998 have been finalized, the first part of The Lord of the Rings will not be released until at least 1999. Simon's preliminary date is the end of 1999, so Jackson has 3 years to produce this Middle-earth epic series. Of course, Simon's plan is still to shoot the trilogy back-to-back. Considering the huge workload required, 3 years is not a long time. Then there's Ben Stiller. As one of the core members of the former Rascals, Stiller, with the support of Simon, has participated in 2 projects of Deaneries Entertainment in the second half of this year. He has starred in Peter Jackson's The Ghost and directed Jim Carrey's The Cable Guy back-to-back. Next, Simon also plans to let him star in The Hangover to promote Atlantic City. As long as The Hangover can be successful next year, even if it is not as good as before, as long as the domestic box office exceeds 100 million, the Rascals will be basically formed, enough to compete with most of the comedy stars of the old generation in Hollywood. Of course, Simon does not plan to cooperate with the Rascals for too long. After all, the later it is, the lower the cost performance of this group of people. Although the box office of the produced films is very guaranteed, most of the profits are divided by the main creators. The studio often just makes hard-earned money, which is completely inconsistent with Simon's philosophy. After talking with the two, it was already time to get off work. Peter Jackson and Ben Stiller left immediately, and Simon discussed with Danny Morris for more than an hour the development progress of related film projects of New World Pictures in the next 2 years. If this year is just a buffer, starting from next year, Deaneries Entertainment will make full efforts and no longer leave much room for other Hollywood studios. The ultimate goal is to reduce the number of major Hollywood studios and form a near monopoly pattern in which Deaneries Entertainment dominates Hollywood. Chapter 1082, a great success. Mr. Kin, let me introduce you to Mr. David Rubenstein, the founder and chairman of Carlyle Group. Carlyle plans to invest at least $2 billion in China in the next few years, mainly in the field of machinery and heavy industry. In a hotel banquet hall in Midtown Manhattan. It was the evening of December 19th, and a celebration reception was being held here for China Telecom's successful listing on NASDAQ. Chen Qing introduced David Rubenstein to a senior executive of Telecom, while helping to translate and patiently chatting with Rubenstein and Mr. Kin. Chen Qing remembered something and asked, "David, is there any progress on Carlyle's side regarding the Ukraine matter?" David Rubenstein nodded and said, "I just sent Simon a document about this matter this afternoon." Chen Qing paused and did not ask any more questions, but planned to ask her boss for the document. After chatting for a few more sentences, Chen Qing waited for Rubenstein to leave, and explained to Mr. Kin next to her, "I just asked about Carlyle's help in importing technology from Ukraine to China. Mr. Kin, I hope you don't mind." Then he lowered his voice a little, "You know, Mr. Kin, Ukraine's Black Sea shipyard has an aircraft carrier. The country is interested in buying it, but there is great resistance. And Carlyle has deep connections in Washington. If they can help, our success rate will be much higher." Mr. Kin, who was indeed a little dissatisfied with Chen Qing for ignoring him and talking to the American just now in English, was startled when he heard this, and hurriedly shook his head, and subconsciously lowered his voice, "Of course I don't mind, this is a big deal." Chen Qing smiled slightly, and gestured to a place not far away. "Mr. Kin, that's Mr. Helton, the president of Nokia's U.S. branch. Let me introduce you to him. Of course, I just happened to learn something recently about some past events between Mr. Westeros and Motorola. China Telecom is about to start a major expansion. In order to thank Mr. Westeros for his support for the telecom listing, we will definitely increase cooperation with Nokia and reduce purchases from Motorola in the future. This is really good news. I will tell Simon as soon as possible. He will definitely be very happy to know." The socializing lasted until after 11 o'clock in the evening. After the cocktail party, Chen Qing and Lin Su returned to their residence in the Upper West Side. After a busy day, Chen Qing was still in high spirits. After taking a shower and calculating the time difference, it was not yet 9 o'clock on the West Coast, so she tried to call her boss. She didn't have much expectation at first, but she was connected unexpectedly. After chatting for a few words, she learned that her boss was at the premiere party of Charlie's Angels. Chen Qing also paid attention to Hollywood. When her boss mentioned it, she remembered it. Of course, she only knew it. Chen Qing didn't have the energy to pay too much attention now. After confirming that her boss didn't want to hang up the phone in a hurry, she talked about the general situation of China Telecom's listing today. Although China Telecom, Hong Kong, Company, Limited, the predecessor of China Mobile, planned to be listed in Hong Kong and New York at the same time, the listing time in New York was 1 day in advance, and the listing time in Hong Kong was the next day. Of course, if the time difference is calculated, it is actually only 12 hours apart. When the two people talked on the phone, the Hong Kong side was about to open. Overall, this IPO was very successful. With the full support of the Westeros system and the good feedback from the previous global roadshow, the final issue price of China Telecom's new shares issued on Nasdaq was determined to be $5.35. According to the calculation of 500 million new shares launched in North America, the amount of funds raised reached $2.675 billion, and the financing scale in Hong Kong was comparable to that in North America. In total, the total amount of financing for China Telecom's listing exceeded $5.3 billion. Although the actual funds obtained were less due to the existence of several major Hong Kong consortiums and Westeros companies, which were cornerstone investors who subscribed for a large number of shares at a discount in advance, the successful completion of the financing of $5 billion is definitely a great victory. On the first day of listing in North America, China Telecom stock rose 27% on the first day, and its market value reached $26.9 billion at the close of the day, due to the fact that it was labeled as a Westeros concept stock and Instagram's listing had just re-stimulated the technology stock market. Even though it was a Chinese concept stock that inevitably received a lot of negative reports, Westeros and a group of Hong Kong capitals were the cornerstone investors who provided a bottom line for China Telecom. They invested $500 million in advance to buy a large number of stocks. According to the discount of this batch of stocks in today's single-day increase, the book profit was close to 50% in just 1 day. Of course, profit is only secondary. The 50% increase in the value of $500 million in a single day is just a small amount of money for Simon. The key is that the success of this IPO has paved the way for further cooperation between the two parties. In any case, China Telecom's listing this time is much better than the previous situation in history where the IPO almost failed due to the financial crisis and even barely succeeded and suffered a first-day break. The same proportion of stocks has increased the amount of financing by nearly $1 billion. It is a very satisfactory ending. After chatting for a while, Chen Qing brought up the issue of Carlisle and Ukraine. Simon hadn't had time to look at the documents sent by David Rubenstein, but he promised Chen Qing that he would let Lola pass her a copy when she had time. A party at a hotel near the Hollywood Chinese Theater. Simon stood in a corner of the lobby and talked to Chen Qing on the phone. When the girl finally said that the team of Vogue magazine in China had given a positive response, he said, "Then I'll say hello to Semmel tomorrow, and you can do the rest yourself." Going to China? You know I'm definitely not free during this period. That's it. Okay, goodbye. After hanging up the phone, Simon sorted it out a little and didn't pay any more attention to it. After all, it was just one of his many plans in China. When China Telecom took the roadshow step, Simon didn't worry about the follow-up at all. He handed the phone to girl A next to him. He had just received a glass of champagne handed over by the female assistant. A few girls led by Elizabeth Jagger came over not far away, making Kate Beckinsale, who happened to be coming forward, obviously depressed. Reaching out and rubbing the girl's head, who was becoming more and more graceful, Simon pretended to feel pain and said, "You have to come here every time to watch the premiere, and come in a group at a time. The cost is a bit high. What should we do?" Elizabeth was very dissatisfied with Simon for messing up her hair. She shook her head and shook off his arm, and said righteously, "I already call you daddy, isn't that enough?" Elizabeth's eyes turned, and she reached out to grab Nikki Hilton next to her. "Nikki, you come too, call daddy." Nikki Hilton had been looking at the man in front of her with sparkling eyes, and subconsciously shook her head when she heard it. "I won't." Elizabeth, on the other hand, said carelessly, "I know you like my dad, but, you know, men actually like to be called daddy. It's very exciting." Nikki was not a novice who knew nothing. When she heard it, Two blushes suddenly appeared on her face, and she glanced at Simon shyly. Simon raised his hand and gave Elizabeth a slap on the face. Seeing the girl covering her forehead in pain, he said, "Okay, if you make trouble again, I'll have someone kick you out." Elizabeth immediately restrained her little expression, and asked insincerely, "Dad, do you have any plans for the weekend?" "Yes, work, and it's not your turn if I don't have any plans," Simon said, waving his hand. "Go and have fun. You can only stay here for another half an hour and must return to your residence before 10 o'clock. Well, you are so heartless and nagging." Simon turned to the female assistant next to him. Help them arrange a car." Elizabeth immediately covered her ears and pretended not to hear, and left with a group of girls in a playful manner. When the girls joined the crowd, Barbara Broccoli, the female producer of the 007 series, came over first and raised her glass, saying, "Simon, I have to admit that this movie is really great." Simon smiled and said, "It seems that you think Charlie's Angels is qualified to be linked with 007, right?" Barbara Broccoli immediately complained, "Can I say no?" "Unfortunately, no. Moreover, just talking about Spectre, the fact has proved that the solution I gave is a wise choice." Although Barbara Broccoli did not agree, she had already recognized the man's statement in her heart. The summer movie Spectre has been released for half a year and the global box office has accumulated more than $750 million. Even if the inflation factor is calculated, this movie has surpassed any other 007 movie. You know, after the inflation factor is calculated, the most successful movie before, Thunderball, calculated according to the 1996 standard, only had a global box office of $680 million. Not only that, after watching Charlie's Angels today, coupled with the success of the DC Movie Universe series and the Conjuring Movie Universe series, Barbara Broccoli is also full of expectations for the equally grand Agent Movie Universe series. The main reason is that Charlie's Angels is really excellent. First of all, the three heroines, Kate Beckinsale, Madge Amick and Catherine Zeta-Jones, not only have their own characteristics, but also the characters they play are also vivid, completely surpassing the shackles of the TV series version that was just three vases. Whether it is the strong fighting ability of Kate Beckinsale's character, or the top female gunner played by Madge Amick, or even Catherine Zeta-Jones's wisdom and thief, they are all eye-catching. Secondly, although the opening of this series is still a high-concept story routine, it roughly tells the story of three angels accidentally involved in a huge human trafficking network and destroying it through a hostage rescue incident. But many of the plots, such as Kate Beckinsale's restaurant fight, Madge Amick hitting the same bullet point to penetrate the wall, Catherine Zeta-Jones crossing the infrared alarm network, etc., are all full of innovation. Finally, this opening also laid a perfect foundation for the integration of the spy movie universe. The human trafficking network that the three angels work together to destroy is one of the huge industries under the Spectre Party. Therefore, in the ending Easter egg, the Spectre Party not only came to the door, but also many details in the story make it easy for people to find that even Charlie behind the three angels may have a close connection with the Spectre Party. As for whether it is a positive or negative connection, we can only wait for the subsequent disclosure. Thinking of this, Barbara Broccoli could not help but ask, "Simon, after 007 and Charlie's Angels, which project will MGM develop next?" "Jason Bourne." "It's still a little early for Jason Bourne. At least I will consider other series after 007 and Charlie's Angels have another sequel." Barbara Broccoli didn't know whether to be thankful or regretful for a moment. "It seems that I have to speed up the development of the next 007. Due to some schedule arrangements, MGM chose Thursday, the day before the large-scale opening, to hold the premiere. However, the next day, the reputation and popularity of Charlie's Angels quickly fermented. In addition, the spy movie universe plan was once again confirmed through the film. For a time, fans of spy movies cheered and other Hollywood studios were once again on edge. The two major movie universe series have already occupied a large and fairly fixed market share. Now, there is another one. How can it not make everyone more stressed? What's more, the final comprehensive media score of 8.2 points for the Charlie's Angels series is higher than that of Jumanji, which opened last week. Along with the opening of Charlie's Angels in North America on December 20th with 3,136 screens, the box office data of the first week of the highly anticipated Christmas season just ended. In the first week of the Christmas season from December 13th to December 19th, Jumanji topped the list without any suspense, with a box office of $63.35 million in the first week, an opening scale of 3,539 screens, and an average of $17,900 per theater. Even if it cannot be compared with Wonder Woman 2, it still perfectly met the expectations of the two producers. The first week exceeded $60 million. As expected, Jumanji basically locked in a domestic box office of $200 million. The production cost of Jumanji was $82 million, and the publicity and distribution investment was $35 million, totaling $117 million. Therefore, just in the domestic market, this project is expected to recover all costs and enter a profit cycle. The second place on the list is Wonder Woman 2. Due to the re-entry into the popular Christmas season, despite the impact of Jumanji, the box office of Wonder Woman 2 this week still fell by only 35%. Of course, if you think about it carefully, this is still a very high decline, because in previous years, many films at the end of the year even experienced a reverse decline when they entered the Christmas season. In any case, in the fourth week of its release, Wonder Woman 2 continued to earn $38.81 million, with a cumulative box office of $353.11 million. The third place is Good Will Hunting. This literary drama film, which once achieved a dazzling box office under the crushing of Titanic, still showed a dark horse posture this time. In the first week of large-scale release, Good Will Hunting only relied on 1,746 screens to earn as much as $23.92 million, and the average theater reached $13,700. Compared with the subject matter and volume of the film, this is almost a small miracle. Including last week's preview, the cumulative box office of Good Will Hunting reached $29.35 million in 2 weeks after the opening. The total investment in the production and promotion of this film is only $20 million. If nothing unexpected happens, all costs will be recovered and profits will be realized next week. After the large-scale opening in the first week, Gaiman Films also responded quickly and increased the number of screens for the film to 2,125 in the new week. The most direct consequence of the three strong films from Deaneries Entertainment dominating the list is the dismal opening of the other two large-scale opening films last week. Jingle Bells, which ranks fourth on the list, is a family comedy starring Arnold Schwarzenegger. The box office in the first week was only $12.17 million. The production cost of $30 million is equivalent to 3 times that of Good Will Hunting, but the box office is only half of that of Good Will Hunting. With such a start, the domestic box office of the film is expected to be only $30 million to $40 million. The producer Fox can only hope to recover the cost overseas and in the surrounding areas. And the profit-sharing contract that Schwarzenegger took the initiative to cut his salary by half has basically become a piece of waste paper. The fifth place is Disney's black comedy Angel Bodyguard, which cost $40 million to produce, even more than Jingle Bells. The box office in the first week did not even break $10 million, and the revenue in 7 days was only $9.69 million, which was even more dismal. Finally, we have to mention The English Patient, which was screened on 10 screens in Los Angeles last week. Not only did it win high praise from film critics in terms of word of mouth, but the average weekly box office of the small-scale preview also reached $49,000, basically following the award-winning route set by Simon and moving forward steadily. December 20th. In the new box office week, in addition to the menacing Charlie's Angels, this week there is also an animated film Beavis and Butthead from Paramount and Madonna's Evita. Charlie's Angels needs no introduction. Beavis and Butthead is a movie version of a popular animated series adapted by Paramount, with a 2D style and a style similar to The Simpsons. In short, it is a cannon fodder. Queen Mai's Evita, which she made a desperate effort on, was screened in advance. Although it has received a series of Golden Globe nominations and the Queen has also received an endorsement from Simon, Paramount still adopted this rather conservative distribution strategy in order to avoid being crushed by a number of strong films at the end of the year, and even planned to continue screening in advance next week during the New Year's Day week until the end of the year. In addition, this week's The English Patient is still screened in advance, but the scale of screening has increased from 10 screens last week to 27 screens, and it is planned to be released on a large scale next week. Period. Chapter 1083 Chess Player. After the release of Charlie's Angels, Simon continued to be busy in Los Angeles for a weekend, and returned to the East Coast on December 23, the day before Christmas Eve. On the same day, Deanery's Entertainment Group quietly and quickly completed the issuance of the last $5 billion long-term bonds of the Westeros system in 1996. Since this time it is still mainly aimed at overseas capital, coupled with deliberate low-key, it did not cause much waves. The $5 billion 10-year and 20-year long-term bonds were subscribed by investors from all over the world on the day of their launch. After all, Deanery's Entertainment's current corporate credit rating is completely comparable to that of U.S. Treasury bonds, and the interest rate of corporate bonds is higher than that of U.S. Treasury bonds, which naturally attracts all kinds of investors who pursue stable returns. Of course, as the leading company with the largest market value on the New York Stock Exchange, media attention is inevitable. Deanery's Entertainment's full-year net profit in the past fiscal year has exceeded $5 billion, and it is impossible to be short of money. Therefore, in the eyes of many people, this Hollywood giant has no need to issue bonds again. Simon Westeros did this naturally with other purposes. As for why, in fact, it has been repeatedly talked about by countless media since the beginning of this year. The Westeros system is hoarding funds for the economic downturn after the stock market bubble burst, so as to survive the economic winter and even further expand. However, from the beginning of the year to now, the Nasdaq index, which has the highest bubble component, has not only not burst, but has risen even higher, which inevitably makes many people numb. Therefore, related discussions are more limited to professional financial media, and most of the attention of the general public is focused on the upcoming Christmas. On the other hand, a box office week spanning Christmas passed quickly in a lively and warm holiday atmosphere. In a box office week from December 20th to December 26th, even with Christmas Eve, the total box office in North America this week broke the $200 million mark under the stimulation of a number of hot films. The first is Charlie's Angels, which opened last week. In its first week, Charlie's Angels took over the top spot with its popularity and reputation higher than Jumanji, earning $72.01 million in the first 7 days, which is close to the film's production cost of $75 million. The average first-week box office revenue reached $22,900, which was $5,000 higher than the average first-week box office revenue of $17,900 for Jumanji in the same period. It is conceivable that if the number of screens for Charlie's Angels was comparable to that of Jumanji, it would not be impossible to hit $80 million in the first week. Affected by the huge sales of Charlie's Angels, Jumanji's second week fell by 34%, with revenue falling to $41.79 million, and a total of $105.14 million in 2 weeks. Frankly speaking, a 2-week box office revenue of over $100 million is considered a success for most movies of this era, and Jumanji is no exception. It's a pity that this should have been the hottest week of the year, and it was also the hottest CG special effects blockbuster type, but the decline of more than 30% was obviously unsatisfactory. However, Jumanji is actually lucky, because this week, Wonder Woman 2, which is an absolute phenomenon-level blockbuster at the end of the year, was unexpectedly overtaken by an art drama. This movie is of course Good Will Hunting. In the third week of its release, which is also the second week of large-scale opening, the number of screens for Good Will Hunting increased from 1,746 last week to 2,125. Compared with other large-scale movies released during the same period, this art drama with an investment of only $10 million became the only film to achieve a reverse decline this week, with a 6% reverse decline and another $25.31 million. The cumulative box office in 3 weeks reached $54.66 million, completely recovering the total investment of $20 million in production and publicity, and began to make a profit. Good Will Hunting once won more than $130 million in the domestic box office under the crushing of Titanic during the same period. This time, the 3 blockbusters of Wonder Woman 2, Jumanji and Charlie's Angels also failed to suppress the edge of this movie, which is rare. Affected by Charlie's Angels, Wonder Woman 2, which ranked 4th on the weekly box office list, fell by 46% last week, earning another $20.95 million, with a cumulative box office of $374.06 million. This result is consistent with the industry analysis after the first week of Wonder Woman 2's release. Wonder Woman 2, which was released during the Thanksgiving season, earned more than $150 million in the first week, second only to Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice, which created a box office miracle last year, and ranked second in Hollywood film history. However, the industry media initially determined that Wonder Woman 2 would not have a problem with a domestic box office of $400 million, but whether it could hit $500 million or even higher would depend on the market response of the two Christmas blockbusters. Now, both Jumanji and Charlie's Angels have been a huge success, even exceeding the expectations of the studios. This has inevitably impacted the box office of Wonder Woman 2. This blockbuster was originally expected to hit 500 million yuan in the local market. From the current situation, 400 million yuan is still safe, but it is obviously going to stop at just over 400 million yuan, and it is difficult to go higher. In the final analysis, the film market is still so big that one thing will rise while the other will fall. Of course, this regret is simply a wall for other Hollywood studios. The top 4 movies: Charlie's Angels, Jumanji, Good Will Hunting and Wonder Woman 2, even though Charlie's Angels and Jumanji are under the MGM and Warner Brothers labels respectively, everyone knows that these are all projects led by Dinneries Entertainment. In the hottest week, the combined box office of these 4 movies is close to 160 million, while the total box office this week is only $220 million, which means that these 4 movies account for 72% of the market share. In addition, among the total 17 movies that entered the theater box office statistics this week, 13 other movies such as Jingle Bells and Angel Bodyguard only got less than 30% of the remaining $40 million. It's crazy. If you look at the whole year, Dinneries Entertainment is even more dominant. It is no longer like in previous years that there are several top 10 shares of the annual list that belong to other studios. Outsiders are just watching the fun. In the Hollywood circle, the more people understand the strong gambling nature of movies, the more they can understand how terrible it is for Dinneries Entertainment to do this. Because of the strong uncertainty in the film industry, even if a studio can produce a hit film, it is difficult to stop other film companies from launching equally popular hits to divide the market share. This is also the main reason why there have been oligopolies in other industries for nearly a century, but Hollywood has always been the coexistence of 6, 7, and 8 majors. Now, Dinneries Entertainment has miraculously reversed this recognized industrial law. So, how did you do it? It was already the afternoon of December 31st at the Manor in the northern suburbs of Greenwich. The villa was preparing for the New Year's Eve party in the evening. Kathryn Bigelow, who had not seen each other for a long time, leaned on a long sofa in the living room with Simon, drinking the red wine in his hand and smiling. The two discussed exactly the situation that Dinneries Entertainment currently almost dominates Hollywood. In fact, the reason is not complicated. First of all, of course, Simon's golden finger played the most direct guiding role, preventing Dinneries Entertainment from stepping on many minefields. This is the most critical point and a unique advantage of Simon. Secondly, Simon completed the promotion of the Hollywood film industry model in advance. People who don't know the truth always talk about Hollywood's powerful film industry. In fact, if you talk about it carefully, Hollywood before the 1990s was undoubtedly powerful, but the industry was actually not perfect. This change actually started with the rise of blockbuster in the 1990s, and truly formed a film industry that allowed Hollywood to dominate the world. Simon not only pushed Hollywood into the era of blockbuster movies ahead of time, but also mastered the most important core technology of CG special effects in this new era. In addition, through the DC movie universe, the Conjuring movie universe and other series of movie models, Simon has changed the gambling nature of the film industry with strong uncertainty to the greatest extent, allowing Dinneries Entertainment to continuously produce blockbuster movies. In short, Disney used to be able to easily occupy 6 or 7 of the top 10 films every year at its peak. With Simon's advantages in all aspects, it is even more natural for Dinneries Entertainment to do this. Simon leaned on the sofa and sat opposite Kathryn, holding a glass of red wine in his hand, but did not answer the woman's question. Being with a woman in private and discussing too many work matters is actually a very unpleasant thing. The other empty hand reached over and grabbed a strand of the woman's long hair in front of him and played with it, but Simon looked very hurt. If others ask, it's okay, Kathryn, I thought you had already seen my talent when we first met. Kathryn rolled her eyes at someone lightly, but her expression showed some memories. Suddenly I remembered that it seemed like an evening many years ago, A young man with a harmless smile on his face said seriously that he was from the Watsonville Mental Hospital. Later, he became a sensation overnight, soaring to the sky, and in just 10 years, he reached a level that everyone could only look up to forever. Do you admire me more and more the more you think about me? A voice interrupted Kathryn's thoughts. After reacting, the woman rolled her eyes again, and then couldn't help but be curious. Now that you have come this far, do you feel that you have lost your goal? Simon thought for a while and said, my original goal was to win an Oscar Grand Slam, Best Picture, Best Director, Best Screenplay, Best Original Score, etc. You know, except for the actress, which is a bit difficult, I can try all the others. However, when I have $1 trillion, similar goals seem irrelevant. Just like a person with a PhD, how can he care about a little red flower in the kindergarten? Whatever position a person stands in, of course we will have a vision of that position in different life goals. At least, I know what I am doing and what I want to do. Kathryn let a little man in front of her play with her hair and listen carefully. Seeing that he didn't actually reveal some of his real goals, she didn't delve into it. She just couldn't help but said, Jenny said that she could feel that you were confused occasionally. This is inevitable. Anyone will experience this situation. Simon said, curling the corners of his mouth again, so you have to care about me more. Kathryn resisted the urge to roll her eyes. Jenny also said that when you are confused, you often like to mess around. This is slander, Simon said righteously. You know, Jenny snatched me away from you in the beginning. In order to prevent you from having the idea of snatching me back, of course I have to slander me in private. Kathryn finally couldn't help but roll her eyes again. Simon pretended not to see it, let go of Kathryn's hair, and continued to move forward, trying to reach out to the woman's white neck that has been well maintained over the years. This time, he was hit back. Knocking the little man's claws, Kathryn brushed her hair to cover the part of her neck outside the black turtleneck sweater, and said in a non-lethal way, people will see it. Simon did not force it, but just moved closer without leaving a trace, enjoying the different good smells of each woman, and asked, speaking of which, do you have a plan for your next movie? Kathryn shook her head, I have read many scripts, but I always feel dissatisfied. Then just shoot whatever you want to shoot, try all kinds of genres. Kathryn did not comment. In fact, it was still because of the failure of Detroit last time. If other investors had proposed this matter, she would definitely not have too many scruples, and would try her best to do it. Even if she failed, at least she would have no regrets. Which director in Hollywood has not experienced failure? Now, on the contrary, they can shoot whatever they want, but they dare not act rashly. Seeing that Kathryn did not respond, Simon did not force it. Kathryn was definitely not the kind of person who could not live without movies. On the contrary, although she has been alone, her life as a woman is very exciting, and he doesn't have to worry about anything at all. The two chatted until dusk. The New Year's Eve party was very lively, with hundreds of guests gathered together. There were not only various performances, but also a grand fireworks show at midnight. 1996 was also officially spent in this lively and noisy atmosphere. For Simon, this year seemed to be longer than the turbulent 1994. Overall, it was a major turning point for the Westeros system. Simon's personal wealth exceeded $1 trillion in this year. Unprecedented. Daenerys Entertainment's tendency to dominate Hollywood became more and more obvious this year. Ygritte and Daenerys Entertainment Group, as well as Cisco, have entered the $500 billion club in market value, and continue to rise, leading the two major U.S. stock markets. Dazzling. The power of the Westeros system in North America has become more and more deeply rooted, and it has begun to make a comprehensive layout around the world, which is unparalleled. In the final analysis, these changes mean one thing. Compared with the turmoil in 1994, in the past 1996, Simon truly advanced from a participant in this world to a chess player. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1084 the 6th. Because many companies will announce their quarterly and annual financial reports this month, January is the time when things are most likely to go wrong. Joe, I want you to keep a close eye on the Federal Reserve. Not only can they not announce a rate hike this month, But even the news of a rate hike cannot be leaked. Once rumors start, Greenspan will need to step in personally at a critical moment, and you will also need to do this. Greenspan's problem is not big. His second term ends this year, and the president will announce in February whether he supports his re-election. As long as we communicate well with the White House, he will cooperate with us at least before February. Very good, Simon nodded with satisfaction, looked at Joseph Sclapp on the sofa opposite, and said, "The last point, Joe, this matter is very important, and I have to remind you that if you personally have funds that need to be operated, just put them with Cersei Capital. You yourself, or the people around you, I don't want to see any situation where anyone takes this opportunity to hype up technology stocks." Joseph Sclapp heard this and felt a chill in his heart, and quickly said, "Simon, I assure you that no news will leak out of me, let alone the situation you mentioned." "I hope so, Joe. You have experienced this over the years. I never treat those who are loyal to me unfairly. I hope you will never let me down." In the manor in the northern suburbs of Greenwich, Simon and Joseph Sclapp finished their discussion and walked out of the study together. The maids in the villa were busy tidying up. Today is January 3rd, Friday. After staying on the East Coast for more than a month, the Westeros family is finally going back to Los Angeles. The two Jennies will take the children away first. Simon will leave on Sunday. Not long after seeing Sclapp off, a custom-made Black Hawk of the Westeros family also landed on the lawn. Janet got off the plane and went straight to Simon, who was guarding the door of the villa. After an intimate hug, Janet took the man's arm and returned to the villa. Janet talked about the meeting with the top executives of Cersei Capital in Manhattan just now. It has been arranged. Cersei Capital is the leader. Goldman Sachs, Morgan, First Boston and other companies will do their best to cooperate to ensure that once the market changes, there will not be a one-sided selling frenzy. Moreover, even if I return to Los Angeles, I will continue to follow up in person during this period. As for the media, James will also be watching the East Coast in the near future. So, think about it again. Are there any other problems? Problems will definitely arise, but if we do this, the Nasdaq will not have a big problem until February or even March. After that, there will be no need. As the two were talking, Jennifer appeared with Nick Jr., handed the little guy to Simon, and said, "It's ready, can we go?" Simon picked up his son and nodded, "I'll take you to the airport." Two of the three private Boeing 767s of the Westeros family were parked at the Westchester County Airport, less than 5 kilometers away from the northern suburbs manor. The sun was just right in the winter afternoon. Watching the two women and their children take off in two private planes one after another, the Boeing 767 turned into a black dot and disappeared into the blue sky. Simon, who was guarding the runway, returned. Calculating the time, except for Simon's brief return to the West Coast, the family has been here for more than a month. Of course, it's not just because they like the festive atmosphere of the East Coast. In addition to sorting out the Westeros system at the end of this year, there is another very important thing, which is to make arrangements for the new technology bubble that is about to burst. Simon's meeting with Joseph Sclapp, Janet's meeting in Manhattan this morning, and even James Raybold's arrangement to follow up with the East Coast media, etc., are all because of this. From the end of the U.S. election in early November last year to the end of December, in just 2 months, the scale of short positions in Nasdaq index futures and direct stock shorting against the new technology bubble increased rapidly from about $10 billion before the election to more than $40 billion. The leader of this large-scale short selling is Julian Robertson's Tiger Fund and the Mellon family behind it. The Tiger Fund accounts for nearly half of the short positions of more than $40 billion. Although the short sellers have suffered cumulative losses of more than $3 billion in just 2 months due to the continued strength of the Nasdaq, the short sellers have no intention of retreating and are still betting. After all, as long as there is no delivery, the losses will only be floating losses on the books. Once the operation goes smoothly and the Nasdaq collapses, it may only take 1 day for the huge losses on the books to turn into profits. As the biggest beneficiary of the prosperity of the new technology industry, the Westeros system must stand on the opposite side of the short sellers no matter from which aspect. Of course, the Westeros system is not fighting alone. In recent years, not to mention the capitals of all parties that have made huge profits by relying on the new technology industry, even many politicians in Washington, from the White House to Congress, have also used the prosperity of the new technology industry to seize considerable political capital. Even if they understand that the bursting of the new technology bubble is inevitable, the political and economic forces trying to protect the new technology industry far exceed the short sellers. Therefore, this game led by the Westeros system, through the layout of capital, politics, media and other levels, even if it still cannot prevent the Nasdaq from collapsing due to the excessive bubble, it is still easy to achieve the goals of delaying the collapse of the Nasdaq to the greatest extent, making as many short-selling capital as possible return in defeat, and striking at the conservative old money forces in the United States. After sending the women and children away, Simon took a helicopter to Manhattan. There was no other work arrangement for the rest of the afternoon, but he secretly accompanied Lin Su to do a pregnancy test. This is the sixth one. After someone mentioned it at the beginning, Lin Su secretly prepared for pregnancy for several months. She returned to North America last month, and the time was just right, so she easily got pregnant. At the same time, 6 women were pregnant with their own children. At some moments, Simon could not help but feel stressed. Fortunately, thinking carefully, what he lacked the most was milk powder money. When the child was born in the future, he would not need to be a nanny and work hard, and he felt much more relaxed. Okay. But I will definitely not have children easily in the next few years. After all, Simon hopes that the little ones can grow up to be qualified heirs of the Westeros family in the future. If there are too many, it will be difficult to take care of them. Upper West Side of Manhattan. At the residence of Chen Qing and Lin Su, in the evening, Chen Qing returned after a day's work and saw her boss sitting in the living room, flipping through a Chinese novel. The strong woman temperament on her body was quickly swept away, and she rushed over pitifully, "Boss." Simon casually hugged the woman's slender body, but he was unmoved. He said with a serious expression, "A reminder, you and Asu are good sisters, and the child is also yours. Some thoughts must never be used on her, understand?" Chen Qing wanted to act coquettishly, but felt the seriousness in the man's tone. Although her expression was still aggrieved, she nodded very formally, "I know, boss. Asu's child is originally ours. Well, I also want to give birth to one for you. I said a long time ago, at least wait until you are 30 years old." Okay. After that, she changed to a more comfortable position in Simon's arms, and they looked at the book in the man's hand together. It was a copy of Emperor Kangxi, which was actually just brought back by Chen Qing in recent days. "Boss, what do you think of this book? I've only read the beginning, but it's very suitable as the first big project after the completion of the Ming and Qing Palace Garden of Jinshu Cinema." Lin Su came in with a fruit plate. Seeing Chen Qing leaning on Simon's arms and making a look at her, she simply ignored him, put down the fruit plate gently, and sat quietly beside him. Chen Qing leaned forward to bring the fruit plate over, feeding her boss while saying, "Jinshu Media recently sent a batch of film and television project information, and I was just about to show it to you, boss," and then instructed the waitress Lily Favell, "Boss, China's TV drama industry has indeed developed very well in recent years. I think we don't need to wait for Jinshu Cinema to be built before we can start. As for movies, If You Are the One and Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon have been filmed, and it's time to choose new projects." As she said this, Lily Favell quickly brought a stack of information over. Chen Qing handed the fruit plate to another waitress, Christina, and took the information. She said to Simon, "Last year, there was a very popular TV series in China called Prime Minister Liu Luogu, which tells the story of the battle of wits and courage between Liu Yuang, a famous minister of the Qing dynasty, and Hushan, a corrupt official. The actor who played Qian Long planned a new project called Kangxi's Secret Visits." Boss, Kangxi, Qian Long, you should know all these, right?" Simon smiled and nodded, still a little surprised. He didn't expect that the Jinshu Media team could get the famous Kangxi's Secret Visits. Compared with Prime Minister Liu Luogu, which only shot 1 episode, this is a super long-lived and popular series. However, thinking about it again, this is not surprising. There are only so many people in China's film and television industry at present, and the circle is very small. Chen Qing continued to introduce, and Simon also looked through a thick stack of film and television project information from China. In addition to Kangxi's Secret Visits and Kangxi Dynasty, the original work of which he had just read, he soon found another project that surprised Simon greatly, The Demigods and Semi-Devils. "Hey, what's going on? Boss, you read this novel before. I still remember your evaluation of this book, a bunch of idiots. I also read this novel recently, and I find that what you said makes sense. Chen Qing said a few words and explained, in recent years, Hong Kong's TVB TV station has been remaking Jin Yong's martial arts series, and this year it plans to launch Demigods and Semi-Devils. As for Jinshu, you must know some of the situation in China, so the Jinshu team took the initiative to seek cooperation with Hong Kong and Taiwan, which can not only learn from experience and take the opportunity to cultivate its own team, but also accumulate political capital. Demigods and Semi-Devils is such a project. Jinshu plans to join hands with TVB and CCTV to create an annual martial arts drama co-produced by China and Hong Kong. Of course, these are just intentions. If you don't agree, I will ask them to cancel it. Simon did not answer immediately, but asked, what is the name of the person in charge of Jinshu Media? Wu Shanlin, Chen Qing said, noticing her boss's expression, and immediately took credit with a smile. I recruited him. He is a fellow villager of mine, graduated from Peking University, and originally worked in the radio and television system of JS Province. He is a very capable person. You can train him more in the future, Simon said directly. As for these projects, we can start with Kangxi's secret visits and the Demigods and Semi-Devils this year, and Kangxi dynasty will be done after the Ming and Qing palaces are completed, as I just said. As he continued to flip through the pages. Although he had seen some other projects, none of them had the same influence as the three Kangxi's secret visits. It was not until the bottom of the stack of project introductions was almost reached that he saw another one, the Mansion Gate. Seeing Simon's attention, Chen Qing took the initiative to explain. This was introduced by Zhang Bangmang. It tells the story of the rise and fall of a Chinese medical family over a century. Boss, if you are interested, I have a detailed script document in my computer. Simon just read the few thin pages of project introduction in his hand, and said, except for this one, I won't read the script. He continued to flip through the pages, but he was not very impressed by the last few projects. Simon skipped them and turned to the film project information below, saying, I haven't thought about making money in the media in China. However, this does not mean that the Jinshu team can do whatever they want. The shortcoming over there happens to be commercial operations. China has no shortage of film and television talents who can make good works, but often cannot fully tap the commercial potential of a project. This is what the Jinshu team needs to pursue in the years to come. In short, if one day I find that I am not doing well, I will cut off all support. Remember to tell them these words. Chen Qing nodded to indicate that she would remember. Simon flipped through the film project information in his hand, and thought of something, and said, didn't you say Hong Kong and Taiwan? Why haven't you seen any cooperation projects with Taiwan? I haven't found a suitable one yet. Simon thought for a while and said casually, Kai Ongyao, it's definitely right to find her. My Fair Princess is such a phenomenal TV series, it's a waste not to miss it. As for the various bad things that happened later, maybe I can still enjoy the gossip for decades. Chen Qing was surprised again. Boss, you even know Kai Ongyao. Well, anyway, it's definitely right to find her. Then I'll let Jinshu contact her as soon as possible. As he said this, Simon quickly saw a film project in his memory, The Devils Are Coming. Chen Qing said, this is the latest creation of the screenwriter of If You Are the One. I think it is unlikely to be released in China, but it should be able to win awards overseas and will definitely make money. Simon quickly read it and shook his head directly. I remember telling you that Jinshu should try to only make entertainment movies in China, especially those that may cause controversy, and don't touch any of them. In fact, there is another reason. Actors are fine, but if it's a director, Simon will never work with Lao Jiang, that money-burning scumbag, even if it's let the bullets fly. Chen Qing readily agreed, then I'll let Wu reject it. Lin Su got up and left to prepare dinner. Simon held Chen Qing and read the film project materials in his hand. Unlike the TV projects with many treasures, except for another Party A and Party B recommended by Feng Quzi, who was preparing Love Call Transfer and was personally recruited by Simon to Jinshu, there was no other script that Simon was interested in. In the end, only Party A and Party B was decided. In addition to If You Are the One and Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, which have entered the later stage, there are Love Call Transfer and Hero Next, plus Party A and Party B, which is enough for Jinshu Media to be busy for 2 years. After reading the materials in his hand, Simon discussed the development plan of Jinshu in the next few years with Chen Qing until Lin Su came to call people for dinner. After spending one night with Lin Su and her 2 daughters on Friday, and visiting several other pregnant women over the weekend, Simon finally set off on Sunday afternoon and returned to Los Angeles. Chapter 1085 Strong Film List. I call Cameron at least once a day now. The post-production of Titanic can be basically completed by the end of May. Simon, the media is constantly reporting negative news about this film. I think the longer it is delayed, the worse it will be for us. It is best to release it on time during the summer season. Forget about the summer season. The time is too tight. If something unexpected happens again, many plans will be disrupted. In addition, tell Jim to stay in Australia and don't come back until Titanic is finished. Malibu, Deaneries Studios. It was Wednesday, January 8, 1997. Starting from Christmas a few days ago, Amy Pascal, who was due to give birth, began her maternity leave for a month under Simon's insistence. In business management, it is always said that if you want to know whether a company is developing healthily, you just need to see whether the company can still operate normally after the head has left for a period of time. Simon also wanted to see. However, as the chairman, since he has returned to Los Angeles, Simon can't intervene in many professional and tedious financial, personnel, and legal affairs. As the core content area of Deaneries Entertainment, at least in the general direction, he can still take on the responsibility. The meeting in progress is to discuss the production and publicity arrangements of a series of key projects in 1997 with the heads of the three labels and several other executives, mainly the schedule. As the three labels begin to go hand in hand, many times, if Simon or Amy does not make the final decision personally, the competition for schedules and even the various disputes arising from it will be inevitable. Once such disputes are too intense and form internal friction, it is likely to hurt the film business. Simon just talked to Tom Pollock, president of Deaneries Pictures, about Titanic, which was finally successfully completed before Christmas last year. News about the serious loss of control of the Titanic project began to circulate frequently in the second half of last year, which finally let everyone see that Simon Westeros also had a time to stumble. For this film, Tom Pollock, president of Deaneries Pictures, went to Australia to follow up for more than a month, and finally finished filming before the end of 1996. Now the release date is a problem again. As Pollock said, if you want to break the rumors from the outside world, it is safest to release it in the summer of this year according to the original plan. But let's not talk about whether Cameron can complete the post-production on time. Even if it is completed, the time is too tight and it is hard to guarantee that there will be no other changes. It is safer to put it at the end of the year. In the meeting room, everyone heard Simon's last words and finally felt that someone was still a little angry about it. He said that he would not let a guy come back from Australia. Perhaps the subtext is that once this project fails completely at the box office, he will never think of returning to Hollywood again. Deaneries Entertainment now definitely has the strength to ban a director. As for their own boss, people who often come into contact with him can't help but sigh that this young tycoon's calm and easygoing manner seems to have never been young and frivolous. It is easy to get close to him. However, if you stand a little further away, you will immediately have another feeling. Ruthless. Seeing Simon made the decision, Tom Pollock had to say, at the end of the year, the Thanksgiving schedule for A Bug's Life and Contact, which is produced by MGM, has already been confirmed, so Titanic can only be released during the Christmas schedule. However, The Flash 2 is released during Christmas. The box office of the first Flash was average, but after the cross-preheating of Wonder Woman 2, the box office of The Flash may go up another level. If we want to be safe, Simon, maybe we should swap the schedules of Contact and Titanic. Just as Tom Pollock finished speaking, Mark Belford, Vice President of Global Operations at Deaneries Entertainment, reminded him, "Tom, if nothing unexpected happens, Disney will most likely put Terminator 3 in the Thanksgiving schedule to avoid The Flash 2. There may also be Sony's investment in Paul Verhoeven's Starship Troopers, which is said to cost $100 million. It is still unwise to squeeze Titanic into the Thanksgiving schedule." Tom Pollock retorted, "Paul Verhoeven's Starship Troopers is not as good as it used to be. It's not as good as it seems. I have read the script of River Troopers. It is a mediocre script and is unlikely to be a hit. Titanic is moved to the Thanksgiving period. The subject matter does not conflict with A Bug's Life. The remaining Terminator 3 will never be higher in size than The Flash 2. I also think that Titanic should be put in the Christmas period," said Danny Morris, president of New World Pictures. In addition to A Bug's Life and Contact, Don't forget that there is also The Wedding Singer by Adam Sandler on my side. We can't squeeze it in. Ella Deutschman, president of Highgate Pictures, also expressed his opinion. Why not move The Flash 2 to the Thanksgiving period like Wonder Woman 2? We should be able to make Warner compromise. We can't do that, said Nancy Brill, who was originally watching, and immediately objected. A Bug's Life must be ensured to run through both periods. This project is the most important movie in our year-end period. Ella Deutschman reacted after hearing this and knew that he had spoken out of turn. Pixar's 3D animated films involve far more than just the box office itself, but also the sales of peripheral products at the billion-dollar level, and even the entire Deaneries Entertainment's large business in home entertainment, theme parks, game development, etc. Even if Titanic is a complete failure, the release date of the animated film A Bug's Life must be guaranteed. Thinking of this, Ella Deutschman felt more and more that the ending of a super blockbuster that was expected to burn $200 million would probably be similar to Waterworld or Cutthroat Island in the past 2 years. Simon, who was sitting in the first seat, listened to everyone's discussion, lowered his head to study the 1997 box office weekly ranking list in front of him, and interrupted everyone's dispute after a while, saying, "Don't argue, Titanic will be released in the Christmas season, and the release date of The Flash 2 is the most golden December 19th. This has been confirmed. We will advance it a week and put it on December 12th. Everyone looked at each other again, and then looked at their boss. Tom Pollock hesitated for a moment, but still said, "Simon, I think it might be better to postpone it for a week. To release The Flash 2 a week in advance is almost like lying down and letting The Flash 2 crush it, just like the movies that happened a week before Wonder Woman 2 in the Thanksgiving season. If the word of mouth does not meet expectations, Titanic may be completely out of business in a week. In comparison, if it is postponed for a week, the momentum of The Flash 2 will slow down a bit, and Titanic may still have room to survive." Simon felt the gazes of the crowd, and probably understood their thoughts, which was not surprising. If you just want Titanic to survive, it is a good choice to avoid Christmas when The Flash 2 is in and catch up with the end of the year on New Year's Day. However, in this case, it will directly enter the unpopular period after New Year's Day. Once Titanic regains its former popularity, its rebound momentum will definitely not be as good as the popular period, and the total domestic box office will drop by a level. Besides, if The Flash 2 is released a week in advance, and if it can withstand the pressure of this super blockbuster and create a miracle, and there is room for the popular schedule at the end of the year, Titanic will be able to create the box office miracle it once did. In the final analysis, the executives present were considering how to make the performance of Titanic not too bad, and Simon was looking forward to this film creating another box office miracle. In fact, if nothing else is considered, putting Titanic on Thanksgiving is the best choice. Once the big ship explodes, it will continuously crush the two popular schedules, and it is not impossible for the local box office to directly break $700 million. However, if this is done, other movies will have no way to survive. After all, it is because the plate is so big, and one thing will rise while the other will fall. After weighing the pros and cons, December 12th is undoubtedly the most suitable schedule. In addition to Simon's confidence in Titanic, there is also the fact that The Flash 2 will not be as terrible as everyone imagines. Because according to the original agreement, Warner completely retained the copyright of the two superheroes and did not allow Deaneries Entertainment to participate in the investment. The condition was that the three giants and the big crossover movies could use the images of Cyborg and Flash at will, and Cyborg and Flash could only fight alone unless Deaneries Entertainment agreed. After all, the popularity of fighting alone could not be like the crossover of the three heroes like Wonder Woman 2. After reviewing it again, Simon made the final decision. It's settled. Titanic will be released on December 12th. Next, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Ella, your plan is to participate in the Cannes Film Festival. Cancel this item. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon should not be positioned as an art film. Participating in Cannes, whether it can win an award or not, will not be good for the release of this film. However, this film can premiere in Cannes. In addition, the release date will be postponed a little bit. The box office momentum of various blockbusters is still in mid-July, so it will be released in late July. Ella Deutschman thought about it for a while, but did not object. He just said, "Simon, let's give this year's Oscar to The English Patient. We can always compete for it next year, right?" Simon paused. He couldn't say in advance that Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon and Titanic were the focus of this year's awards. For executives who don't have the foresight advantage of Simon, these two films, from the perspective of sales, are considered successful if they don't fail completely. How can they think of Oscars? After thinking for a moment, Simon said, "You were following up on several projects we invested in Europe last year, including the British film The Naked Six, and two Italian films, Tornatore's The Legend of 1900 and Roberto Benigni's Life is Beautiful. They should all have the potential to be award-winning films." Ella Deutschman nodded and shook his head, "But they are not mainstream, and the box office volume will not be too high. Boss, I want to make Shakespeare in Love. This project has been suppressed for 2 years. It will start now, just in time for the end of the year. Not to mention The Legend of 1900 and Life is Beautiful. The Naked Six once cost only £2 million, and the global box office exceeded $250 million US. Isn't this volume high? However, you can't be a charlatan." Simon could only hold back and turn his thoughts to Shakespeare in Love, the Oscar-winning best film that was once full of controversy in history. Shakespeare in Love is a well-known script that has been circulating in Hollywood for a long time. The idea of the story was born in the late 1980s. In the past, Julia Roberts, who is the most popular actress in Hollywood in the 1990s, personally worked for this project. Due to various reasons, it was not filmed in the end. After 10 years of twists and turns, it was finally produced by Miramax. Then it was a great success. The quality of this movie is of course very good, but it was a bit ugly to beat the more outstanding Saving Private Ryan, The Thin Red Line, Life is Beautiful and other films to top the Oscars in 1998, and it also gave birth to the most water actress in Hollywood. Deaneries Entertainment won this script a few years ago, and Simon had been suppressing it and waiting for the right time. At this time, seeing Ella Deutschman looking at him expectantly, Simon was also a little helpless. Since The Room with a View that started that year, Ella Deutschman has always had a special liking for films with classical literary themes, and Shakespeare in Love naturally became his favorite. Facing the expectations of this executive, Simon couldn't say, "Ella, let's wait a little longer, otherwise this movie will become cannon fodder after it is made." He still couldn't be a charlatan. After a little hesitation, Simon finally nodded, "Okay, by the way, have you considered the male and female protagonists? Whatever. Just think of this movie as a last life that ruined his reputation, and this time he will pay it back." Seeing the boss nod, Ella Deutschman was very happy. "I want to invite Daniel Day-Lewis for the male lead and Julia Roberts for the female lead. Julia just participated in Bridget Jones's Diary last year and received accent training. She can get started directly. She also likes this script very much." Daniel Day-Lewis was once the first male lead candidate for Shakespeare in Love, but because of schedule reasons, he was not invited several times. As for Julia Roberts, Simon was not very satisfied. The actress really lacked a kind of British classical beauty. Thinking of this, Simon said, "Daniel is fine, as long as you can hire him. As for the leading actress, let Kate try first." Kate Beckinsale has performed well in recent movies and was nominated for a Golden Globe Award for Best Supporting Actress for Good Will Hunting. The key is that she is British. Designating the leading actress is a great pleasure for the boss. Who wouldn't be happy? Ella got the promise to start filming, so of course she wouldn't make trouble for herself in this matter, not to mention that her boss didn't mess around. After thinking about it for a while, Kate Beckinsale was indeed more suitable than Julia Roberts. Ella Deutschman couldn't find any reason to refute it and nodded quickly. After this matter was finalized, Nancy Brill, who seemed to be a bit of a gambler, said, "Boss, I want to restart A Nightmare on Elm Street. Shay recently gave a very good plan. Besides, aren't you also promoting the youth film plan? I think we can give it a try." Under Simon's operation, New Line and Miramax, which were supposed to shine in Hollywood in the 1990s, went bankrupt one after another. As the controller of Blockbuster, Nancy Brill once invited the heads of these two companies to try to roughly manage Blockbuster's production department. Simon also acquiesced to this matter, which was considered to lay the foundation for the future streaming media era in advance. Later, the Weinstein brothers were fired by Nancy for misconduct, leaving only Robert Shea, the founder of New Line. Simon has also paid attention to it in recent years. Robert Shea was originally a distributor. Although the performance of the Blockbuster production department he presided over was mediocre, mainly because there were not many resources available, He did a very good job in purchasing films, helping Blockbuster buy a lot of high-quality and low-cost movie copyrights. Hearing Nancy's sudden mention, Simon also realized that Shay might have the intention of making a comeback, and just said, "I didn't see the memo you gave me in advance, Nancy. How much money do you plan to spend, and how do you plan to set the schedule?" $15 million US. Shay hopes to use some CG special effects this time. "In order to save money, we plan to find an independent special effects studio. Boss, if you think the cost is too high, Blockbuster can contribute part of the funds. As for the schedule, if you give the green light, I hope it will be released in mid-September. Forget about sharing the investment. You discuss it with Danny first and submit a memo to me." After saying this, Simon took back the initiative of the topic and said, "Next, regarding overseas, we launched a number of projects in European and Asian countries last year. There will be more in the future. Taking cultural factors into consideration, in the future, some projects will be released in their home countries first, or even only in the local countries, and will no longer be introduced to North America. This requires us to further strengthen our overseas production and distribution network. Mark, you have always been responsible for this matter. I hope you will not let me down next time." Mark Belford nodded confidently, "Of course, boss." Specific to some films this year, Lock, Stock and Two Smoking Barrels and The Naked Six in the UK have a strong localized style. They will be released in the UK first and then introduced to North America depending on the situation. The same is true for the two Italian films. These two films will also be awarded, and you, Mark, need to cooperate with the Gay Omen Films team. In China, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon will be introduced directly, and the others will not be taken care of for the time being. Mark Belford and Ella Deutschman echoed and said that they would take note. After confirming overseas, Simon began to sort out the most important local film list with everyone. This year, the three Deaneries Entertainment labels are expected to release more than 40 films in total. However, not all films are the focus, such as Christopher Nolan's first feature film following Quentin's new work Dangerous Liaisons, and Young Once Upon a Time in China, Iron Monkey, a Hong Kong film that Simon remembered and bought after the success of Black Mask last year, etc., are only secondary. Of course, there is a chance that dark horses will appear in these projects. Perhaps Nolan's following will be a hit. After all, Simon has seen the sample film, which is very Nolan style, and the cost is only $3 million US. If it is properly operated, it is easy to make a fortune, but these projects are not the focus. Specifically, starting from the Valentine's Day schedule on February 14th, the first key project in 1997 is Bridget Jones's Diary, starring Julia Roberts, which Simon bought the copyright last year. Frankly speaking, the former Bridget Jones's Diary still has a global box office of nearly $300 million US, which is a miracle. This time, Simon chose the more likable Julia Roberts. The two male protagonists are still Colin Firth and Hugh Grant, and the creative team behind the scenes remains basically unchanged. At least Simon is confident that he can achieve the previous box office results. The release date is determined to be Valentine's Day, which is also a strategy for the underdog to counterattack. In addition to the overcrowded summer and the end of the year, Valentine's Day is also perfect for Bridget Jones's Diary. Then, the Easter schedule, 4 main hits. Peter Jackson's Ghost, Jet Li's version of Taken, Jim Carrey's The Cable Guy and Natasha Henstridge's Alien 2. Frankly speaking, none of the 4 movies have the potential to break the 100 million yuan in sales in the local market, so this time it can be said to win by quantity. Among them, Alien 2 was released by MGM. As the first film released under the Foreign Cooperation Plan to attract overseas funds, its nature is similar to One Day at a Time and Contact later this year. Then there is the summer season. 5 movies were released one after another: Face Off on May 23rd, Twister on June 6th, American Pie on June 20th, One Day at a Time on July 4th, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon on July 25th. Finally, there are 3 major schedules at the end of the year. The Halloween schedule is the new film The Conjuring 3 in the Conjuring movie universe. Thanksgiving is the main height of A Bug's Life, Contact and The Wedding Singer. A Bug's Life and Contact need no introduction. The Wedding Singer is starred by Adam Sandler, and it is actually Adam Sandler's famous work. In the past, if 1994 was Jim Carrey's glorious year, with A Mask, Dumb and Dumber and Ace Ventura, all of which sold well, 1998 should be considered the year of Adam Sandler's explosion. The Wedding Singer and T-Boy were also all hits. The release date of The Wedding Singer was Valentine's Day in 1998. Although it encountered Titanic, it still earned $80 million at the box office with a cost of $18 million. It can be said that if there was no Titanic, the release date would have been better and it would have been easy to break 100 million. This time, Simon gave such conditions. Another T-Boy was released at the end of the year, with a low cost of $23 million and a domestic box office of $160 million, directly rushing into the 5th place of the annual list. However, although Adam Sandler does not belong to the Bad Boys series, but has some intersections, but like the Bad Boys, this comedy star also lacks overseas box office appeal, which is mainly due to cultural factors. Various comedy plots in the United States are not understood overseas. Unlike Jim Carrey, body language is accessible worldwide. The last one, Christmas Season, Titanic, and Shakespeare in Love, in which Ella Deutschman unknowingly asked to be sacrificed. A careful analysis of the film list shows that the biggest difference in 1997 compared with previous years is the significant reduction in co-production films. In the past 1996, including Wonder Woman 2, which locked the annual championship, as well as Mission Impossible 2, The Mummy, Jumanji and Charlie's Angels, all of them were actually co-production projects. This year, there are only 3 related films, Alien 2, One Day and Contact, among which Alien 2 is just a bonus, and all the others are wholly owned projects of Deaneries Entertainment. In addition, there is a comprehensive layout around the world. In short, global expansion and dominance will be the core development strategy of Deaneries Entertainment for many years to come. Chapter 1086 Los Angeles Confidential. In a rental apartment in the Ocean Park area of Santa Monica, breakfast time for a single mother with 4 children always seems busy and noisy. Melanie Sloan had to go to work soon, so she quickly ate her food and started to clean up the dishes before the children were all done. At the same time, she yelled at the twin brother and sister who were fighting for a copy of The Hollywood Reporter, "Hunter, don't fight with Scarlett. If you tear the newspaper, I will tear your mouth. Oh, look at what you are wearing. Go change your clothes. The school bus will be here soon. Okay, the newspaper is yours, upper-class chick." Hunter Johnson, who was wearing a funny red Christmas-style pajamas, reluctantly let go of the newspaper in his hand, got up and ran to his room to change clothes. Since spending a huge sum of $15,000 on dental surgery, Scarlett Johansson has been nicknamed upper-class chick by her family. After all, ordinary people would not spend so much money on teeth. Scarlett doesn't care about her brother's ridicule, but she likes this name. She earned the money for the dental treatment herself. After glaring at her brother who ran away, the girl could finally read today's Hollywood Reporter in peace. This was the only newspaper the family subscribed to. If one wanted to make a name for themselves in Hollywood, one had to pay attention to Hollywood news. Scarlett just glanced at the front page and exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, that's amazing, Charlie's Angels has surpassed Jumanji." Her sister Vanessa came over immediately after hearing this. "Where is it? Let me see." Scarlett's finger slid across a prominent report on the front page and read, "Charlie's Angels grossed $170 million in 3 weeks, surpassing Jumanji." Well, Jumanji has only grossed $155.99 million in 4 weeks, while Charlie's Angels grossed $170.03 million. Anyway, it's not as good as Wonder Woman 2, said Adrian Johnson, who is 1 year younger than Vanessa and was sitting opposite her. "Wonder Woman must have made $400 million, right?" Scarlett searched for it and shook her head. "Unfortunately, no, it's $398.73 million, which is still more than $1 million short. Actually, I still think Good Will Hunting is the best. It only cost $10 million to produce." This time, Vanessa moved closer to the newspaper in her sister's hand. "It's only an 11% drop, and it's still the best performer. The total box office has reached $77.18 million, and the total box office is expected to be at least $150 million. Other blockbusters can't catch up with such a return rate." Adrian Johnson nodded, "I like Good Will Hunting, too." Scarlett shone, "You like Beckinsale, right? So what? When I become famous one day, maybe I can pursue Kate." The two sisters sneered at the same time. Vanessa said, "Beckinsale can star in 2 blockbuster movies at a time. She must be Simon Westeros's lover, but it's not your turn. Adrian was not convinced. There are so many actresses in Hollywood, how can they all be Simon Westeros's lover? Besides, Kate is only 23 years old. Haven't you heard that Simon Westeros likes older women, like our mother's age? Melanie Sloan happened to return from the kitchen and glared at her son when she heard this. Ed, what nonsense are you talking about? Finish your meal and get ready for school. Mom, why can Vanessa drop out of school, but I have to continue? I also want to drop out and then find a job in a video store like Quentin Tarantino. What do you think? Melanie Sloan was cleaning up the plates and said quickly, at least wait until you are 16, otherwise your dad will go crazy. He's not in Los Angeles. That's why he will be even crazier. He might come with a gun and shoot you to death. The family was arguing, and the sound of a car horn came from outside. Scarlett immediately stood up. Scott is here. As she said that, she rushed to the door and looked downstairs. Sure enough, it was her agent Scott Lambert who had just got out of the car. When he saw Scarlett, he smiled and raised his hand to greet her, then turned to the side stairs to go upstairs. After a brief greeting, Scott Lambert said to Melanie Sloan, today's production meeting is very important, so I came early. Oh, of course, no problem, Scott. Scarlett and Vanessa are in your hands. This is what I should do. The agent said, looking at the sisters, you'd better change into your most beautiful clothes. The agent said, and also gave Scarlett a tacit hidden look. The little girl also understood instantly, and politely asked the agent to wait while running to her room. During this period, the agent gradually brought Vanessa many audition opportunities. In addition, at the suggestion of the agent, Vanessa served as her sister's assistant. After the new year, she chose to drop out of school early. Although the United States has a K-12 compulsory education system, in theory, teenagers must finish high school, otherwise the parents will be held legally responsible, but in fact, as long as they don't take it seriously, no one cares. Just like Quentin, he dropped out of school at the age of 14 and entered the society. Later, he succeeded and was passed down as an inspirational story. It was just after 8 o'clock when the sisters left the rental apartment. Scott Lambert did not drive directly to Malibu Studios, but stopped at a styling house in Santa Monica to let a familiar stylist here carefully dress up the sisters before setting off again. Scarlett became more and more excited about this, and was sure that she would definitely meet Simon Westeros at the production meeting of The Horse Whisperer. The 16-year-old Vanessa was also very happy, because she knew during the chat that this stylist had done styling for Meg Ryan, and it was very good, and the sisters didn't have to pay. Only Mr. Agent was more looking forward to it. After all, the younger sister was too young, but the older sister was already fresh and delicious, not to mention that they were a pair of sisters. Big people always have some curiosity preferences. If the sisters can be favored by Simon Westeros, his painstaking efforts during this period will definitely be rewarded double. Today is Friday, January 10th. The three finally arrived at Deanery's Studios, 5 minutes before 9 a.m., but they were actually half an hour early. But it doesn't matter. For small people like them, the key to getting ahead is to be attentive. This went on until almost 9:30. After strolling around the park for 20 minutes, the three of them, who unfortunately did not meet any opportunities, came to building number 1 in the administrative area, explained the purpose, and were taken to the 3rd floor by the staff. However, the development of the matter was somewhat unexpected. Not only were the agent and Vanessa questioned and recorded, but they could only stay in a lounge. Only Scarlett could attend the production meeting. Even so, the little girl also encountered a security check. This time, even Vanessa reacted. She was both envious and melancholy. She envied her sister for being able to meet Simon Westeros, a man who was simply a godlike existence in Hollywood at this time. She was melancholy because she did not have such an opportunity. After all, the girl was quite confident in her figure and appearance, and at least she would definitely be able to leave her sister far behind. The layout of the office area was very open. Gradually, several other entourages were also arranged to enter this lounge. Scott and Vanessa saw Robert Redford, Sam Neill, Kristen Scott Thomas and other big stars passing through the corridor through the glass wall, and, most importantly, Simon Westeros. Frankly speaking, the young man who had emerged out of nowhere and became more and more dazzling in recent years was definitely the object of admiration of countless girls. In the past, Vanessa didn't feel anything because he was too far away. The girl didn't expect that she would have the opportunity to be less than 10 feet away from Simon Westeros. When she saw the handsome and tall figure passing through the corridor and turning his head to look at her, Vanessa's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. She was a young girl in her prime, and she met a man who was far beyond her expectations in all aspects. It only took a moment for her to fall in love at first sight. So, for the next hour, the girl was a little uneasy and dazed, and her little brain unconsciously applied all the fairy tale templates she had seen since she was a child to herself. Alice. If it would be great. In the past timeline, The Horse Whisperer, adapted from the novel of the same name, was considered the last excellent film in Robert Redford's career that was both critically acclaimed and commercially successful. It cost $60 million and had a global box office of $180 million. After The Horse Whisperer, Robert Redford never had a good movie. Moreover, The Horse Whisperer can be regarded as a tragedy in the history of Oscars. Even if this movie was a little short of the Best Picture, it would definitely have no problem being nominated. Unfortunately, it encountered Shakespeare in Love. The Horse Whisperer was produced by Disney, and Miramax is a wholly owned subsidiary of Disney. The Weinstein brothers were in power at the time. They could even suppress other nominated films that were obviously better than Shakespeare in Love. Naturally, they would not allow another film from the same company to jump out and dilute the votes of Shakespeare in Love. As a result, the well-received The Horse Whisperer was completely ignored in the 1999 awards season. This time, to be honest, Simon dared not guarantee anything. After all, there was Titanic this year. If the big ship achieved glory again, it would have to take the initiative to lower again next year. All Simon could do was to give Redford enough support. The film is expected to start shooting in March. This is the first production meeting after the crew was set up. Simon personally participated in it, mainly for everyone to communicate face-to-face and discuss the script. The quality of The Horse Whisperer in the past is beyond doubt, but it is not perfect. Whether it is the review media or the ordinary audience, they all feel that this film is a bit flat, lacking shock and passion. In fact, it lacks climax. This is not a problem for Simon. Deaneries Entertainment's commercial films are very stable in rhythm. Through advanced preparation and discussion at this meeting, several emotional burst points were quickly determined, such as Tom deliberately blindfolding the little girl Grace without any care and letting her drive, such as the male protagonist's accidental death at the end, etc., which can be filmed more shockingly. There is also the soundtrack, which is actually the key to mobilizing the audience's emotions. Simon invited John Williams, who has won the Oscar for Best Original Score many times. This time, the magnificent Western Prairie and the grand and shocking symphony complement each other. Finally, the length of the film is appropriately compressed. The original version of The Horse Whisperer was 169 minutes long, nearly 3 hours. Even if the film is good, the audience will inevitably feel tired. This time Simon did not require the standard 2 hours, but hoped that Redford would at least do it within 150 minutes. The meeting started at 9:30 in the morning and lasted for an hour. Many issues were not discussed thoroughly. Simon had limited time, so the crew had to discuss slowly. At 10:30, the meeting ended and everyone left the meeting room together. Robert Redford and Simon fell behind side by side, discussing some off-topic topics. This year's Sundance will open on the 16th. Simon, will you go there in person? Of course, the Westeros party will continue. By the way, Bob, are there any good films this year? The several films submitted by Deaneries are great, but, you know, Simon, Sundance mainly supports newcomers and new works, so some of your works can't be shortlisted. Of course, I also hope that Sundance can continue to discover more cutting-edge filmmakers. The two talked, and when others were called to leave, they walked out together. Just after leaving the meeting room, I saw the petite Scarlett Johansson standing in front of a man and a woman, obviously waiting for me. Seeing Scarlett and the others, Robert Redford seemed to suddenly remember something and said to Simon, "That's it, Simon, see you at Sundance." Then he nodded to the little girl and left first. Simon then looked at a little girl. In the meeting just now, the eyes that this little elf cast at him were wonderful. Simon was hit by the clumsy wave several times before he reacted. It was probably some arrangement by his subordinates. The little girl herself didn't know why she knew about this arrangement. Not only did she not resist, but she was obviously looking forward to it. Mr. Westeros, I just want to thank you again. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I've seen your audition tape, it's great. So, Scarlett, This is what you deserve. This is the truth. Even though Simon has always believed that acquired learning is important for acting, he also knows that sometimes, God gives you food, and outsiders can only envy. Scarlett pursed her lips, which became more graceful after her teeth were straightened, and changed the subject deftly. Mr. Westeros, this is my agent, Scott Lambert, and this is my sister Vanessa. She is also, well, she is also an actress. Scott Lambert shook hands with the young man in front of him with a look of honor. Seeing that the other party turned his eyes to the graceful girl beside him with a little surprise, he was not disappointed, but secretly happy. It's done. Simon was really surprised. In fact, he never had much feeling for Scarlett Johansson, but he didn't expect that this girl's sister was quite to his taste. She was obviously of Slavic descent, tall, fair skin, and delicate and exquisite facial features, which was not at all like Scarlett. Vanessa Johnson was somewhat thankful that her sister didn't blurt out that she was her assistant, or Simon Westeros would definitely look down on her. She noticed that the man in front of her was looking at her, and then she suddenly realized it. Her face immediately turned red. She was at a loss for a moment before she remembered to reach out. Hello, Mr. Westeros, my name is Vanessa. Hello. Simon shook hands with the girl in front of him, and suddenly he had some bad taste again. He didn't know what it would be like to make his sister a big star and his sister unknown in this life, so he said, I have another meeting soon. If you are not in a hurry, you can wait a while. I will treat you to lunch at noon. Ah. Vanessa reacted in a moment, her eyes widened. Scarlett felt a little embarrassed when she saw her sister's silly look, so she could only quickly agree, thank you, Mr. Westeros, it's such an honor. Even though Scott Lambert had a million wishes to have lunch with Westeros, he declined very tactfully, and said that he would trouble Simon to take the sisters home after the meal. Simon did not try to persuade them to stay. He asked Girl A to arrange for the Johnson sisters and hurried to another meeting room in the same building. There was also a crew here. To be precise, it had not yet taken shape. For now, only the director, Brian De Palma, had been confirmed. The name of the project was also famous in the 1990s LA. Confidential. Chapter 1087 Casting. Hi, Simon, how are you doing? Busy. Brian, how about you? Just came back from New York. Bob and I went to see the performance at the Metropolitan Opera. It was so beautiful. Martin said he plans to add it to his own works in the future. Speaking of Martin, hasn't he always wanted to shoot Gangs of New York for years? I was just about to talk to him. Oh, that's really good news. Martin has been waiting for more than 10 years. Simon, if you are not kidding, I will call him after this meeting. Of course not. In another meeting room that looked more like a lounge with several groups of sofas and a projector on the wall, Simon exchanged a few words with Brian De Palma, and then briefly greeted Elliot Oichman, president of Highgate Pictures, and Linda Vargas, the casting director who had followed him for many years. Everyone sat down on the sofa together. Straight to the point. The project discussed today is called L.A. Confidential, which is the third of the L.A. Quartet by the famous American crime novelist James Ellroy. The first of the 4 parts is the novel of the same name Black Dahlia, which is adapted from the Black Dahlia murder case in Los Angeles that shocked the United States in 1947. After the first part became famous, Ellroy wrote 3 other novels of the same theme with the same background in the same era. As for the copyright of the L.A. Quartet, the earliest Black Dahlia was bought by Universal that year. After producing an unsuccessful miniseries, it was put on ice. After the MCA merger, it was taken over by Deaneries Entertainment. L.A. Confidential was completed in 1990 and bought by Deaneries Entertainment. Simon was not very interested in the other 2, The Endless and White Jazz, and let other studios snatch them up. Because it was not arranged, L.A. Confidential was put on the agenda until the end of last year. If Simon wanted to play it safe, he could just bring back the original crew, but he didn't do that. Instead, he planned to let Brian De Palma be the director. This is actually a risky decision. Because the 2007 version of the Black Dahlia was directed by Brian De Palma. After its release, it was criticized and the box office was dismal. With an investment of $50 million, the global box office was only close to $50 million. However, Simon has seen the Palma version of the Black Dahlia. Whether from the perspective of a filmmaker or an ordinary audience, this film is definitely not as bad as the outside world criticizes. For example, The scene where the body of the Black Dahlia is found, the camera scheduling is amazing, and the performances of Elizabeth Short played by Maya Kirshner in the film are amazing video records, which makes many film critics think that it has reached the level of Oscar nomination. It can be said that Brian De Palma's directing level is completely fine. What's the problem? The script. This is the most direct reason for the failure of the Black Dahlia. Anyone who has watched L.A. Confidential and then watched The Black Dahlia can feel the ambition of the producers to create the second L.A. Confidential. Whether it is the role matching or the story structure, the traces of imitating L.A. Confidential are too heavy. So it backfired. The audience wanted to see Elizabeth Short in the Black Dahlia murder case, but the Black Dahlia case in the film almost became the background of the story, and the narrative focus was repeatedly placed on the trivialities of the two pairs of male and female protagonists. It would be a miracle if it didn't fail. As for why this situation happened, if you look into it, the director of the Black Dahlia was originally determined to be David Fincher, and the script was already done. As a result, Fincher wanted to make it a 3-hour black and white film. The producers were finished when they heard it, so Fincher withdrew, and it fell into the hands of Palma, who had not been able to get out of the trough for several years because of the box office failure of Mission to Mars in 2000. Palma, who had been idle for several years, wanted to take this job, so he could only follow the producer mind. The result is predictable. Let's talk about L.A. Confidential. The original L.A. Confidential was excellent, of course. It was just a script that perfectly combined the structure of 3 male protagonists, and the Oscar for Best Adapted Screenplay was well deserved. But the film as a whole was a bit mediocre after all. It was like a well-balanced dish. The overall level was not low, but it just lacked something that would make people's eyes shine. Therefore, Simon gave up the original director Curtis Hanson and chose Brian De Palma. In addition to the friendship that De Palma helped him accumulate from the Lola Run era, he also hoped that this film could take it to the next level and add more bright colors of the Palma style on the basis of the original version. Thinking about all this, Simon sat down and took a folder handed over by Girl A who had settled the Johnson sisters and came over soon. While watching the female assistant handing out documents to the other people, he asked Palma, "So, Brian, what do you think of the script of L.A. Confidential?" "It's very exciting. To be honest, Simon, I'm a little worried about whether I can control this project. I roughly counted that there are more than 80 characters with lines in the entire script. In addition, not counting indoors, there are more than 60 outdoor scenes, which is a big challenge for filming and editing. I tried to streamline it, but found that there was no redundant place. Simon, this is definitely not something that a screenwriter named Brian Helgeland can accomplish. I think only you can achieve this level if you write it yourself, right?" Simon smiled and shook his head. "I don't have so much time to complete a script myself now. The main reason is that Elroy's novel is excellent enough. However, I did provide the outline, and I asked Helgeland to rewrite and revise it several times before it reached the current level. I've read the novel," Brian De Palma said, pausing but not continuing. He had already experienced the talent of the young man next to him 10 years ago, so there was no need to sigh too much. He continued to the main topic, "Simon, in my opinion, this script is a wonderful ukiyo-e of Los Angeles in the 1940s and 1950s. Because there are so many scenes and characters, the choice of the protagonist is crucial. If their acting skills, temperament, etc. can't support the story, the final film will be very mediocre. However, if you choose the best actors, Simon, you know, the cost will be very high. Since you agreed to be the director, this is what we are discussing today," Simon said, motioning to Linda Vargas. "I have asked Linda to start preparing some time in advance." Linda Vargas, who had just sat down for a while, saw the boss motioning to her, got up and walked over to turn on the projector, and did not return, but sat next to the operating table where a laptop was placed. A photo soon appeared on the projection screen. Nicole Kidman. In the photo, Nicole is wearing a close-fitting silver silk low-cut dress, a fur waistcoat on her shoulders, golden wavy hair, and flaming red lips. At first glance, she looks like a Hollywood actress in the golden age. Simon saw the people around him looking at the screen and said, "According to my personal understanding, the greed, sin, corruption, and depravity of the City of Angels described in the book, in the final analysis, it's all because of desire. And the desire of men and women is undoubtedly the easiest desire for people to feel. The heroine Lynn Bracken, as a high-end call girl, seems to have few scenes, but she is not only a key to the development of the plot, but also a symbol of the desire of everyone in the City of Angels in this movie. This is also the reason why the alternative for this role is shown first. Therefore, putting aside the setting in the book, I think she should be around 30 years old, with the temperament of a Hollywood actress in the golden age, and can simultaneously arouse a man's desire to conquer and protect. Nicole is the one that satisfies me the most in all aspects. Simon really has no feelings for the original Kim Basinger. Moreover, Kim Basinger won the Oscar for Best Supporting Actress for her role in L.A. Confidential, which was obviously mostly due to public relations. Apart from other things, Julianne Moore's performance in Boogie Nights in the same year was enough to leave Basinger far behind. It's a pity that the producer of Boogie Nights was New Line Cinema, which had basically no public relations ability, and Julianne Moore did not have as strong connections and qualifications as Basinger in Hollywood, so she lost. Linda Vargas kept switching the styling that Nicole had made specially for this movie. Brian De Palma carefully appreciated the taste, and Ella Deutschman whispered to Simon, "Boss, Miss Kidman's salary should be too high." Since she planned to let Highgate Pictures take charge, Ella Deutschman learned in advance that her boss planned to use $30 million to $40 million to complete the movie. This is really tense. First of all, Brian De Palma's director's salary is $5 million. Now, Nicole Kidman is used as the heroine. This actress started from Pulp Fiction and later became the vice heroine in the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles series and reached her peak as Poison Ivy in the Batman series. Now the offer for commercial films also starts at $5 million. Even if it is produced by Highgate Pictures, L.A. Confidential cannot be considered an art film. This is a commercial crime drama. It is impossible to ask actors to take the low salary of art films. Simon heard Deutschman's question and shook his head slightly. Linda has already discussed with Nicole. $3 million, plus an Oscar for supporting actress. Lynn Bracken is definitely the heroine in L.A. Confidential, but because she doesn't have many scenes, it's okay to say that she is a supporting actress. Kim Basinger once won the Oscar for the role of the heroine because she applied for the role of the supporting actress. Otherwise, if she applied for the role of the heroine, she would definitely not be able to play. $3 million is acceptable. However, it was a bit rash to promise someone an Oscar for Best Supporting Actress before the filming even started. What if it couldn't be fulfilled? Ella Deutschman thought so and was more worried about the future. If the casting was the same level as Nicole Kidman, let alone a budget of $30 or $40 million, it might not be possible to finish the film with $50 million US. Such a black crime drama with a long duration and an unpopular theme would cost $50 million US, plus at least $20 million US for publicity and promotion. The global box office would have to reach $150 million to $200 million US to make a profit. Frankly speaking, Ella Deutschman had no confidence at all. Perhaps it would be better to shoot Black Dahlia. After all, the copyright was also in Deanery's hands, and the fame was much higher than L.A. Confidential, which would be easier to succeed. Simon ignored Deutschman's concerns. He knew the budget of L.A. Confidential in his mind, $35 million, which was comparable to the original version. The main reason was that Nicole was actually the biggest star in the movie, and her salary of $3 million was also the highest. After a few discussions, Palma also agreed with Nicole's casting, and Linda turned to the next one. Simon continued to explain in person, Jack Vincennes seems to be a bad policeman on the surface. He is smooth and sophisticated, seeking benefits and avoiding harm, and even uses a playful attitude to mix in the Los Angeles Police Department, but he did not completely abandon his conscience as a policeman. In the end, he took the initiative to help two young people find the truth, and died. This is a very complicated person. I prefer Kevin Spacey to play this role. He had a very wonderful performance in Seven Deadly Sins and won the Oscar for Best Supporting Actor for another movie, The Usual Suspects, last year. Compared with the later Black Dahlia, the most successful part of L.A. Confidential was the selection of roles. Two of the three male protagonists were Oscar winners, which successfully supported the movie. For the original Kevin Spacey's role, Simon still did it this time. As for the bad things about Spacey and his memory, Simon couldn't care so much. If he cared about these, there were really not many people who could be used in Hollywood. Kevin Spacey was just exposed. Simon sometimes even thought about bringing back the Weinstein brothers, who are now nowhere to be found. After all, they were also a pair of talents. However, Thinking that the two brothers were too difficult to suppress, he gave up. In addition to Nicole, who was just directly confirmed by Simon, Simon did not make a final decision on Kevin Spacey. Instead, he asked Palmer and Deutschman to contact Spacey in person. If they were not satisfied and really wanted to change, and could come up with an actor that Simon was more satisfied with, that would be fine. Next, Ed Exley, who was once starred by Guy Pearce, and Russell Crowe, who was actually the first male lead, starred in Bud White. Simon did not force it. On the basis of the original two actors, he also recommended several other candidates. The standard was that the salary was cheap and the acting skills were good enough. Among them, Bud, who was struggling internally and had a bad temper but also had a cold side, Simon focused on recommending Hugh Jackman this time. Contact, which will start filming next week, struggled for a long time last year over one of the priest roles originally played by Matthew McConaughey. Simon didn't think Matthew McConaughey looked like a priest at all. Finally, he found a candidate that satisfied Simon in Australia, Hugh Jackman. When Wolverine becomes a gentleman, he is more than enough to play a handsome and elegant priest. However, when Wolverine becomes violent, with a 1.9-meter tall body and full of muscles, he is also more than enough to play Bud, who happened to be such an image in the original book. Of course, there is no sign of Wolverine now. Linda showed the posters and shots of a TV series Prisoner starring Hugh Jackman in Australia 2 years ago. Hugh Jackman, who played a prisoner in this series, had short hair, stubble, tattoos, and a gloomy and cold look. His appearance can almost be used as Bud White. Compared with Russell Crowe, the temperament of being young and irritable with childhood trauma is more prominent. In addition, Matthew McConaughey has been included in the shortlist for Ed Exley this time. Ella Deutschman initially thought that Nicole Kidman was too expensive, but later on, she felt that the status of the other candidates was too low. After Linda finished introducing them, she said again, "Simon, I think we can let Pitt try for the role of Bud. After all, he is the first male lead." Seeing Palmer looking over, Deutschman added, "It's Brad Pitt." Simon immediately shook his head. "Actually, I have considered it. Pitt's image of Superman is too profound. If we want to change the audience's potential impression, we must form a certain contrast. That's why I let him star in Face Off. If it is this movie, he is not suitable for the ultimately positive Bud, but he can try the role of Ed. The problem is that Ed is actually the third male lead, and he is not as important as Lynn. In this case, Pitt's status and salary are too high." Deutschman said, "Pitt has contacted me several times on his own initiative. He has always hoped to develop his own acting path besides Superman. Salary is not a problem. Simon, why not let him try, but in Ed, and see the effect?" Simon thought for a moment and said, "Spacey's salary is $1.5 million. If Pitt wants to act, whether it's Bud or Ed, the salary cannot exceed this number, otherwise there's no need to talk." Deutschman thought about it for a while and nodded, "It should be fine." Simon smiled and said, "Then you'd better sign the contract before Face Off is released. I'm very optimistic about Face Off. If the new version of Face Off starring Brad Pitt in this summer is successful, the actor will have broken through the shackles of Superman to a certain extent, and it will be difficult to talk about the project again." Deutschman said he understood. Then the few people discussed the details of the script and the preparatory work. Time seemed to be insufficient again. It was already noon in a blink of an eye. The key points that should be said have been mentioned. The rest are left to Deutschman and Palmer. Simon only needs to make some final decisions. Because they were too involved in the discussion, it was already past 12 o'clock when they left the meeting room. Simon casually invited Deutschman and Palmer to have lunch together, but after leaving the house, he realized that he had almost forgotten about a pair of little sisters, so he had to invite them together. However, when entering the executive restaurant of the studio, in order to avoid some topics being heard by the two girls, Simon still sent Girl A to accompany them to another table, and sat with Palma and the others. This continued until after lunch. While continuing his afternoon work, Simon asked Linda Vargas to arrange a small audition for Scarlett's sister Vanessa. The result was terrible. Compared with his sister, Vanessa only has better appearance conditions. In terms of acting, according to Linda's original words, she is almost like a piece of wood. However, this is not a problem for Simon. Acting skills are something that most people learn after birth. There are very few Hollywood stars who dare to say that they have never attended acting classes. He asked Linda to arrange an acting class for Vanessa. Simon also gave her a small incentive. If her acting skills were up to standard, she could get the role of a high school girl in the big movie Deep Impact that Daenerys was preparing about a comet hitting the Earth. This was the role played by the original Lily Sobieski. Speaking of which, Lily Sobieski was more in line with Simon's aesthetic than Vanessa. It was not difficult to guess from the name. He simply asked his casting director to look for her. The little girl was 14 years old this year and was also a child star. It was easy to find her. So he arranged it and put it in the bowl in advance to avoid being taken away by others. Chapter 1088, Clear Class Division. New York, Metropolitan Opera House. This was the last show of the Gulfang Art Troupe's Book of Songs themed song and dance performance on Saturday, January 11th. Simon came to the West Coast to visit pregnant women as usual on the weekend, and tonight he accompanied Grace to watch this performance live for the first time. After the performance, Simon had no intention of meeting the art troupe, and quietly left with Grace and Bryce Levison, who came with him. They went to a nearby restaurant that they had booked temporarily for a midnight snack. After ordering and handing the menu back to the waiter, Bryce Levison glanced at the man and woman sitting opposite each other, and said subconsciously in a sour tone, "I think the performance just now was very ordinary. It was just a group of little goblins raised by someone. I really don't understand why so many people are chasing after it recently." Simon ignored it directly. Grace smiled and looked at Simon and whispered, "I saw an article in the New York Times that said that scalpers made more than $1 million just by reselling tickets for the Chinese classical dance performances at the Metropolitan Opera in the past 2 months." Simon nodded. "I heard about that, too." The National Style Art Troupe started its premiere on December 7th last year, with one show each Wednesday and Saturday, and until today, there have been a total of 9 shows. Due to the quality of the performances themselves and the news hype surrounding this event, the popularity has been increasing, resulting in tickets for each performance being hard to come by, which has resulted in a bargain for scalpers. According to preliminary statistics, the total ticket revenue for the 9 performances at the Metropolitan Opera was only $5.3 million, but the scalpers outside the venue made more than $1 million by selling tickets at a premium, which is also a recent news hotspot, and in turn has made the performances of the National Style Art Troupe more popular. In fact, scalpers are very common on Broadway. The National Style Art Troupe's performance was only a small event. Simon remembered that Hamilton, a phenomenal musical that premiered in 2015, was at its peak. Scalpers who profited by reselling tickets made $60 million from the show in 1 year. Bryce usually only flipped through fashion magazines and didn't care what the newspapers said. Hearing this, she changed her attitude without any stance. "If that's the case, why don't you raise the price?" Simon took a sip of his coffee. Grace helped to explain, "Once the ticket price of a Broadway play is determined, it cannot be changed at will. After all, a play cannot be popular for a long time. Once the price increases, it affects the attendance rate and may trigger a chain reaction. In addition, scalpers raising the ticket price can also play a publicity role to a certain extent, giving people the impression that the play is very popular." Bryce felt that she had learned something new, and then she glared at a guy who had ignored her twice in a row. "Grace is more than 3 months old. What do you plan to do in the future?" Simon finally replied this time, "Give birth to her, raise her, and inherit the family business." Bryce widened her eyes slightly. "That's it. What parents are not like this?" "I mean," Bryce thought for a while, and said, "you have to be responsible for Gray too." "Of course, except for marriage, which I can't give her. Everything else is fine." "Then will you publicly acknowledge the child?" Simon said, "If Gray wants to make it public, then make it public." Bryce was immediately dissatisfied. "You are just shirking responsibility. Gray loves you so much that she will definitely not make it public for your sake." "Okay, when the child is born, I will put a front-page article in the New York Times. I'll remember that. Don't try to cheat when the time comes." Grace finally interrupted, "Stop it, Bryce. I don't want my child to be watched by the media all day in the future." Bryce looked at Grace with a look of disappointment. "You are just helping him to shirk responsibility. There is no hope." After having supper, it was almost 10 o'clock. Simon wanted to take the 2 women back to the apartment on 5th Avenue, but Grace insisted on going home. After the woman became pregnant, she changed her residence again. The location was near Park Avenue on 66th Street, a large flat on the 11th floor of a 15-story apartment building, mainly for privacy considerations. They said goodbye to each other in the underground parking lot of the building. After watching the two women enter the elevator with a pair of female guards, Simon told the driver to leave. In the elevator, although there were two people standing next to her, Bryce couldn't help but ask, "Why don't you stay overnight at his place?" Grace stroked her belly, which was already showing through her windbreaker, and said, "You've been pregnant before, so you must know that women don't look good when they're pregnant. I don't want him to see it." Bryce rolled her eyes immediately, and then said, "I looked good when I was pregnant, too." Grace just smiled and said, "I just asked you to leave with him, why didn't you go?" Bryce glanced at the two female guards behind her. She couldn't say that she couldn't stand a guy's torment alone. After a pause, she said casually, "I decided to break up with him. I don't want to get pregnant suddenly." Grace didn't answer this time. However, she was sure in her heart that unless there was an accident, her little man would never let his girlfriend get pregnant. It wasn't because of morality, but because he actually cared a lot about his offspring, and Bryce was definitely not a very good mother. If she hadn't raised her two children, Rita and Leigh, well, there probably wouldn't be a little guy in her belly at this time. On the other side, after saying goodbye to Grace and the others, Simon told the driver to rush to a block where Madison Avenue and 53rd Street intersect in Midtown. There is a 36-story high-end apartment building that was just completed last year. The girls of the National Style Art Troupe need a place to stay when they come to Manhattan for performances. In addition to the surrounding service team, there are so many people that Simon directly bought out this building that has not yet been opened for sale as a dormitory apartment. The 36-story building has a total of 150 properties depending on the apartment type. It is more than enough for the National Style Art Troupe, which has a total of more than 200 people, including the female servants and guards. In fact, this means that this building is now a country of women. When Simon arrived, the male bodyguards around him stayed outside the door. The security work was quietly taken over by a pair of female guards directly under the Wei family. He took the elevator to the 32nd floor of the building and rang the doorbell to enter an apartment. Ms. Liu and the little girl who was renamed Miu Miu by Simon lived here together. I didn't expect Simon to come. A waitress who opened the door was quite surprised, and then a group of women who were chatting in the living room stood up one after another. Simon looked over and saw that apart from the mother and daughter, the others were probably the choreographers of the National Style Art Troupe. "Dad?" A little girl ran over first, her expression excited, but when she got closer, she was inevitably timid. Simon picked up Miu Miu, walked directly to the sofa and sat down, put the little girl on his lap, looked at the 5 or 6 women around him, and asked with a smile, "It's so late, what are you talking about?" Simon used standard Mandarin, and the others still didn't react to Westeros' sudden entry. Finally, Ms. Liu spoke first. "Simon, this is the last show today. The art troupe's performances have been very successful in the past 2 months. No one can sleep, so come and celebrate together. It's time to celebrate." Simon nodded and glanced at the opened red wine and fruit salad on the coffee table. "It seems that I showed up at the wrong time and disturbed you." Ms. Liu shook her head quickly. "Of course not." Seeing the woman's slightly panicked look, Simon changed his posture while holding the little girl in his arms, and said, "This performance is indeed very successful. You will also return to China to celebrate the New Year soon. So, I will let Chen come up with a reward plan tomorrow, and everyone will get one." The women who still didn't dare to sit down showed joyful expressions. Ms. Liu said, "Simon, then, I thank you on behalf of everyone." "Don't be so polite." Simon smiled, resting his chin on the head of the little girl in his arms, causing the little girl in his arms to struggle and laugh. He looked at the other women and said, "However, this celebration can only end here, or you can take the wine to other apartments to drink." Simon said this, and Ms. Liu's face suddenly turned ruddy. Seeing this, the other women all laughed tactfully. However, they were not so agile. For Ms. Liu and her daughter, it would be a lie if the other women said they were not envious. Not to mention other things, just from the distribution of apartments in this building, the class division in the National Style Art Troupe can be said to be clear. For example, the apartment where the mother and daughter live is a double-story duplex with 6 rooms and 3 living rooms, equipped with a bunch of maids and guards, which is so luxurious that it makes people jealous, while ordinary teachers like them can only live in a 2-bedroom and 1 living room apartment for 2 people, and there are no maids and guards around them, because they are service staff themselves. Therefore, at this moment, If a man says that he wants to stay and continue chatting and drinking a few more drinks, even if there is some hesitation in their hearts, it is basically difficult for them to have the idea of refusing, even if it could go one step further. Unfortunately, the man didn't speak after all. After everyone left, Ms. Liu in anger, who followed in, quickly instructed the waitress to tidy up the living room, and then brought a newly opened bottle of red wine to the man who was chatting with his daughter. Pouring a glass of red wine and handing it to the man, Ms. Liu couldn't help but glance at her daughter who was lying in the man's arms, and asked, "Simon, didn't you say you were going to go on a global tour? Recently, many theaters have sent us invitations." Simon held the goblet and fed the doll-like girl in his arms a sip of red wine, then took a sip himself and said, "You can arrange it yourself. If you want to perform, perform more shows. If you don't want to perform, just take a break. I've heard that the performance seasons in most countries will be suspended for a month in February. So, shall we start in March as well?" "Okay." Simon nodded, and seeing the little girl raised her head again, he handed the red wine over again and smiled. "Children can't drink too much, they will become little drunkards." The girl in his arms deliberately took a big sip when she heard that. After swallowing it, she opened her pair of bright black eyes and said coquettishly, "It was obviously you, Dad, who fed it to me." "Okay, my fault." Simon drank the remaining red wine in one gulp, handed the empty glass to the woman next to him, and asked, "New Year's Day is coming soon in China. When do you plan to go back?" Ms. Liu paused, then said, "Mew Mew and I don't plan to return home this year." Simon was a little confused, then reacted, "Is it the same for others?" Ms. Liu nodded. "Among the girls in the art troupe, there are only more than 30 who want to go back now." Simon shrugged slightly. "Forget it, you can discuss these things with Ang Al Chen." The little girl in his arms said, "Dad, when are you going to China again? I want to go back with you." "Oh, then I'll call you next time." "Really?" "Of course." "Then let's make a pinky promise." Simon looked at the little girl stretching out her little finger and deliberately asked, "What is a pinky promise?" "It's a pinky promise that you can't change for 100 years. "Oh, okay." Ms. Liu looked at the man and her daughter interacting intimately. Her eyes flickered slightly. The smile on her face remained unchanged. After waiting for a moment, she remembered something. "Simon, just now unlike the girls, Donghae and the others basically have families. I mean, they all hope to bring some family members over." "Sure," Simon said, "but they can't get green cards directly this time. I spent a lot of effort to operate your group last year. The others can only apply for ordinary visas first. By the way, if it's a child, Westeros system has a special scholarship fund for the children of its employees." Ms. Liu heard this and said, "That's great. Donghae and the others must be very happy to hear this news." Simon poured cold water on her. "The scholarship fund only supports the children of employees who are good enough, the very outstanding ones. The average ones should not bother themselves. However, as long as they can pass the review, the foundation can continue to support them to finish college, including providing enough help during the process of high school to college." Ms. Liu understood. There is no such thing as a free lunch in the world. This so-called scholarship fund is obviously the man in front of him cultivating direct talents for his wealth empire. Simon looked at the woman's surprised expression and said, "On your side, if other relatives' children are outstanding enough, you can also recommend them here. The standard is probably that they are smart and hard-working enough to have the potential to be admitted to the Ivy League. It's the same for them just now. As long as there are good seedlings, I will not limit the number." Ms. Liu nodded. The little girl in his arms raised her face again. "Dad, can I go to an Ivy League school in the future?" "Of course, my little Mew Mew can go to any school she wants. But, I heard that those schools are difficult to get into." "Dad, I'm stupid." Simon pinched the girl's pretty face. "Mew Mew is of course different from others. Even if she gets 0 points, she can go to any school she wants." "Then let's make a pinky promise." Let's not do that." The little girl immediately pouted. "Dad is lying." "Dad is not lying, I'm mainly afraid that you will be embarrassed if you go in. Let me tell you, Mew Mew, stupid kids must not get together with smart kids, you will doubt your life." "Actually, I'm not that stupid." "Well, of course," Simon said, and picked up the little girl with a little force and put her aside, and called angry over, "It's late, you take Mew Mew to rest." The little girl leaned reluctantly on Simon's knees. "But, Dad, I'm not sleepy." Simon lied to the child. Be good, your mother and I have something important to talk about, and children can't listen. The girl blinked and turned her head. Seeing her mother's blushing face and evasive eyes, she immediately showed an understanding expression, stuck out her tongue at Simon, and obediently let the housekeeper pull her little hand and leave the living room. Chapter 1089, Creating a Possibility. Jenny asked Julia and I to jointly manage the fund, which is about nanomaterials and quantum computing projects. I don't understand any of this. And the matter of setting up Solve Academy in Boston, I have read the materials. It is a very special school for gifted children. I am not sure if I can do it well. It doesn't matter if you can't do it well. Huh? All these projects you are responsible for are for the little ones in your belly. If they can't get anything in the future, they can only blame their mothers. Boston the next morning. In the Manor Mansion in the West District in the western suburbs of the city, Simon took a helicopter to visit Maria and her 2 daughters after breakfast. Today is Sunday, January 12th, the coldest time of the year on the East Coast. It snowed a few days ago, and the manor was covered with snow. Simon did not go out after arriving, but just stayed in a living room of the villa with Maria to chat. However, the 3 boys greeted Simon and took the initiative to find excuses to leave, obviously leaving space for Simon and his mother. The topic was about a fund that Janet had arranged for the 2 women to manage when she came to meet them at the end of last year. It was mainly to use the scientific research resources of several top universities in Boston to study a series of cutting-edge projects. In addition, after the success of the Solve Institute in Malibu, Los Angeles, Simon planned to gradually roll out similar institute projects around the world starting this year. The goal was to select high IQ children and train them to be scientists who could influence the future of mankind, such as Einstein and Marie Curie at the Solve Conference in 1927. The Solve Institute project in Boston was naturally handed over to Maria and Ileana. At this time, looking at the woman curled up on the sofa next to him with an uncertain face, Simon couldn't help but reach out and stroke the woman's smooth face. His fingertips slowly moved to her neck. He stopped moving after the woman panicked and held him down. He said, "As long as you and Ulia work hard, it doesn't matter if you fail. These things can't be successful all at once or in a short time. Even before the end of our short life, if we can complete half of them, it will be worth our life." Maria saw the little man talking and slowly retracted the big hand she had just stretched out. She was inexplicably reluctant and moved her body. She said, "In fact, I can see that these arrangements of yours are very beneficial to the future of our world." Simon shook his head slightly. "I'm not as good as you think." Maria blinked and nodded with a slightly red face. "Of course I know this. Good people won't occupy her like a robber. A blushing woman will always be more attractive, especially a woman with a dignified temperament who seems to be always meticulous suddenly blushes." Simon reached out again, directly embraced the woman, hugged her to his side, and kissed her on the lips. Maria was kissed for a while, and barely escaped, "No, the baby is still young. Don't worry, I know." Simon comforted her, and seeing that the woman's eyes were still a little flustered, he just hugged her gently and took the initiative to return to the previous topic. "In fact, in recent years, more and more people have been asking me, 'Simon, you have so much wealth, the kind that you can never spend, what are you going to do in the future?'" Seeing that Simon didn't continue, Maria was a little relieved and asked, "Have you thought of the answer?" As she spoke, she understood a little. Perhaps, the funds she was responsible for and the projects she funded were the answer. Simon nodded. "From a personal perspective, as a selfish person, if possible, I certainly hope to leave such a huge fortune to my children in the future, so that the Westeros family can be passed down forever. However, this is obviously unlikely. What's more, my ability to control these riches now does not mean that the little ones will have this ability in the future. Once they are unable to control it and inherit too much wealth, it will only bring disaster." Maria nodded in agreement. "Then what?" "Then, why not create a possibility?" Maria began to wonder again. "Huh?" Simon said, "It is unlikely to pass it completely to the children. Donating it to set up various foundations is probably the best destination. However, I don't intend to let these foundations do the usual things in the past, such as empty education, medical care, environmental protection, or even interfering in politics to promote peace. In my opinion, these will only bring stagnation and reincarnation." Maria obviously still didn't understand. Simon patiently explained, "In my opinion, Human civilization can be divided into 3 stages: prehistoric age, agricultural age, and industrial age. The prehistoric age is too long, so I won't talk about it. The most typical agricultural age lasted for thousands of years. Whether in Asia, Europe or America, it was basically accompanied by the change of dynasties with intensive wars, and civilization stagnated and continued to reincarnate. Until the industrial age, that is, now, whether it is the subdivided steam age, electrical age or the information age that has now begun, in my opinion, it is still just a different stage of the industrial age. If no one changes, the result is likely to be like the agricultural age that lasted for thousands of years in the past, stagnating and reincarnating. What I want is a fundamental change to push mankind into the next civilization era and create a new possibility for the lucky races in this universe. I can only say it is a possibility because I can't judge whether this era will be good or bad in the future. The little man explained this, and Maria, who was originally the top intellectual in this society even though she focused on language subjects, completely understood it. A sense of admiration inexplicably arose in her heart. Compared with those politicians and rich people who always said that they wanted to make the world a better place, her little man was the one who was truly considering the future of mankind. Simon keenly noticed the change in the woman's expression and asked with a smile, "Are you suddenly in love with me?" Maria dodged her eyes, then mustered up the courage to look over and said, "I'm just sure that the little guy in my belly has a very good father." Simon touched the slightly bulging belly under the woman's shirt. This time Maria didn't dodge. She felt it for a moment, and of course she didn't react now. She just said, "The little guy may not think so in the future, and many of the things I plan to do may cause strong controversy." Maria gently pressed Simon's big hand and said, "Great people will always be questioned and slandered in the process of moving forward, but history will give a fair evaluation. Oh, it's not as noble as you think. I just happen to be in this position and have enough resources." Maria shook her head. "Many people who can use more abundant resources than you have never thought of doing this." As she said this, Maria's mind emerged with the empire that collapsed a few years ago. Those who once stood at the pinnacle of power ultimately left behind only countless ambitions that dissipated in the long river of history. Simon felt the woman's sudden melancholy and probably guessed what she was thinking, but he didn't say much. Maria didn't indulge in it for too long. She came back to her senses and chatted with Simon for a few more words. After a little hesitation, she said, "You should go see Ulia more often. I can see that her pregnancy was really just an accident. She didn't mean to rely on you. I'll go there after lunch. Then, will you stay tonight?" Simon's eyes swept over the woman's warm body and nodded, "Okay." Maria shook her head. "I mean, you stay with Ulia." Simon teased, "Are women nowadays so generous, pushing their men to other women? I'm yours, woman, but you are not my man." "Oh." Simon looked around. "Do you have other men? Remind me, don't let me find out, it will cost lives." Maria rolled her eyes at him without any killing power. "I mean, I was just robbed by you. It sounds like I'm a robber." Maria made a eager look, paused, and said, "Or, I'll call Ulia to come over and have lunch together. You don't mind?" "Of course I have no problem," Simon said, seeing Maria take out her mobile phone, smiled and stopped her, called the housekeeper, and directly ordered her to send a driver to pick up people. Maria saw that the man made a direct decision, and for a moment she thought she still had to call Uliana to explain. However, thinking about it again, she understood that the man did this just because he didn't want any misunderstanding between her and Uliana. After all, she was well-intentioned, and Uliana might not think so. If she thought she was demonstrating, it would be a good deed. If it was a little man like a robber who made a casual decision, it would have nothing to do with her, and perhaps it would make the two of them closer. We are all in the same boat. However, in order to avoid embarrassing Uliana, Maria still called her eldest son Victor and asked them to have lunch outside and come back in the evening. Simon stayed in Boston for a day and set off for the West Coast early the next morning, with San Francisco as his destination. He mainly discussed with Egret's senior management the Egret's 1996 annual financial report to be released at the end of the month. The article that the Victor intelligence team obtained from Richard Melanskave a year ago accused the internet industry of being a Ponzi scheme, and the target of the attack was Egret. Therefore, this financial report will be related to the crucial long-short game in the technology stock market. Egret will hold a special press conference for the full-year financial report, scheduled to be released on January 22. The eye-catching revenue and profit data are secondary. The focus is on promoting Ygritte's changes to public life, its help to local employment, and its promotion of social efficiency. In short, it is to weaken the impact that a certain article and related public opinion operations may have on the new technology industry in advance. When Simon returned from San Francisco, another box office week in January 1997 came to an end. In the week from January 10th to January 16th, the first thing that attracted attention was that Wonder Woman 2 officially broke the $400 million mark in domestic box office, becoming the only super blockbuster in 1996 to break the $400 million mark in domestic box office. Specific aspects. Last year's Christmas season Charlie's Angels, after overtaking Jumanji last week, was released for the fourth week and still sat firmly on the throne of the single-week box office with a good single-week decline of 29%, earning another $27.16 million, and the cumulative box office in 4 weeks was $197.19 million, breaking the $200 million mark. From the strong opening of more than $70 million in the first week on December 20th last year, to the 3-week domestic box office overtaking Jumanji last week, a series of data of Charlie's Angels exceeded the expectations of the two major producers Daenerys and MGM. At present, the blockbuster here is only the domestic box office, which is expected to exceed $250 million, enough to recover the total investment of $105 million in production and publicity and achieve profitability. Not only that, but most importantly, the success of Spectre and Charlie's Angels over the past year has made a stunning start for the planned spy movie universe. After Charlie's Angels, Jumanji barely managed to hold the second place on the list. However, compared with Charlie's Angels' $27.16 million, Jumanji's single-week box office has slipped to $13.72 million, and this is because the decline this week has narrowed again compared to last week's big drop. After 5 weeks of release, Jumanji has accumulated a box office of $169.71 million, which is about $30 million away from the $200 million threshold. Although it is not a big problem to collect another $30 million in the future, the domestic box office of the film will probably stop at just over $200 million, and it is highly likely that it will not even exceed $210 million. Fortunately, according to the film's $82 million production and $35 million publicity and promotion, the domestic box office of $200 million, with the film being able to obtain more than 60% of the share in the theater, is still enough to recover the cost and achieve a small profit. However, compared with a prediction that the industry generally favored a CG blockbuster over the relatively traditional Charlie's Angels before the release, the reversal of reality is really hard to make. Warner, which is responsible for the distribution, too happy. Then came Good Will Hunting, which was almost on par with Jumanji in the third place on the list. Counting from the preview, Good Will Hunting was released for the 6th week, with the largest single-week box office drop of 27% since its opening, and collected another $12.65 million, only a little over $1 million away from the previous Jumanji. Compared with other super blockbusters that succeeded and failed unexpectedly, this dark horse literary drama directed by Gus Van Sant and starring Matt Damon, Robert De Niro, Ben Affleck and Kate Beckinsale, with a production cost of only $10 million, has also successfully exceeded $100 million in the cumulative box office this week, reaching $107.17 billion. This year's Golden Globe Awards will be held on January 19th, the upcoming Sunday. As a hot film in the award season, Good Will Hunting has been stimulated by a series of awards and even the Oscars. The box office curve is definitely very good. It is conservatively estimated that the domestic box office can reach more than $150 million. The fourth place is Evita, starring Madonna. This biographical film, which started previews on December 20th last year, made the producer Paramount regret it so much that they wanted to hit the wall. In order to avoid the competition in the year-end schedule, Paramount arranged 2 weeks of previews for this film starting from December 20th, spanning Christmas and New Year's Day, completely avoiding the fierce competition at the end of the year, and only started a large-scale opening on January 3rd. As a result, the box office trend of the film proved that Paramount's distribution strategy was seriously wrong. Let's start from the beginning. In the first week of previews, relying on only 22 screens, Evita earned a box office of $1.02 million with an average of $46,000 per theater, which is already a very outstanding result. But then, in the second week of the movie, which was the New Year's Day week from December 27th to January 2nd, the same 22 screens, the average theater of the film not only did not decrease, but soared to $77,000, and the weekly revenue reached $1.69 million. What this means is self-evident. Even if the film's reputation in the media is just barely passing, the audiences in New York and Los Angeles who opened the preview obviously liked this movie very much, otherwise there would not be such a high average theater in the second week of the preview. Unfortunately, Paramount didn't even seize the last chance. According to the operation idea of the award-winning film, on January 3rd, Evita still only got 704 screens. In the end, from January 3rd to January 9th, the first week of large-scale opening, the box office revenue of this movie was only $11.3 million, in sharp contrast to the average theater of $16,000. Then in the past week, Paramount finally reacted and quickly increased the scale of screening to 1,319. Unfortunately, the best opportunities were all missed. The reason why the popular schedule is a popular schedule is that enough audiences have the time and motivation to go to the theater to watch movies. The unpopular schedule is just the opposite. This is not only because people start working again after the holidays, but also because people psychologically think that it is no longer a good time to watch movies. In short, without a sufficient audience base, it has to compete with other films that are still gaining momentum. After all, Evita, which has only more than 1,300 screens, barely achieved a slight decline in the box office week from January 10th to January 16th, less than 1 percentage point, and earned $11.46 million. In the 4 weeks since the preview, the cumulative box office of Evita finally reached $25.47 million. It can be imagined that if Paramount could be bolder and open the film on a large scale after only 1 week of previews, grabbing a popular New Year's Day week, the box office and trend of Evita would change significantly. Even if Paramount gave up the preview and released the film on a large scale at the end of the year, or adopted the same distribution strategy as Good Will Hunting, even if it was still squeezed by a number of blockbusters, it was a biographical musical that did not conflict with other films, and it could still have a considerable living space. Maybe the box office would have exceeded $50 million now. Unfortunately, there are too many ifs in this world, and there is only one result. Facing the media's discussion, the straightforward Queen Mai couldn't help but directly criticize, saying that when she showed the movie to Simon, her good friends all expressed their optimism, but the conservative Paramount messed it up. The Queen brought out all her good friends, and Paramount, which did make a mistake, could only bear it and could not refute. Then there was Wonder Woman 2. Although it grabbed the 5th place on the list, it was ultimately impacted by Jumanji, Charlie's Angels and even Good Will Hunting. The single-week box office of Wonder Woman 2 has only $6.98 million. Although the cumulative box office has officially exceeded the $400 million mark, reaching $405.71 million, there is only about $10 million left in the future. The initial domestic $500 million expectation is completely gone. In addition to the top 5, it is worth mentioning that the 6th place is The English Patient. Unlike Evita, which is actually more suitable for commercial film operation, the same awards season focus, this niche art film is not suitable for large-scale screening. In the 5th week of its release, it still has only 636 screens. In the past week, it has earned $4.65 million and a cumulative box office of $18.17 million. With the arrival of the Golden Globe Awards, MGM only increased the number of screens for the film to 1,103 this week, and will maintain it until the Oscars in March. During this period, various media awards and union awards will continue to stimulate the audience to enter the theater. The ultimate goal is more than $50 million, which is enough for the film to recover the production cost of $27 million. If it wins the Oscar, the overseas distribution prospects will be even brighter. In the past, The English Patient relied on this stable long-term distribution strategy, with a domestic box office of nearly $80 million, and even better overseas. Because the Oscars in the 1990s were very prestigious and appealing, audiences in other countries also bought into it. In the end, the overseas box office exceeded $150 million, and the global box office accumulated $230 million US. All parties involved in the production and distribution made a lot of money. Chapter 1092 People. The stock price rose 43% in the first day, and the market value reached $5.9 billion US. After experiencing it myself, I found that sometimes it is really easy to make money. It's just because we happen to catch up with a new round of wealth distribution. However, Mike, I have read a report on LinkedIn's operating conditions in recent months. Frankly speaking, I feel more and more that you are more suitable to be in charge of this company. After all, LinkedIn and CAA are actually the same in some aspects. The core business in the future is to sell talents to clients. As for Eisner, there was no problem when LinkedIn was very small. As the user scale grows in the future, his thinking of running a content-based enterprise will only limit the development of this company. Simon, you know this matter is very troublesome. Mike and I have been good friends for so many years. LinkedIn was built more by him. I am just a partner and occasionally give some ideas. Now LinkedIn has 27 million registered users. This is just the beginning. In the future, it may be 270 million, or even more. Mike, compared with CAA, which currently has less than 2,000 clients of all kinds, and CAA, which represents 1 billion level clients, think about which one can give you more room to display your talents. Simon, I think we should not discuss this issue. Well, there's still a long time to come. Park City, Utah. Simon is in his villa on the top of a mountain in the south of the city. It's Saturday afternoon, January 18th. The waiter team in the villa is busy preparing for the annual party in the evening. Simon and Michael Ovitz, who came to visit, are drinking coffee and chatting in a reception room on the west side of the villa overlooking Park City. The topic is LinkedIn, a workplace social networking site that was successfully launched yesterday. 2 years ago, Michael Eisner resigned after the Disney acquisition. He and his friend Michael Ovitz looked for ideas for a workplace social networking site. He happened to talk about it with Simon, who named it LinkedIn based on his memory. The project was established in February 1995 and went online in June of that year. Until now, about a year and a half, through close cooperation with the Westeros system and the marketing of Ygritte, the number of registered users has accumulated to 27 million. Unlike Facebook, a popular social tool, as a professional workplace social networking site, LinkedIn's user scale is far ahead of similar websites. In the IPO that just completed successfully, LinkedIn issued 15% of new shares, raised $600 million, and the company's valuation reached $3.5 billion. The stock price rose 43% in the first day, and the total market value of the total shares after the issuance of new shares was $5.9 billion. Although it cannot be compared with the previous Instagram listing, the cumulative investment was only $120 million, and the annual revenue was expected to be less than $10 million. In a year and a half, the market value of a website listed was as high as $5.9 billion. It makes people sigh again at the miracle of wealth creation in the internet industry. After 2 rounds of financing and this IPO, the holdings of the two Michaels who came from Hollywood and held the same proportion of shares were compressed to about 18%. When they were listed yesterday, according to the closing stock price of the day, the personal wealth of the two directly reached the $1 billion level, becoming new billionaires, which is also the key reason why Ovitz just said so emotionally. Even if you understand that it is only book wealth, it is still too easy to make money. Simon was not as emotional as Ovitz. The initial direct investment and the shares obtained from Ygritte's subsequent investment in LinkedIn were insignificant to Simon's current wealth. What he saw was the hidden worries under LinkedIn's glory. After the listing, Michael Eisner served as the chairman and CEO of LinkedIn, while Ovitz, as a major shareholder with a considerable shareholding ratio, only had a nominal seat on the board. In Simon's opinion, if LinkedIn wants to develop better, the two should actually switch. If Ovitz is willing, Simon can personally come forward to speak up. Of course, if the talks fail, it is also easy to forcibly replace the management with the Westeros system, holding nearly 30% of the shares. Think about the final mess between the two Michaels in history, and it will probably be the same this time. Now, since Ovitz still values his friendship with Eisner, Simon will not force it. No hurry. There is a long way to go. It would actually be better if Eisner could take the initiative to withdraw in the future. In the reception room, Michael Ovitz took a sip of coffee, looked at the beautiful town surrounded by mountains, forests and snowfields with appreciation, and asked, "By the way, Simon, are there any newcomers you like this time?" "Yes." "Huh?" Simon held a warm coffee cup in his hand, smiled and shook his head. "I won't tell you, lest CAA snatches it away and raises the price." Okay." Knowing that Simon was joking, Michael Ovitz couldn't help but smile bitterly. In today's Hollywood, the rise of blockbusters continues to weaken the status of big directors and big stars, coupled with Deaneries Entertainment's increasingly strong control over the entire entertainment industry. There are no brokerage companies that can raise the price in front of Simon, and they are all scrambling for opportunities. Thinking of this, Ovitz couldn't help but think of Simon's proposal just now. Even though Ovitz has worked hard to expand sports brokerage and CAA's business scope in recent years, this company is basically impossible to develop much. If he can jump out and get a broader platform for display, Ovitz is actually very happy to try. The problem is that there can only be one head of LinkedIn. If he forced his way in, Ovitz was not without emotional intelligence and knew very well that the result would most likely be that he and Eisner would be friends forever. Simon had just arrived in Park City in the morning and had not seen a single movie yet. He had only flipped through the information of this year's nominated films on the plane. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible to discover any outstanding newcomers. The fact is of course the opposite. Among the nominated films this year, Gaiman Films, a subsidiary of Deaneries Entertainment, only promoted 2 projects, Christopher Nolan's first feature film Following, and Guy Ritchie's Lock, Stock and Two Smoking Barrels, which was also from the UK and also his first feature film. There is no need to say much about these 2 films and the related creators. In addition, Simon also saw some other familiar names. For example, there was a bald, big man named Vin Diesel, who wrote, directed and starred in a movie Lost, which was shortlisted for the main competition unit. For example, there is a young Asian director named Justin Lin, who brought a work he co-wrote and directed with his classmates, called Shopping for Fangs, which cost $100,000 to shoot. Unfortunately, it failed to catch the judge's eyes and only entered the non-competitive screening unit established by Sundance in recent years. Just for this pair, Simon made the trip worthwhile. After all, the Fast and Furious series is a direct success. However, Simon's arrangements for Vin Diesel and Justin Lin are different. Because there is no plan to launch the Fast and Furious series in the short term, Vin Diesel plans to let it dry for a few years, and Simon will also control the career line of this big male star a little to prevent him from going too high before the Fast and Furious series is launched, including Saving Private Ryan that Spielberg is preparing. Although Simon promised Spielberg that he would not interfere with the role of a soldier this time, it is still easy not to let one person get the opportunity. Justin Lin directly began to polish it further. The 23-year-old director, who graduated from the film department of the University of California, has shot 2 feature films, including Shopping Fangs. Although they are small films with very low costs and can only be produced by friends and relatives, compared with many newcomers in the circle who are ambitious but incompetent, this is already a very good achievement, and he can be sent directly to New World Pictures to direct some low-cost small projects. Simon and Ovitz chatted casually, and time soon came to the evening. The days are short in winter. When dusk begins to fall, the bright lights on the villa on the top of the mountain are lit up, becoming the most desirable place for everyone in the entire town at night. "Simon, I'm so pitiful. Paramount messed up such a good movie like Evita." In the lobby of the villa, Madonna, who had just arrived, saw Simon chatting with Tim Robbins and Susan Sarandon and rushed over, taking advantage of him while complaining. Seeing this, Robbins and Sarandon smiled and raised their glasses and took the initiative to walk away. Simon just hugged the woman and then decisively pushed her away, but still said, "There are at least 50 million in North America, which is not bad, and Paramount will definitely not make the same mistake overseas. It will be a big hit. In short, this project will definitely be very profitable, and you can continue to work in Hollywood." Madonna of course understood this, and she leaned over and hugged Simon's arm again. "In this case, Simon, do you have a role suitable for me?" Simon was very decisive. "I really don't have one." The Queen opened her mouth dissatisfiedly and pretended to bite Simon's shoulder, then threw a coquettish look at him. "How about I stay tonight and we can talk alone? You must have something, right?" "Then I don't have anything." Simon refused again mercilessly. Seeing Robert Redford coming over, he took the initiative to greet him. Redford obviously misunderstood the relationship between Simon and Queen Madonna. There was a teasing look in his eyes when he looked at the two of them. He just chatted casually for a few words, then gestured to Tommy Lee Jones, one of the judges of this film festival not far away, and said, "I have something to talk to Tommy about. See you later." Robert Redford said, nodding to Madonna, and turned to Tommy Lee Jones. When Redford left, Simon noticed Madonna approaching again, raised his hand and slapped the woman somewhere. "Okay, sweetheart, even if you love me to the point of heartbreak, we will never have a result. Since you didn't bring a male companion, go and see if there are other young men who are interested." Queen Madonna pretended to be in pain and let out a soft cry, but her eyes signaled to the two tall and graceful figures in the crowd, "I'm looking for young women, do you mind?" The Queen is popular with both men and women. Simon glanced at Roberta Chilco and Annalisa Thurbert, two women whom Madonna had indicated to him, and then deliberately lowered his head to glance at the Queen Madonna, who was only a little over 1.6 meters tall. "Go ahead and try. As long as you can seduce them, I won't stop you." The Queen Madonna looked around the crowd in the hall and said venomously, "There are so many models tonight, Simon, can you handle it?" Nowadays, Sundance is not only a movie, but also gradually becomes a gathering place for music and fashion activities, so it will attract a large number of musicians and fashion models. As for tonight, there are indeed more. It is mainly Cindy Crawford, Carla Bruni, Trish Goff, Fernanda Lima, etc. from Elite versus a group of Ford pillars brought by Roberta Chilco and Annalisa Thurbert from Ford. The total number is close to 30. If Simon certainly can't handle it. However, Simon didn't think about 1v30 or something like that, which is too cruel. It's just that the villa is full of these big goblins, which is more pleasing to the eye. Madonna continued to talk for a few more sentences, and finally restrained herself and got down to business. "Simon, do you think Evita has a chance at the Golden Globe Awards tomorrow night, and will I be nominated for the Best Actress award?" "You should ask Paramount about this." Simon shrugged, and seeing that the Queen was staring at him, he had to say, "My focus this year is The English Patient, and I won't compete for anything else, so as long as you are not too incompetent, the chances are great." "Oh, that's really good news." Evita was nominated for the Golden Globe Award for Musical Comedy, and on the musical comedy side, Deaneries Entertainment's nominated film is Fargo. The Coen brothers nominated this crime thriller for a musical comedy just to make room for Good Will Hunting and The English Patient, but Paramount may not think so. They think this is a disguised public relations strategy of Deaneries Entertainment. Although the Coen brothers have not been favored by the award season, if Deaneries Entertainment focuses on Fargo, Evita will be difficult to stop. If it fails to win the Golden Globe Award, there will be no chance of winning the Oscar. The overseas distribution of this film will inevitably be shrouded in a haze. Therefore, Simon said lightly that it was a blessing from heaven for Queen Mai. Queen Mai sighed with excitement, and when someone was not paying attention, she suddenly hugged Simon and kissed him on the face again, and finally let go of this little man who always saw but could not eat and walked away with satisfaction. Madonna had just left, and before Simon could move, Cindy Crawford, wearing a black low-cut dress, came over with Carla Bruni and greeted, "Good evening, Simon. Although this is not your first time, I always feel this place is great when I come here." "Thank you," Simon said, nodded to Carla Bruni, then turned to Cindy and asked with a smile, "I heard you are getting married soon." "Yes, you've met Rand Gerber," Cindy said, with a little resentment in her eyes. "I am an older model, and I haven't been able to transform myself. You've shut down the Victoria's Secret show, so I can only get married and retire." Simon pretended to cover his chest. "Don't be like this, I feel guilty." Cindy took the opportunity to follow up, "Then why don't you take responsibility for me?" "Well, it seems I can only admit that I'm a bad man and I never take responsibility." Carla Bruni, holding a glass of red wine in her hand, watched the interaction between the two with her eyes moving around. Seeing that Cindy was speechless for a moment, she interrupted at the right time, "Simon, can I stay with you this time?" "Of course, but I can't guarantee its safety." Carla Bruni smiled and raised her eyebrows and asked, "Why?" Cindy took over the conversation again, "Because there is a bad man here." Simon nodded regretfully, "That's right." Carla Bruni chuckled and said, "I'm not afraid of bad men, and I actually hope to stay here for a few more days." "In that case, of course no problem. Actually, this small town gives me a great feeling. I plan to stay here for a few days and write songs. I'm preparing my next album. Simon, can you help me?" Before Simon could answer, Cindy said, "Tomorrow night is the Golden Globe Awards. Simon should return to Los Angeles." Then she looked at the man in front of her. Simon shook his head. "I won't attend the Golden Globe Awards. I have something else to do here. I won't leave until next Monday. As for Kara, she still has to write her own record. However, you can stay here as long as you want." "Oh, thank you so much." "You're welcome," Simon said, and looked at Cindy again. "By the way, do you want to stay tonight?" Cindy hesitated a little. "How many people do you plan to stay?" "Those who want to stay can stay. After I leave, you can also continue. This place has been empty for a long time, and it would be better if people live here." "Forget it." Cindy refused. After all, she was engaged. If she secretly had something with Simon Westeros, it would be fine. But it would be inappropriate with too many eyes around. After all, she had to save some face for her legitimate fiancé. It couldn't be spread to everyone. Simon didn't force it. He raised his glass to the two women and said, "Then have a happy night." The two women knew that the man had to entertain many guests, so they didn't entangle and said goodbye and turned to other places. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1091 Follow. Simon, I have read the script of L.A. Confidential carefully. It is really great. I also participated in an audition hosted by Mr. Palmer. Frankly speaking, if I can join such a project, the salary is not a problem. However, I still hope to try the role of Bud. I'm glad that you are willing to participate, Brad, but the conditions cannot be changed. It can only be Ed. Mr. Palmer has analyzed your concerns, Simon. You think Bud and Superman may overlap in some aspects, but I don't think so. Bud is a violent and even cold character at heart. He only seems to be a little jealous because of his childhood trauma. Moreover, at the end of the story, both Bud and Ed actually compromise with reality. In the indoor bar of the Hilltop Villa, Simon was leaning against a bar, and when he heard Brad Pitt say this, he smiled and shook his head. "It seems that you have studied the script thoroughly. But, Brad, it is precisely because of this that you are not suitable for the role of Bud. Superman has left too deep an impression on the audience. If you play Bud, it will be easy for the audience to have preconceived ideas and lose their accurate judgment of this complex character of Bud." Simon was speaking, and when he saw Brad Pitt wanted to continue, he interrupted. "Brad, this is my final decision. Besides, in fact, Ed is more suitable for you to play. His personality and transformation are very clear in the story, and the final compromise and degeneration can bring a strong contrast to the audience, which is convenient for the actor to play. If you can portray him well, you will have a good chance of getting an Oscar nomination for Best Supporting Actor this time. Okay, that's it, have fun tonight." After Simon finished speaking, he put his arm around Tristan Goff and Fernando Lima and walked to the dance floor. As for the nomination for Best Supporting Actor, there has never been one in history. It can be regarded as a blank check from Simon. He did not feel anything wrong about it. Pitt was willing to take a pay cut to participate in L.A. Confidential, which must be a good thing for the movie. It would not lose a piece of meat if he said something casually. After all, from top to bottom in Hollywood, who has not fooled others, and who has not been fooled? It's all routine. Of course, if Pitt's performance is above the standard in the future, and he can even steal the limelight from the first male lead bard, it will be easy for Deanery's Entertainment to get a nomination next year. Brad Pitt watched Simon walk to the dance floor with two supermodels, and some other girls in the indoor bar also gathered over. He was disappointed, but at the same time, he couldn't help but envy someone's ability to attract women. With Pitt's appearance and current status, it is of course easy to pick up girls. He himself is also a famous playboy in Hollywood. However, in front of Simon Westeros, he was immediately dwarfed. Gwyneth Paltrow, who was Pitt's girlfriend at the time, also watched someone leave with mixed emotions. With her family's connections in Hollywood, she had had several opportunities to meet Simon Westeros before. At last year's party, it was this indoor bar, and she sat next to a man. Unfortunately, the other party was never interested in her. I couldn't help but think of Shakespeare in Love, which I started paying attention to last year. Gwyneth Paltrow, 24 years old this year, has made average progress in the past few years since her debut. She really hopes to get some breakthroughs through Shakespeare in Love, which is generally favored by the industry. However, I heard that the role has recently been decided to be British actress Kate Beckinsale, who has just become famous with Charlie's Angels. The interference of a certain man is obvious. The more I think about it, the more crazy I get. After taking a sip of the cocktail in front of her, Gwyneth Paltrow waited for the music to start before asking her boyfriend, "So, Pitt, are you going to play that role?" Brad Pitt shrugged helplessly, "Of course. But, Ed is the third male lead, almost a supporting role." Brad Pitt could have climbed from a hotel dorm into his current position step by step, so of course he couldn't really be a male vase. Hearing this, he said, "I have to act in it. You know, the script of L.A. Confidential was personally led by Simon, which means that the film is likely to be a hot topic in next year's awards season. You just heard that there is at least one Oscar nomination for Best Supporting Actor." After Pitt said this, Gwyneth, who was born in the second generation of Hollywood, also understood. The competition in Hollywood has always been very fierce, and it has become even more so in recent years. Deaneries Entertainment's popular projects are the focus of competition in the entire Hollywood. In comparison, her boyfriend is not so irreplaceable. In this case, if she encounters a good opportunity, she must grab it. Otherwise, it will be taken away by others. If an actor with a similar style to Pitt appears next year and gets nominated for the Best Supporting Actor Oscar for L.A. Confidential, or even wins the award, Pitt will undoubtedly have a threatening competitor in Hollywood. After Gwyneth Paltrow understood, she couldn't help but think of herself. If it weren't for Kate Beckinsale, it would be easy for her to get Shakespeare in Love with her family's connections in Hollywood. So she looked at the dance floor again. In the flashing lights and dynamic music, a man was surrounded by a group of big goblins. He lifted a girl high up while dancing, causing a scream. This scene seemed a bit strange at first, but then she realized that the man seemed to be only 28 years old this year, while the boyfriend next to him was already 33 years old. With Simon Westeros' wealth and power, this age is really too young. Then she felt self-pity. How was she inferior to those simple-minded vase models? Except for some big names who have achieved success, for other newcomers, receiving the invitation is actually a signal from Deaneries Entertainment, "We have noticed you." However, at the party, Simon talked less and less about business, and was mainly playing. The carnival of hundreds of people lasted until after the early morning before it began to end. Another convention that gradually formed was that you could stay overnight. Of course, only women were allowed. Unfortunately, the conditions were a bit erratic. Even if the guests who received the invitation had been strictly reviewed in advance, they could not stay if they wanted to. However, there were quite a lot of women staying in the villa on the top of the mountain that night. Simon woke up the next morning to a situation where he was surrounded by people from all sides of the bed, and there were even people on the carpet under the bed. At a glance, Caroline Goff, Fernanda Lima, Eva Herzigova, Daniela Pasterva, Carla Bruni, Roberta Churko, Annalisa Thurbert, Heidi Klum, Karen Mulder, Tricia Schiffer, Melania, people with lower status can't even enter this bedroom. It can be imagined that if this picture spreads, it will definitely shock the world. This is of course impossible. The imagination of the general public is always restricted by various factors. In fact, it is not because of poverty. The key is the opacity of information, so that some rumors, even if they are true, will be regarded as false, just like Howard Hughes, who was counted by a magazine as having 164 girlfriends, including almost all the popular female stars of that era. However, without some of the most intuitive evidence, the public can only listen, and it is difficult to have too much feeling. After getting rid of the physical entanglement around him, Simon almost stepped on Heidi Klum and Karen Mulder, who were hugging each other on the carpet when he got out of bed. It was still early, so he signaled to the girls who had woken up that they could continue to sleep, and went to the second bedroom next door to wash up. "I didn't plan to do morning exercises today, so I sat down in the restaurant downstairs." It was still 7:30 in the morning. Carmen Case, who came to Sundance with Simon for the first time, had a strange expression when she brought her boss pre-meal coffee. She knew how many women had entered her boss's room last night. Simon took a sip of the coffee that Carmen had just poured at the perfect temperature, glanced at the girl, and teased with a smile, "Even if you look at me with the eyes of looking at God again, I won't give you a raise." Carmen Case heard this and silently opened her mouth. Realizing that she had crossed the line, She quickly defended, "Boss, I didn't." "Then there is no chance of a raise." Actually, I'm not God, it's just like this," Simon said, picking up a cookie from the plate of cookies that Carmen had sent at the same time, took a small bite, put it down, picked another one, took another small bite, put it down again, picked again. Simon didn't let her go until the female assistant next to him blushed. "Okay, where's my newspaper, and some documents I need to read today? Hurry up and send them over." After breakfast, the premiere of Following in the Morning was another movie that Simon also liked. Lock, Stock and Two Smoking Barrels was scheduled for the day after tomorrow, and Simon would not be able to attend then. In fact, the chances of both movies winning awards are not high. The problem is obvious. Both films focus too much on narrative techniques. For newcomers in the film industry, using some non-linear narrative modes in the absence of resources is a shortcut that can easily attract the attention of the industry, but if you keep doing this, it will definitely be out of date. This is actually one of the reasons why Nolan has not been favored by the Oscars. The premiere time is 10 o'clock in the morning. After Simon had breakfast, he left the mountaintop villa and went to meet Robert Redford and others to discuss some matters of the film festival. When the time was approaching, everyone rushed to the Egyptian theater where the premiere of Following was held. Compared with the desertedness when I first came to this small town, now, 10 years later, although it is a cold morning, Sundance is already crowded with people, and there is a long queue outside the Egyptian theater early. Simon's participation in the premiere of Following will certainly not be revealed in advance, and it is still the same, which also shows the popularity of Sundance at this time. The 13th Sundance Film Festival, which opened on January 16 and is expected to last for 11 days, has less than 40 films shortlisted for the main competition unit and various screening units. In this small city, there are also hundreds of films that are screened by themselves, either low-cost new films from independent film companies, or premieres at the festival for publicity by Hollywood studios, or just experimental works by 3 or 2 film students. Because of the serious shortage of canvases, many film companies can only build tents for screening. Such a large number of films also attracted film companies from all over the world to gather here. If you can find a film like Simon's Lola Run back then, it is like a step to heaven. Of course, as the film festival becomes more and more mature, this opportunity to pan for gold is becoming increasingly slim. No one is stupid. When everyone's eyes are on Sundance, let alone good finished films, even the outstanding scripts that emerge at the film festival will be competed for by the 7 major Hollywood studios, and it is even more difficult for second- and third-rate small film companies to pick up leaks. Simon and Robert arrived at the Egyptian theater quietly, without meeting the main creators, and sat directly in the seats prepared in advance. On the other hand, when the premiere was unexpectedly arranged for security checks again, the audience had already realized that a young Hollywood tycoon might attend. As expected. So the Egyptian theater was inevitably bustling again, and some bold fans took the initiative to ask Simon for autographs and take photos. It was not until 10 o'clock that the security team around Simon came out to maintain order, and the hall calmed down. Then, the film director Christopher Nolan and the male lead of Following, Jude Law, and other main creators came on stage one after another. Because of the presence of a certain young man, their emotions were obviously different and they looked quite nervous. Fortunately, there was only a brief introduction before the screening, and the lights in the hall dimmed quickly. For this small film with a production cost of only $3 million, after the script was finalized, Simon did not interfere in any way, nor did he watch the film in advance, but just let Nolan play freely. Now, it seems that the effect is good on the spot. With the assistance of Deanery's Entertainment, even though the cost is very low, the actors including the male lead Jude Law basically took the initiative to reduce their salaries to perform. The team is solid, which is actually the key to many good movies. Just like Quentin's Reservoir Dogs, if there were no Harvey Keitel, Michael Madsen and other powerful actors with strong acting skills, it would be hard to say what the result would be. Following in the original time and space was just a black and white short film with a cost of $6,000. Simon, the Big Butterfly, changed history. Compared with the original conception, the film is basically another story. On the big screen, Bill, the male protagonist played by Jude Law, is a writer. In order to find creative inspiration, he often observes all kinds of passers-by on the street. On this day, Bill was attracted by a mysterious man and followed him all the way. In the end, he found that a man named Cobb was a thief. Cobb discovered Bill's tracking. The two had a brief friction. Knowing that the other party had no ill will towards him, he was just a writer looking for inspiration, so he suggested that Bill could follow him to do a job. The target is a woman's home. Bill agreed to it for some reason, and then the story began to turn. After breaking into the apartment illegally once, Bill saw the photo of the hostess of the apartment and fell in love with her at first sight. If you are a fan of art films and have watched a large number of films, you will probably find the creative a coincidence in the Oriental film Sunny Days produced a few years ago. However, the story of Following is more complicated. After falling in love with a heroine, Bill began to indulge in it and even broke into her house alone. Changes soon occurred. One day, Bill woke up and found himself lying on the big bed in the bedroom of the woman he liked. The key is that he didn't remember what had happened, and next to him was the body of a woman. The woman was dead. This made Bill fall into great pain and panic. After a struggle, he decided to conceal it temporarily and investigate the truth of the matter privately. Then, Cobb appeared again. Chapter 1092 Bad Things. In general, Following is largely a fusion of Nolan's first feature film Memento on the previous timeline. Both stories are about a man who accidentally falls into a murder case and searches for the truth. This phenomenon is actually very common in the circle. Many directors' first few films are often a collection of various ideas accumulated over the past years, and some film styles will continue from the beginning and run through the entire career. The most typical one is Quentin, and Nolan is no exception. On the big screen, through the constant pursuit of the male protagonist Bill, various flashbacks and flashbacks begin to appear in the film, and the timeline gradually becomes distorted and chaotic. At the same time, Bill seems to be getting closer and closer to the truth. At the end of the story, it is also Nolan's style, and the mystery is not completely revealed. On the surface of the story, the gang boss instructs his subordinate Cobb to kill his mistress, who hides his evidence of guilt, and finds Bill as a scapegoat, but Bill kills him instead. However, the seemingly simple result, if you sort it out a little, you will find many contradictions in the details. The key is still Cobb. And why was Bill chosen? Was it intentional or pure coincidence? Cobb was sent to do this dirty work, but he was not implicated in the end. The gangster boss was just killed by the protagonist. Why? In addition, whether the male protagonist actually had any intersection with the lost woman, or whether everything was imaginary, this also became a suspense. It can be said that in this debut, Nolan's show the directors later praised brain-burning style vividly through deliberately confusing interspersed editing, so that most viewers only watched it once and it was difficult to deduce a complete story from it, but this is definitely not David Lynch's stream of consciousness style that has no beginning or end. If you watch the movie repeatedly and carefully comb through various details, you will get a complete story with clear ideas and careful logic. In the lobby of the Egyptian theater, after the movie was played, the creators took the stage and began to tell the various behind-the-scenes stories of the film and interact with the audience. Simon did not participate, but wrote down his opinions on the release of Following on the memo handed by Girl A in the audience. After all, it is just a small film with a cost of $3 million, and there is nothing amazing at first glance. Therefore, Following will not be scheduled for a popular schedule. It is expected to be released in theaters in February after the end of Sundance and some publicity. For the release of this movie, since there is a successful example in front, Simon does not need to take any detours and directly finalizes 2 words, brain-burning. As long as it can arouse the curiosity of the audience, the movie will be successful. After the interaction here is over and the premiere of Following ends perfectly, Simon and Robert Redford and others will move to another position. At noon, there is an official cocktail party of Sundance, which mainly entertains the jury team of this film festival, the main creators of the shortlisted films, and some other entertainment celebrities who came to Sundance. As a film in the main competition unit, the main creators of Following also came, and Simon also greeted Nolan and others first. It's a great movie, Chris. I have already asked Gay Omen Films to start the distribution. I believe it will have a good past. Thank you, Mr. Westeros. Since Following has come to an end, Chris, I am looking forward to your next work. Do you have any ideas? Not yet, Mr. Westeros. Christopher Nolan was always a little humble and restrained in front of Simon. He is 26 years old this year, only 2 years younger than Simon, but few people can remain calm in front of this legendary young tycoon. After speaking, he hurriedly explained, in fact, It is mainly because I have spent all my energy on following in the past year and have not had time to consider other things. Oh, of course, it doesn't matter. Concentration is a good habit. The cocktail party at the Sundance Institute headquarters. Simon encouraged Nolan a few words and couldn't help but think of the subsequent arrangements for this filmmaker. Speaking of which, Nolan's career line will definitely change a lot this time, and it will be very similar to Tim Burton. In the original time and space, with the success of the Batman series, Tim Burton was one of the hottest directors in Hollywood in the 1990s. This time, because Simon personally led the entire DC movie universe and was not interested in Burton's style of the Batman series, Burton lost the opportunity to direct Batman. The result is that Burton's popularity in recent years is far less than before. If it weren't for the popularity brought by Sleepy Hollow last year, Burton might have gradually faded. Let's talk about Nolan. If it weren't for the Batman trilogy after the new century that made Nolan famous, he might not have gotten the opportunity to make Inception and Interstellar. This is the situation Nolan will face next. Not to mention that the DC movie universe series has been very successful. In the next many years, as long as the DC movie universe is not finished, Batman is unlikely to be restarted. Even if it is restarted, Nolan is no longer suitable to direct this series based on the tone set by the DC movie universe. Therefore, it is actually hard to say how far Nolan can go this time. Simon will give the other party a chance, but it is not unlimited support. Digging up Nolan, and even many other filmmakers in Simon's memory, is more out of the need to control Hollywood. The more outstanding filmmakers Deaneries Entertainment cultivates, the more choices it has, and the more stable its dominance will be. After chatting with Nolan, Simon did not ignore the other members of the following crew, especially the actress Natasha Richardson who played the murdered woman in the movie. This actress was once known as Liam Neeson's wife, but unfortunately Hollywood history has changed. Liam Neeson, who is also a famous Hollywood playboy, has no connection with Natasha Richardson. After Schindler's List, even the Taken series that later made him popular was adapted by Simon and given to Jet Li. Liam Neeson has not been around in recent years. In addition, Natasha Richardson is actually a famous second generation in the European film industry. Her father is Tony Richardson, a British New Wave director, and her mother is Vanessa Redgrave, who has been nominated for multiple Oscars. Her grandfather Michael Redgrave is also a famous British actor who has won the Best Actor award at Cannes. Her family background is more prominent than that of Gwyneth Paltrow. With such a family background, Natasha Richardson had no shortage of resources when she started her career, but unfortunately she never became popular. This is also very similar to many second-generation Hollywood stars, so much so that she had to make cameo appearances in small films such as Following. After all, whether it is the European film industry or Hollywood, it all comes down to capital control. If your movie can sell well, it will naturally continue the glory of your family. Otherwise, investors will not care who your son or daughter is. I didn't expect you to play this guest role, Nada, can I call you that? Of course, Mr. Westeros. Actually, it's mainly because I like this script very much, and my agent also thinks the story is great. Although Chris is a newcomer, his professionalism has exceeded my expectations. Oh, actually, I still remember that you played in Patty Hearst back then. In addition to Following, Nada, what are you busy with recently? Mainly acting in a play on Broadway. That's a pity. You have such good conditions, you should act in a movie. I want to, too, but Following is the only movie I have passed the audition in the past year. In that case, Nada, if you are willing, I will keep an eye on it for you. Oh, Simon. Simon, thank you so much. You're welcome. In fact, the main reason for Natasha Richardson to fight for a female role in Following, who dies soon after the opening, is that her agent found out that this is a project that Simon Westeros is personally paying attention to. Richardson didn't expect that she could actually attract Westeros' attention. And now, feeling the man's gaze, Natasha Richardson was not a virgin. Her eyes flickered slightly, and she quietly changed the goblet in her right hand to her left hand, then raised it to her lips and sipped it gently, looking at him just right. I don't know if he noticed the blank space on her left ring finger. She is 32 years old and has been married before, but unfortunately the result was not good. Although she has no shortage of suitors, she does not have a boyfriend with whom she has officially established a relationship. Even if she knew that the man in front of her was a playboy, she felt that having sex with such a man would be good. Simon was not in a hurry to make any invitations, mainly because he had eaten too much last night and needed to be restrained. Instead, he gave the woman a knowing smile. Just as he was about to leave to entertain other guests, he suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, Nada, do you like skiing?" "Of course, this is my hobby since I was a child. I take some time off every year to go skiing on vacation." Natasha Richardson nodded and looked over. "Simon, do you want to invite me to ski? The ski resort here in Sundance is also very good." "No, I mean, well, I don't know how to say it." Natasha Richardson felt the confusion that flashed across the man's emotions in front of her, and curled her lips. "What can't be said? I really don't know how to say it." In memory, Natasha Richardson died in a skiing accident in 2009, when she was only 45 years old. Although Simon didn't believe that something would happen under the influence of this big butterfly, just like Frank Wells, the former president of Disney, who was supposed to die in a skiing accident in 1994, but was still alive this time. But, since he remembered it, he couldn't help but remind her. Looking at the intellectual face in front of him, which actually fits his aesthetic taste very well, Simon suddenly smiled and said, "Do you know the rumor that I'm a psychic?" Natasha Richardson tilted her head slightly and looked at the man in front of her. "I know, Simon, haha, I think this must be a joke, it's quite interesting." "Actually not." Simon immediately restrained himself and said solemnly, "If you are willing to believe it, then from today on, don't ski anymore." Natasha was still confused. "Why?" "Because you might die on the ski resort." Simon also knew that the answer was too straightforward. He spread out his hand holding a glass of champagne slightly, made a believe-it-or-not gesture, and said no more, turned and left. "Hey, Simon, what were you talking about with Natasha just now?" "Bob, are you familiar with her?" "Not really, it's Natasha's mother, Vanessa Redgrave. I watched her movie The Untamed many times. Actually, I prefer Blow Up." "Oh, of course, it's also a great movie, and Jane Birkin is in it," Robert Redford said, and introduced a man in his 30s next to him. "Simon, this is Peter Berg, the screenwriter of the movie Bad Guys that everyone is talking about recently. By the way, he also starred in Stallone's Police Empire last year. If you have any impression." "Of course," Simon said, and stretched out his hand to shake hands with the other party. Peter Berg, obviously, is a Jew. This is a natural advantage. In addition, Simon knew more about the other party. In the original timeline, this Hollywood filmmaker directed movies such as Hancock and Battleship. As for Bad Guys, Simon also had an impression. Roger Ebert once commented that Bad Boys was the worst film of the year. This shows its quality. Coincidentally, this story is also about a group of bad friends going to Las Vegas to hold a bachelor party, but it ended up being a mess. Later, some people thought that Bad Boys was the inspiration for The Hangover, but this cannot be verified. However, Scarlett Johansson later starred in Rough Night, which is more similar to Bad Boys. Both are bachelor party themes. Bad Boys killed a call girl, and Rough Night killed a stripper. And then all kinds of messes. In fact, as a well-known tradition in the West, the theme of pre-wedding parties is actually very common, so it is hard to say who imitates whom. The difference is only success or failure. The success of The Hangover is a miracle, and the fact that Bad Boys was judged as the worst film of the year is also a kind of strength, because many media would not even bother to comment on worse films. Let's talk about Bad Boys. The story tells about a group of longtime friends who went to Las Vegas to hold a bachelor party for Kyle, who was about to get married. As a result, they had too much fun and caused the death of a call girl. It was just an accident, but because of various concerns, the brothers decided to conceal it, dismembered the call girl's body and buried it in the desert. Then they returned to Los Angeles and began to prepare for the wedding. However, it was impossible to treat this incident as if it had not happened at all, so the brothers collapsed one after another, triggering a series of mutual suspicions and even murders, and almost annihilated the whole army in the end. In addition, the original version of Bad Things had Jon Favreau and Cameron Diaz as the male and female protagonists. In short, because the style of the film is too mixed, the comedy is not like a comedy, the crime is not a crime, and the black can't be black all the way to the end, and the result is awkward and failed. Now the problem is very interesting. Once again, the saying that movies are gambling, no one can know whether a movie is good or bad before it is truly completed. Peter Berg has been in Hollywood for many years. After starring in Police Empire last year, his career has improved a little. So he took out a script he had prepared for a long time, which is Bad Things, and signed up for the director training of the Sundance Institute, intending to switch from actor to director. Compared with the worst reviews of the year in history, as a paper story, Bad Things has received a lot of praise, and the script quickly spread at the beginning of the year, and even became a kind of existence on the Hollywood script blacklist. It can be said that it is highly sought after. All studios are competing for it, even Deaneries Entertainment is no exception. Simon didn't interfere too much with this. He just talked about this with Redford in the morning, and Redford took the initiative to bring Peter Berg to Simon at noon. Compared with Nolan's humility just now, probably because he has been sought after by too many people recently, Peter Berg seemed quite confident and calm. After greeting Simon, he was able to talk freely. Mr. Westeros, first of all, I must state that for the script of Bad Things, I hope to direct this movie myself. If Deaneries Entertainment cannot accept it, I can only say that it is a pity. Chapter 1093 Financial Report Conference. There are many Hollywood filmmakers who have become famous overnight by insisting on writing, directing and acting in their own films with an excellent script. Sylvester Stallone is one of the most legendary ones. Unfortunately, Peter Berg is not one of them. Not only that, he is also a big hit in Hollywood. In the past, Peter Berg's debut work Bad Things ended in failure, but it did not stop this filmmaker with a natural racial bonus from rising in Hollywood. He has directed more than 10 films in the following years, many of which are big-budget blockbusters with large investments and large productions. However, except for Hancock starring Will Smith at his peak, the others have basically ended in failure, such as Battleship, Deepwater Horizon, and even some big-budget films such as Jungle Boys and Blood Kingdom that did not leave any impression on the audience. However, Simon likes to see such filmmakers. As long as they don't pet him, it's fine. At this moment, hearing Peter Berg's confident offer, Simon did not look displeased at all. Instead, he agreed decisively with an expression of appreciation for talent. No problem, Peter. I have read the script outline of Bad Things at breakfast. It is a great story. Peter Berg obviously did not expect Simon to be so straightforward. He was stunned for a moment before he subconsciously said, "But, Mr. Westeros, Mr. Maurice and I have talked once. He thinks I am a novice." Simon waved his hand to interrupt. "Peter, I am the boss. In this way, I think if Bad Things is done well, it is very likely to win an Oscar. Therefore, it can be put under Gay Omen Films and let Ella be in charge." Oscar? Peter Berg was surprised again, and inevitably excited. If his project could win an Oscar, even if it was just a nomination, it would be enough for him to become famous in Hollywood. However, this good thing seemed to come too easily. Seeing that Peter Berg didn't know how to react, Simon skillfully changed the subject. "But, Peter, if you want to direct it yourself, for risk considerations, the budget must be controlled within $10 million, and the actors must be decided by us. This is normal." After Simon finished speaking, even Robert Redford, who was listening, had the same thought. Peter Berg also felt that things were back to normal, but he immediately said, "Mr. Westeros, $10 million is too little. Frankly speaking, the budgets offered by several other studios interested in Bad Things are more than $10 million. Funding may be important for a movie, but it is never a decisive factor. Peter, Good Will Hunting only had a budget of $10 million. Look how much the audience likes this movie now. Therefore, the partner is the key. Deaneries can help you make an excellent movie and successfully market it. This is the most important thing." Having said this, Simon was really worried that Peter Berg would agree on the spot, so he stopped. "Well, think about it carefully, Peter. I look forward to your good news." After Simon finished speaking, he deliberately ignored Peter Berg and turned his attention to Robert Redford next to him. The goal must have been achieved. There were guests all around, and Simon had just compared Bad Things to the recent hit Good Will Hunting. If the news got out, I don't believe other Hollywood studios wouldn't be scrambling to get a piece of the action. The cocktail party at noon lasted until 2 in the afternoon. Simon stayed until the end, patiently communicating with the filmmakers present. When the cocktail party was over and he was about to leave, he was stopped by Natasha Richardson, who had chatted with him at the beginning of the party. "Simon, I think you should apologize to me." Simon, who had just whispered to Girl A to tell Ella Deutschman about the attitude towards Bad Things, heard Natasha Richardson's sudden words and asked with a smile, "Why?" Natasha Richardson stared at Simon. "You said that I would die if I ski again. This is ridiculous." Simon admitted his mistake and corrected it. "Okay, I'm sorry, Nada." Natasha Richardson's expression was still sad. "But, Simon, you have ruined my hobby. Even if you take it back now, I still dare not ski again in the future." "It sounds serious." Simon curled his lips slightly. "Well, don't you work on Broadway? Next time I go to New York, I'll treat you to dinner as compensation. How about it?" Natasha Richardson was stunned. Is this direct or perfunctory? Even though she was thinking this, her tone softened unconsciously. "Simon, this is too insincere." Simon raised his arm to put on the windbreaker handed over by Gurley, and said with a smile, "Dinner is just the beginning. We can seriously discuss more compensation at that time." Feeling some hateful elements in the man's smile, Natasha Richardson shook her head subconsciously. "That's not what I mean. I mean, who knows if you will remember this matter next time you go to New York. Is it, not tonight? I'm sorry, it's really not possible tonight. I have a lot of things to do." Natasha Richardson saw that Simon's tone was serious and the man did not pursue some ambiguity in her words just now, so she had to agree. Simon is indeed very busy. After the cocktail party at noon, there was another film forum in Park City. This time it had nothing to do with Sundance, but an exchange project jointly initiated by several major studios in Hollywood. Many filmmakers will participate, and Simon also chose to attend. In the evening, there was another fashion party held by the CK brand under Melissander. Even if there was some free time, Simon's eyes were on the film festival. "I asked someone to collect a bunch of information about the films that were scheduled to be shown at the film festival. Most of them were just one-page posters. Whenever I had some free time while writing or waiting, Simon would flip through them to find some leaks and discover newcomers. Because there was so much information in my mind, it was easy to find many familiar names, but unfortunately they were all minor roles. However, I did find a trend that there were many more films shot with digital cameras this year. In this case, I could try to replicate some of the previous projects, such as the Blair Witch Project and Paranormal Activity, pseudo-documentary horror films that created miracles with small gains and big gains." At the same time, on the evening of January 19th, the 54th Golden Globe Awards was officially held at the Beverly Hilton Hotel in Los Angeles. The results were basically within Simon's expectations. The recently popular nominated film Good Will Hunting won nothing. The best drama film was taken by The English Patient. The best musical comedy film was won by Evita, and Madonna also got the best actress in a musical comedy As She Wished. After the award results were released, the media, as usual, voiced doubts, mainly for Deaneries Entertainment's two films, Good Will Hunting and Fargo. The Hollywood Foreign Press Association was helpless about this. Deaneries Entertainment's PR project this time was The English Patient. What else could they do? The result was that although Good Will Hunting did not win anything, the media's attention increased its popularity, which once again stimulated the increase in box office sales. Fargo, which had already released videotapes, also saw a surge in sales. It was a happy ending for everyone. Moreover, Deaneries Entertainment quietly won the overseas distribution rights for The English Patient, which was considered a kind of exchange and compensation. You know, in the past, the domestic box office of The English Patient was only 78 million, but it was 150 million overseas. Although it did not participate in the production, it was only for distribution, so Deaneries Entertainment could also make a fortune. In fact, in recent years, many of MGM's projects have been distributed overseas by Deaneries Entertainment. On the one hand, MGM's overseas distribution capabilities are limited. On the other hand, Simon, after all, is the boss of Deaneries Entertainment, and he also has to consider the interests of his own company. On a deeper level, doing so can also firmly trap MGM on the chariot of Deaneries Entertainment. A new week has arrived. Simon returned to Los Angeles on Monday, and the most watched event this week was undoubtedly Ygritte's financial report press conference. The time was 2 o'clock in the afternoon of Wednesday, January 22nd. Although it is not groundbreaking, it is rare to hold a grand press conference specifically for the release of financial reports. However, whether it is Ygritte's market value, the public attention the company has received, or even the most direct financial report data, it is worth planning in such a grand manner. In fiscal year 1996, Ygritte's annual revenue was $33.6 billion, Compared with $20.8 billion in 1995, it increased by 63% year-on-year, and did not fall back to the previous industry's general expectation of an annual growth of less than 50%. Not only that, IGRT's net profit for the whole year of 1996 also reached an astonishing $3.5 billion. What do $33.6 billion in revenue and $3.5 billion in net profit mean? According to Revenue Ranking, $33.6 billion has already squeezed into the top 20 of the top 500 domestic companies in the United States. And when calculating profits, it has directly entered the top 10 range. In fact, this is not the key. The most important point is that IGRT's revenue growth has not slowed down, even though it has been on par with a group of century-old corporate giants. If it continues like this, the industry can't even imagine how huge IGRT will be in the future. When Jeff Bezos showed the company's overall revenue data for 1996 to hundreds of reporters present at the IGRT Conference Center, many people couldn't help but think of a confusing corporate motto of this new technology giant. You know nothing. In recent years, there have been various interpretations of the meaning of the rumor that Simon Westeros personally finalized this corporate motto. Now, everyone's feelings about this are very simple. The world is changing too fast, and everyone really knows nothing. This is of course just a sigh. As executives from different business departments of IGRT came on stage one after another to conduct detailed analysis of financial report data and different businesses, everything seemed so logical. In addition to the core software services and advertising business, the most concerned business of IGRT in 1996 was undoubtedly e-commerce. After several years of solid foundation, the Amazon Mall, which Alice Ferguson was in charge of, expanded more aggressively in 1996. Not only did it continue to build warehouses and logistics centers across the United States, but it also began to introduce more external merchants and greatly increase the variety of products on the website to meet the shopping needs of more consumers. In addition, Amazon's European and Asian sites have also achieved leapfrog development. Compared with the 63% annual growth of IGRT's overall business, Amazon's revenue growth rate also ranked first among IGRT's many businesses, reaching 103%, with a turnover of $11.6 billion, accounting for 34% of IGRT's annual revenue. When seeing this number for the first time, some spectators who are more familiar with the industry first reacted to it as water. Because the retail industry, like the automotive and electronics industries, is very easy to obtain huge revenue. Just like Walmart, the current revenue of this retail giant has reached the level of $100 billion. In sharp contrast to the revenue, Walmart's net profit margin is only about 3%, far less than the net profit level of 20% in the software service industry. IGRT is positioned as a new technology company. Logically, the source of revenue should be software and services with very high net profit margins. Now, isn't it suspected of diluting revenue by using the rapidly expanding online retail revenue as revenue? However, after the initial doubts, most people were shocked again in an instant. $10 billion. Amazon's online mall was launched in early 1992, and it has been exactly 5 years since then. In 5 years, an online shopping business that has never existed before has developed from zero to revenue of $10 billion. This is a miracle in itself. After all, a revenue of only $10 billion is enough to occupy a fairly high position in the Fortune magazine's US 500 companies. Who dares to guarantee that a company with a revenue of $10 billion can be created in 5 years, no matter what kind? In this way, even if it is retail, what can it do? Moreover, when Alice Ferguson introduced more detailed data, many spectators inside and outside the conference also found the difference. The e-commerce department's revenue of $11.6 billion, of which $10.3 billion came from Amazon's online retail, accounting for 88%, is indeed a high proportion, but there is another $1.3 billion in revenue, which comes from the commissions, storage, logistics and other income collected by the platform from third-party sellers. This does not include advertising revenue, which is another core business of IGRT and is counted separately. Because it is in the early stages of development, in order to attract third-party buyers to enter, Amazon charges very low fees for sales commissions, storage, logistics and other services, and is completely operating at a loss at its own expense. Therefore, this income only accounts for about 15% of the sales of third-party sellers. Even if the expenses of sellers for advertising are included, it is less than 20%. This also means that in just 2 or 3 years, the sales of third-party sellers in Amazon's online mall have quickly reached $8.6 billion, and the growth rate is faster than self-operated sales. And this $8.6 billion in sales, according to its official calculations, not counting the increasing number of employees in Amazon Mall itself, conservatively estimated to have created 50,000 new jobs for the federal government. This data is naturally part of the focus of this conference. At the same time, Alice also announced that Ygritte will further promote the platformization of Amazon's online mall, attract more third-party sellers, and plan to reduce self-operated sales to less than 30% in the next 10 years, focusing on supporting third-party buyers, and it is expected that this move will bring no less than 1 million jobs to the Federation. With real performance as support, no one can easily doubt that Ygritte is just drawing big pictures. As the conference continued, in addition to the dazzling financial report data, onlookers gradually realized the purpose of Ygritte holding this conference. Ygritte is once again publicly promoting the importance of its own company to all aspects of federal society. Of course, most people cannot know the potential game behind this matter, but some people have misunderstood other aspects. For example, the antitrust investigation that Ygritte is facing. When thinking turns to this point, some things suddenly become clear. Ygritte's high-profile financial report conference this time is likely to put pressure on Washington. The subtext is simple. If you want to split Ygritte, it may mean the disappearance of millions of potential jobs. Going further, for example, in e-commerce, which is the fastest growing and creates the most jobs, if some politicians and congressmen in the government support the split of Ygritte, or if some states are the most relentless in their antitrust investigations against Ygritte, then, unfortunately, your logistics center will be gone, and the jobs will be gone. The final result is that some people will lose their votes. Chapter 1094 The Last Fight. In a mansion near Rock Creek Park in the northern suburbs of Washington, Richard Mellonscaife immediately went out to greet his assistant when he heard that a guest had arrived. The guest was Martin Mendels, a white middle-aged man in his 50s, slightly fat, and wearing frameless glasses. Most importantly, Martin Mendels was one of the 7 members of the Executive Committee, the highest decision-making body of the Federal Reserve. After a warm greeting, the two men came to the reception room of the villa and sat down. Scaife personally poured Martin the coffee he had prepared long ago, and smiled gently. "Martin, how are Melissa and the children doing recently?" Martin Mendels took the coffee and nodded slightly. "Very good, how about you?" "Not bad," Scaife replied, picked up his coffee and took a sip, then continued, "Martin, well, to be honest, we have known each other for so many years, haven't we?" Martin Mendels smiled and glanced at Scaife. "Of course, Richard. Charlie, call me Charlie." "Okay, Charlie," Martin Mendels said, but put down the coffee cup and stopped beating around the bush. "To be honest, Charlie, I'm sorry that I can't help you this time." Richard Mellonscaife saw Martin Mendels get straight to the point. His expression remained calm. "Don't be so absolute, Martin. You also saw the situation when the Nasdaq closed yesterday, 6,317 points, and the total market value reached $7.6 trillion. This is completely crazy. For the federal economy, Martin, the Federal Reserve must take action to curb the continuation of the bubble, right? Charlie, I'm just an ordinary member of the Executive Committee. There are vice chairman and chairman above me, and above them are the White House and Congress. Do you think we can make decisions arbitrarily?" Martin Mendels said, staring at Scaife. "So, even if you can't do anything about the White House, you should try to lobby Congress instead of coming to me." "I know you don't have the power to decide," Scaife paused, and then said, "Then, Martin, I hope you can help me once in other ways, just once, and if you agree, I can give you enough compensation." Martin Mendels paused, cautiously. "What do you say first?" "Accept an interview and express your position on the Federal Reserve's upcoming interest rate hike." As soon as Richard Mellonscaife finished speaking, Martin Mendels immediately shook his head. "I'm sorry, Charlie, I can't help you with this. You know, I will retire in 5 years, and I have a wife and 3 children. $1 million, after you leave, I can arrange for you to become a director of the Andrew Mellon Foundation. This is not just about money, let's just pretend we haven't met today," Martin Mendels said, standing up. "Also, Charlie, I guess you must have bet on short tech stocks recently. After knowing each other for so many years, I can only give you one suggestion: clear your position." After saying this, Martin Mendels walked straight out the door. Richard Mellon Scaife had no choice but to stand up and see him off. Seeing Martin Mendels leaving in a hurry as if he was being chased by the devil, he suddenly kicked the door panel, and then there was a ping-pong sound in the reception room. The assistant and servants just appeared and immediately avoided Scaife's roar. Clear the position? If he could clear the position, he would certainly be willing to do so. However, it was too late to get off the tiger now. From the end of the presidential election in early November last year to now, Richard Mellon Scaife has raised nearly $300 million through mortgage loans and other means, all of which have been put on the short side of technology stocks. This was also stimulated by a certain young man. Simon Westeros took a gamble during the '87 stock market crash and got everything he has now. Richard Mellon Scaife has carefully studied the current situation of the new technology industry and believes that he can make a big bet. In the initial forecast, the team around him basically believed that technology stocks would turn before New Year's Day this year, and at the latest, they would not survive until mid-January, because during this period, many new technology companies will release quarterly or full-year financial reports one after another, and coupled with the many connections he has contacted for several consecutive months, Scaife does not believe that the technology stocks that have been shaky for a long time will not collapse. Unfortunately, the facts of the world are really unpredictable. Today is January 25th, and technology stocks not only show no signs of collapse, but are still advancing by leaps and bounds. Especially after the press conference of IGRT's 1996 full-year financial report on Wednesday, the new technology giant soared in the following 2 trading days, and the Nasdaq hit a new high. As of the close of the week on Friday yesterday, the Nasdaq index had reached 6,317 points, a cumulative increase of 16% compared to 5,426 points on November 6 last year, the day of the U.S. election. As for IGRT, compared with a market value of $579.6 billion on November 6, the market value at the close of yesterday was as high as $751.9 billion. In just less than 3 months, the cumulative increase was as high as 29%. More and more media and the public began to believe that IGRT would become the first trillion-dollar giant. Richard Mellon Scaife's $300 million funds have been mainly used to establish Nasdaq futures short contracts and short-sell leading technology stocks, such as IGRT, for several months. Initially, Scaife was able to relatively conservatively avoid using too much leverage, but as the floating losses on the books increased, in order to recover his investment, Scaife gradually increased his positions. The result is that the losses continue to increase. By the close of yesterday, Richard Mellon Scaife's various short losses had exceeded 50%. The original $300 million in funds has now been reduced to less than $150 million. On last year's Forbes 400 list of the richest Americans, Richard Mellon Scaife, as one of the 6 members of the Mellon family on the list, had a net worth of $700 million, most of which was inherited from his parents from Mellon Financial Group, Alcoa, Chevron and other companies' stock assets, and the $300 million in funds he borrowed were all mortgaged with these assets. Now, if the $300 million in funds are lost, it will not only mean that Scaife's net worth will be severely reduced, but also that the sharp decline in holdings will likely cause him to lose the implicit power represented by those stocks in his hands. The Mellon family's control over Mellon Financial Group, Alcoa, Chevron and other companies is not only due to their family background, but mainly due to the intricate holdings. The same is true for the influence of these corporate giants on federal politics and economy. Therefore, if this hedging operation fails, at least his own branch will suffer a great loss of foundation. If he could regret, Richard Mellon Scaife swore that he would never act on impulse. Unfortunately, there is no chance to regret in this world. After smashing all the furniture in the reception room, Richard Mellon Scaife, who was sitting alone in the ruins, calmed down a little and called Gillian Robertson, the head of Tiger Fund. He spent millions to dig up Clinton's dirt in the past few years, and there is no chance for the White House. On the congressional side, although the Westeros system was quite restrained last year, Simon Westeros's big move in the 1994 midterm election still made the active congressman feel scared. In addition, many companies under the Westeros system have a deeper and deeper impact on the U.S. economy, and no one wants to offend rashly. The last trick, trying to start directly from the Federal Reserve, still did not work. Now, in Washington, he has no choice. He can only hope that Gillian Robertson will make an effort. After all, compared with his $300 million, Tiger Fund has tens of billions of dollars of huge funds that are now on the short side. Scaife doesn't know how much the Tiger Fund's current floating loss is, but it should be equally heavy. In any case, it was time to give it a try. Simon went to the East Coast as usual on the weekend. Simon got the news that Richard Mellon Scaife had a meeting with a member of the Federal Reserve Executive Committee on Saturday afternoon. In order to prevent the member from doing stupid things, he directly passed the news to the White House. I believe that Clinton, who has been dug up by Scaife for several years and has not yet completely gotten rid of the trouble, will definitely appease the member. Probably guessing that the short sellers are about to make a move, Simon's schedule was not affected at all. On Saturday night, as agreed, he invited Natasha Richardson, who had met at the last Sundance Film Festival, to dinner together, and then things went smoothly. The next day was Sunday, January 26th. New York was still cold at the end of January, and you could see Central Park covered with snow from the restaurant in the morning. Natasha Richardson got up a little late. When she sat in the restaurant, the man had already finished half of his breakfast. After the waitress brought a lunch and left, the woman couldn't help but give someone a look and said in a distinct British accent, "Simon, I find you so evil." Although she was accusing someone, Natasha Richardson blushed first. In the upstairs bedroom last night, after all, they had just met for a short time, so she was still quite nervous. So when someone suggested watching a movie to relax, she agreed. As a result, someone played Blow Up. This is a work by Italian film master Michelangelo Antonioni in 1966, which is 30 years ago. Of course, this is not the key point. The problem is that the heroine of Blow Up, Vanessa Redgrave, is her mother. Facing the woman scolding, Simon smiled and said, "Nada, don't you think this is a great movie?" Of course, Natasha Richardson nodded subconsciously, and then said, "But, you are still too evil." "But," Simon said innocently, "I think you were also very excited last night." Natasha, who had just picked up a small piece of bread, heard this, tore off a piece and threw it at the man opposite. Simon caught it casually and stuffed it into his mouth, saying, "Well, only evil people can see evil. For me, I only see beauty. Haven't you noticed that the fashion of the 1960s is not outdated at all now? I have just asked A to recommend this movie to Melisandre, so that they can refer to it for some inspiration. Well, the solid color straight skirt is really beautiful, and you should also try it. Your style fits it very well." Natasha Richardson heard this, but glanced at someone sideways. "You mean, I am suitable for straight skirts?" "Yes, because you are very straight." Then another piece of bread was thrown at him. Simon failed to catch it this time, and half-jokingly said, "I really should send you to Africa to see the hungry people who can't get enough food." Natasha just glared at someone. After breakfast, Simon didn't immediately get rid of the woman he had just had sex with. He happened to have a meeting in the morning, so he took her with him. On the other side was Martin Scorsese. About Gangs of New York. The original Gangs of New York was produced by Miramax, starring Leonardo DiCaprio and Daniel Day-Lewis, costing $100 million, but the global box office was $190 million, which was far from a success. Coupled with the unsatisfactory performance of another blockbuster Cold Mountain at the same time, the rift between the Weinstein brothers and their old employer Disney became increasingly irreconcilable, and they eventually parted ways. The two brothers have always wanted to make a big-budget blockbuster, but unfortunately, anyone with a little bit of brains should understand that art films can't be made this way. Unfortunately, inflated people are often irrational. This is also a lesson for Simon. For any art film, Simon's investment limit is no more than $50 million, unless there are other special reasons. Gangs of New York is a special one. The story of the film comes from a novel of the same name, published in 1928 that Martin Scorsese read. He had the idea in the 1970s and pushed it for many years. It was originally a little promising due to the success of the Godfather series, but then it died after the box office failure of Once Upon a Time in America in the 1980s. Until now, old Martin has always been obsessed with this matter. Simon happened to have a suitable amount of funds in his hands, and in his memory, this movie was not an absolute failure, so he decided to invest in it. Of course, there are more important reasons. One of the male protagonists is Leo. Leo has just finished filming Titanic and has been tossed around by Cameron for more than half a year. He's resting. Since the big ship is coming, once the project achieves the same glory as before, Gangs of New York will become Leo's first film after the big ship, and the box office can be imagined. On the other hand, Simon does not intend to give Martin Scorsese $100 million this time, only $65 million. After all, this is a feature film that does not require special effects. Leo now signed the contract in advance before the release of The Ship, and the salary is very cheap. The same is true for Daniel Day-Lewis, $65 million is more than enough. In terms of schedule, Gangs of New York will definitely not be produced this year. After Simon agreed to start Shakespeare in Love, Ella Deutschman has successfully invited Daniel Day-Lewis, so the male star will definitely not have time this year, and the earliest will have to wait until next year. Similarly, it is better for Leo to start shooting next year. As long as The Ship is released, Gangs of New York will definitely attract everyone's attention as soon as it starts shooting. It is equivalent to saving $50 million in publicity and distribution costs. In addition, Martin Scorsese and the gimmicks that have been brewing for more than 20 years are almost foolproof. Finally, since Natasha Richardson was brought in, it was convenient, and the heroine was also booked in advance. This woman, who comes from a British acting family, has good looks and acting skills, and is just the right age at 32. What she has always lacked is opportunities. As for the original Cameron Diaz, Simon had no feelings for her, so he never thought of using her since The Mask. This actress, who should have been a big hit in the 1990s, is still unknown. Chapter 1095 Launch. Boston. In the wealthy West area on the western outskirts of the city, in the manor where Uliana Meretskova lives. It was January 27th, and a new week had begun. In the dimly lit bedroom in the early morning, Uliana lay on her side, looking at the two servants, Katya and Irina, whom she had brought from Ukraine, who were helping the man get dressed in light nightgowns, and whispered, "If you don't like Anna and Nick, I can send them back to Ukraine, okay? You're the only one left in Boston, okay? Uliana paused and softened her voice, "It's okay with me." In fact, she herself disliked the two burdens around her even more, and she almost blurted out the words just now, but fortunately she stopped in time. Simon looked at the woman who was 5 months pregnant, but whose figure and temperament were becoming more and more attractive on the big bed. While the two women beside him were bringing shoes over, he sat down on the bed and reached out to them, saying lightly, "Let them stay and keep you company." Uliana moved to make it easier for the man to follow her and nodded, "I'll listen to you." Although he was in the mood, after putting on his shoes, Simon only told the woman to sleep a little longer and left the bedroom. After the man left, Uliana said to the two servants who stayed behind, "Help me prepare some hot water. I want to take a bath." Katya Sapanova, a standard Slavic girl with blonde hair and blue eyes, said softly, "Madam, won't you sleep for a while? After Simon leaves, I can sleep all day." Uliana said, raising her hand slightly, and Irina Derchinskaya, the female guard, hurried forward and carefully helped the woman up. As her pregnancy became more and more obvious, Uliana asked the two servants she brought from Ukraine to sleep with her in the master bedroom, of course, on the small bed next to her, so that she could turn over and get up at night at any time. Last night, the man stayed here, and Uliana not only did not ask them to leave, but took the initiative to pull the two women, who were both of excellent appearance and figure, onto the big bed to please someone. The effect seems to be good. Of course, in order to prevent the two women around her from having other ideas, after something happened last night, Uliana drove them to the small bed in the corner of the bedroom, and spared no effort to use the two women in the morning. Born in a noble family, she knew that these seemingly insignificant tricks were actually very effective, because people would always adapt to their positions unconsciously. Simon never paid much attention to these little tricks of the women around him. After routine morning exercises, just as he sat down in the restaurant, Girl A handed him a stack of freshly baked information. After a few months of private connection and layout, the new technology short-selling forces led by Tiger Fund and Mellon Family finally launched today. The first is the article that Simon intercepted years ago, "Shocking Conspiracy, the Ponzi Scheme of the Internet Industry." Compared with the original version, this article has been supplemented many times over the past few months. Both the logic and data are more detailed and meticulous. At first glance, it is quite convincing. If there is no preparation in advance, it is hard to say whether it will have an impact on the new technology market. According to the current information feedback, a total of 17 local newspapers on the East and West Coasts published this article today. However, large newspapers such as the New York Times, the Boston Globe, and the Los Angeles Times did not participate. It was mainly local newspapers such as the Pittsburgh Tribune controlled by Richard Mellon Scaife. In addition, some news websites and famous bloggers will also publish this article, which also does not include the most influential portals. Girl A said, seeing her boss looking at the list of newspapers that were expected to publish a certain article, and pointed to the 2 newspapers that were circled in red in advance with her slender fingers. These 2 are affiliated with the Hearst family. Scaife has contact with Hearst. He hopes that the Hearst family will publish this article in the San Francisco Chronicle. They did not agree, but still provided 2 local newspaper platforms. Simon just nodded slightly, continued to look at the subsequent information, and asked, "What about us?" Downstairs, Ygritte has already put up a portal headline with the title, "The Coachman Trying to Tear Down the Railroad." This is the general direction, mainly attacking the conservative forces trying to curb the new technology industry. There will also be some more targeted counterattack articles refuting the Ponzi scheme argument in Scaife's press release. Simon listened while flipping through the various press releases compiled by Girl A. Allison waited for a moment and asked, "Boss, in fact, releasing the evidence of Scaife's manipulation behind the scenes should have a more direct effect. Why not do it?" Simon asked back, "How much has Scaife lost now?" "More than $150 million, Allison said. In addition to Scaife's $300 million principal, other branches of the Mellon family have also bet at least another $300 million this time. After this, although it is still far from touching the root, the Mellon family's control over Alcoa and other companies will definitely weaken. In addition, Scaife himself has suffered the most losses, and he has provoked this dispute, so he will definitely be marginalized by the Mellon family. It's only half of the loss. If the inside story is exposed now, it is likely to prompt Scaife to make up his mind to liquidate his position. I don't want him to run away." Girl A understood and nodded in approval. Simon continued, "Prepare a blacklist. All newspapers that publish that article today, and all the advertisements that we can influence, should be withdrawn." Allison quickly wrote it down in her memo. In addition, no matter how much impact this article has, it is just the beginning. We can't just passively accept it and let Kingsley's PR team and several companies like Ygritte take action, and finally push the Nasdaq up one more level. Simon was discussing with Allison when he heard footsteps. Looking up, Uliana's children, Anna Meretskova and Nicholas Meretskov, were entering the restaurant together. When they saw Simon looking at them, the siblings who had already walked to the dining table stopped. Sister Anna took the initiative to greet them. "Good morning, Mr. Westeros." Brother Nicholas, who was curiously looking at the information in Simon's hand, also hurriedly greeted them. Simon would not argue with the 2 little guys, but he couldn't help but frown slightly and waved his hand, saying, "You go to the restaurant next door, I have something to discuss here." The siblings were quite sensitive to Simon's emotional changes. Seeing him say that, Sister Anna even shrank her neck coquettishly, made an embarrassed expression, and pulled her brother out. After the siblings left, Simon roughly flipped through the materials in his hand and did not continue. Today was just a beginning, and the details would depend on the follow-up, so he turned to ask, "How was Sundance?" The 13th Film Festival, which lasted for 11 days, ended yesterday. The grand jury prize was given to the film called Sunday, directed by Jonathan Nossiter. On our side, only Lock, Stock and 2 Smoking Barrels won an audience award. The result was expected, and Simon was not surprised or dissatisfied. He just said, "The planning of Paranormal Activity I wrote at the weekend, send the materials to Justin Lin, let him prepare first, and talk in person if he is free recently. Well, send a copy to see as well, after all, it can promote it to IREC, at least let her sponsor a batch of the latest digital cameras for filming." A few days ago, when Simon was at Sundance, he had the idea of starting a pseudo-documentary genre. After careful consideration, he chose Paranormal Activity in his memory. As for the Blair Witch Project, which once pioneered pseudo-documentary, Simon temporarily suppressed it. The main reason is that the success of the Blair Witch Project is, in addition to internet viral marketing, to a large extent, deception, fooling the public who do not know the truth into thinking that a witch murder has really occurred, thereby attracting audiences to enter the theater. If a small distributor who used to be in the mainstream did this project, it would not be a big deal to adopt such means, but if Deaneries Entertainment did it, the same method would probably lead to class action lawsuits because of this deception. Simon did not want to cause such trouble. In fact, After the success of the Blair Witch Project, it took nearly 10 years for another Paranormal Activity to sell well. The key is that the Blair Witch Project is equivalent to a film that not only pioneered pseudo-documentary, but also seriously damaged the audience's enthusiasm for this type of film. In comparison, Paranormal Activity is a real pioneering in the film genre. This can be seen from the subsequent commercial performance of the two series. The first Blair Witch movie sold nearly $250 million worldwide. The sequel released the following year increased its cost from $60,000 to $15 million, but it didn't make any splashes at all. The two young directors of the two series were short-lived, and no influential works appeared afterwards. Let's look at Paranormal Activity. After the first movie made nearly $200 million at the global box office, 5 or 6 sequels were released in succession over the years. The cost of each sequel was no more than $10 million, but they were all big sellers. It can almost be regarded as a golden goose for the distributor Paramount. In Simon's opinion, this is what a new genre and a hit series should look like. However, although Paranormal Activity was selected, the idea of the subsequent Blair Witch movie can also be used, but this time it must not use deceptive methods for publicity. As long as Paranormal Activity opened up the situation and established a pseudo-documentary film genre, Blair Witch can still attract a large number of audiences if it does a better job and promotes it properly. As for the director Justin Lin, although he is mainly known for the Fast and Furious series, this director is actually a versatile person who can handle all kinds of genres. Paranormal Activity is just an experiment after all. From the director to the actors, Simon intends to use newcomers. Not to mention the actors, only newcomers will not let the audience lose interest in this pseudo-documentary format. In terms of directing, on the one hand, it is a training for Justin Lin by Simon, and Simon can also judge the strength and potential of this newcomer. On the other hand, new directors will definitely know how to cherish opportunities and are also cheaper. Of course, since Simon is personally leading the project, he will definitely not give only the pitiful budget of $15,000. If it is really to be released, after shooting with a digital camera, it is just to convert the low-quality digital images into 35mm film, which requires much more than $15,000. Therefore, from preparation to completing a 35mm film copy that can be screened in theaters, Simon prepared $300,000. The bulk of the money is mainly for distribution. If the final product meets Simon's expectations, the distribution fee of $3 to $5 million may not be enough. Of course, as long as the film is successful, Deaneries Entertainment will be able to earn more. Girl A made a note of this and took the initiative to report some other matters. Chen sent an email. In China, BJ's Rose Garden Villa District project has been finalized. Boss, do you want to see the detailed information? Yes, on the plane back. Also, on the Carlyle Group side, Caterpillar has officially announced that it will join the bidding for the acquisition of the British Perkins Engine Company. Mr. Rubenstein's email said that this may increase our acquisition cost by 10% to 20%. What does David mean? They suggest that if it exceeds our budget by 15%, we should give up the deal. Simon nodded, that's it. Also, regarding the Spanish clothing company Inditex, after several contacts, Inditex is very interested in our investment. However, Inditex's boss Amancio Ortega hopes to meet with you, and he hopes that Westeros will invest directly instead of through Apollo Management Company. You can arrange a time. Simon did not refuse. Thinking of something, he asked again, has the matter of Inditex setting up a factory in Rivne been negotiated? It's settled, but the scale of the first phase of the factory won't be too large, mainly because Inditex has been expanding very fast in recent years and doesn't have sufficient funds. In addition, Inditex also mentioned that they hope we can increase our investment in the aviation industry in Rivne, because the Zara brand under Inditex uses air transport to launch new products around the world. Let Kermorov and others discuss this matter, Simon said, thinking for a while, and then said, we can strengthen further control over the basic service sector in Rivne Oblast, including electricity, railways, aviation, energy, telecommunications, real estate, etc. When Simon talked about this, he was still thinking of a certain Lee family city on the other side of the ocean. Simon had this idea for Rivne a long time ago, and planned to build a Westeros city in Ukraine. To achieve this, the key is not to control the light industry or service industry that is the focus of the development of the Rivne region, but to control the basic needs of everyone in a region, such as food, clothing, housing, and transportation. To put it bluntly, It is actually to develop a new rental economy. If Simon wants to develop Livni, he must introduce other capital to promote it. If he only relies on the Westeros system, even if he has enough funds, it will not be possible to involve all industrial fields. However, as long as he controls the basic needs of all people in a city, not only ordinary residents, but also various enterprises in it will eventually become long-term tenants of Simon, the landlord. Chapter 1096 Crushing. Obviously, considering the legal risks involved, the article accusing the internet industry of being a Ponzi scheme did not directly name the company, but instead listed a series of detailed data. Even so, anyone with a discerning eye can still understand at a glance which company the industry giant mentioned in the article refers to. After all, the power of many short-selling capitals and the Mellon family should not be underestimated. A large number of media outlets across the United States made concerted efforts, which inevitably caused a huge social response. Even though the Westeros system made many timely responses, the Nasdaq still fell when it opened on Monday, January 27. Ygritte, which was the first to be affected, fell as much as 1.3% within an hour of opening, with a book loss of more than $10 billion. In the end, on Monday, the Nasdaq index fell 69 points by the close of trading, a drop of 1.1%. As the leading stock, Ygritte's stock price also fell by 0.7% in a single day, and its market value fell from a high of $751.9 billion last Friday to $746.6 billion. Other companies such as Cisco, AOL, and Microsoft also saw their stock prices fall to varying degrees. Even though it did not meet expectations, such a good start also made some people quite excited. So, that night, the backup plan was made. In an interview on the CBS evening news program, which is controlled by Westinghouse Electric, which has close ties with the Mellon family, a former Republican government official from the U.S. Department of Justice strongly criticized the Clinton administration's delay and perfunctory antitrust investigation of Ygritte, and called on the federal Congress and the U.S. states to unite and put pressure on the White House to dismember Ygritte, a monopoly behemoth that hinders the development of the new technology industry. Not only that, the next morning, a large number of local newspapers and social networking platforms appeared again. Some influential government officials or public figures in the United States called on the Federal Reserve to raise interest rates in order to control the increasingly overheated federal economy, especially to promote the new technology industries such as the internet, which are seriously bubbled, to turn to a healthy development track. Whether it is an attack on Ygritte, the leading company in Nasdaq by market value, or a call for the Federal Reserve to raise interest rates, compared with the article that was called the appetizer on Monday, they are both direct hits. On Tuesday, the Nasdaq fell again. Compared with Monday, the Nasdaq's single-day decline on Tuesday widened to 1.6%, and Ygritte's stock price also widened from 0.7% the previous day to 2.1% on the same day, with a single-day market value evaporation of more than $15 billion. The storm is coming. Although the 2 consecutive days of bad news have not yet triggered a large-scale selling frenzy, everyone knows that if this continues, the result will only be a collapse. Therefore, the technology stock forces led by the Westeros system also made the most decisive and practical counterattack. On Tuesday night, Federal Reserve Chairman Greenspan accepted an interview with ABC Evening News and personally stated that in order to maintain the current prosperity of the U.S. economy, the Federal Reserve has no plan to raise interest rates in the short term. Then it was Wednesday. Along with the publicity articles in major portals and major newspapers on the East and West Coasts about Ygritte's huge subsidies for e-commerce through profitable businesses such as advertising and software, and the huge losses of up to $1.7 billion in the past year, which created at least 100,000 long-term jobs for the federal government inside and outside Ygritte. At the White House press conference in the morning, in response to reporters' questions, the White House spokesman made a public statement that considering the close relationship between Ygritte's many businesses and the large number of jobs created for the federal government, the Department of Justice will carefully consider the split plan of Ygritte, and will only urge Ygritte to improve certain market strategies that are detrimental to small businesses and consumers. After the White House made its statement, Ygritte responded almost at the same time on the same day. On the West Coast that morning, Ygritte publicly signed a technology licensing and compatibility sharing cooperation agreement with IBM, Microsoft, HP and other technology companies that also provide data center services at its headquarters campus in San Francisco, focusing on increasing the compatibility of Ygritte's Internet Basic Tool software with other data center platforms. Obviously, Ygritte did this in response to the accusation launched by the Department of Justice at the end of last year that Ygritte bundled its own software with data center services and forced sales to users. Not only that, on Wednesday afternoon, Ygritte announced again that in order to support the development of many small businesses, Ygritte will comprehensively reduce the price of its own data center services by 15%, effective immediately. This is still not over. On Thursday morning, Ygritte's senior management held a press conference at an Amazon warehouse logistics center in Florida that is about to be completed near Miami, announcing that it will start the recruitment plan for 2,000 employees in advance. At the same time, after the logistics center near Miami is officially put into use, in addition to the increase in the number of employees it employs, it will also bring no less than 10,000 jobs to the surrounding area. At this press conference, a judge in the Florida Attorney's Office who is responsible for the antitrust investigation of Ygritte personally stood on the stage and affirmed Ygritte's move, publicly stating that the settlement negotiations between the Florida Attorney's Office and Ygritte regarding last year's antitrust investigation have come to an end. For 2 consecutive days, a series of news that was almost completely reversed attracted a lot of criticism from the short-selling forces that controlled the public opinion platform, but the market feedback was immediate. The decline of Ygritte on Monday and Tuesday came to an abrupt end on Wednesday and began to rise. In addition, because of Greenspan's personal statement, the Nasdaq also quickly recovered its lost ground driven by the rebound of Ygritte's stock price and easily returned to the high of more than 6,300 points at the close of last Friday. The rapid reversal of the whole thing was a complete crushing for some interested spectators who knew a little about the inside story. The gap between the long and short sides was too big. The short-selling capital could only use some local media or small online platforms and some former politicians who had stepped down to speak out and create public opinion, while the long side directly moved out of the White House and the chairman of the Federal Reserve, and controlled Ygritte's portal, ABC TV network, the New York Times and other mainstream media with national influence. The result of the collision can be imagined. On the other hand, Ygritte's further opening measures and promotion of local employment have also given the Ministry of Justice and the prosecutors' offices of various states a big step forward. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that last year, the White House initiated an antitrust investigation in order to gain control. After Ygritte broke through, it was bound to end up with a whimper again. It is certain that Ygritte will not be split up. Even if the price reduction of data center services and the technology licensing to other peers will have some impact on Ygritte's revenue and monopoly advantage, the positives far outweigh the negatives. Finally, on Friday, January 31st, after a busy week, the Nasdaq closed. Not only did it not turn to collapse, but it accumulated another 1.8% increase in a week compared to last Friday, reaching 6,437 points. The most dazzling one is Ygritte. The rebound continued on Wednesday, Thursday and Friday. By the close of Friday, the company's market value had reached $773.1 billion, with a single-week increase of 2.8%. It may seem like a single-digit percentage increase, but considering the size of the Nasdaq market and Ygritte at that time, it is still a very large number. Correspondingly, the short-selling capital, which had a slightly narrowed paper loss in the first 2 days of this week, ended up with a continuous expansion of losses after a week. February 2nd, Sunday. Simon came to New York yesterday and spent a day with Alain Lauder. This morning, he gave his time to Grace. Then, at noon, the invitation was given to Mancio Ortega, the founder of Intrigues from Spain. Although this Spanish businessman who created the Zara brand was later the richest man in Spain and had a short-lived position as the richest man in the world, it was nothing to Simon at this time. There was no way. Simon was no longer richer than anyone else. After lunch, the two happily finalized a plan for Westeros Company to invest in Zara's parent company Intrigues. In the afternoon, Simon came to the residence of Chen Qing and Lin Su in the Upper West Side. As soon as he entered the door, Chen Qing rushed over. "Boss, you are so awesome." Simon stood at the entrance and smiled, raising his feet to let the waitress help him change his shoes, and said, "What a coincidence, I have always felt so." But, on Wednesday, they signed a cooperation agreement with IBM in the morning, and announced a big price cut for EOS in the afternoon. It was too hurtful. "Boss, although Ygritte can definitely afford the price war, it is not necessary. I think just signing a cooperation agreement is enough." The two walked into the living room as they talked. Simon did not answer immediately, but asked, "Where's Asu?" "She just went out to buy some things. We planned to make you something delicious in the evening." Simon nodded, and the two sat down on the sofa in the living room. Seeing that Chen Qing was still staring at him with bright eyes after she finished speaking, Simon said, "This is the original plan. If you pay enough attention, you should understand that our house is very different from some other traditional data centers." Chen Qing leaned softly against Simon and said, "I know, it's cloud computing." "Yes, cloud computing. In addition to maximizing the benefits of data center resources, this technology has another advantage, that is, the larger the scale, the lower the relative cost. In fact, from the very beginning, compared with other companies providing similar services, Igrit has a very lucrative profit margin in this regard. It was only because we initially set a higher price in order to avoid the vigilance of our payers. Now, the scale of Igrit's data center continues to expand, and the relative cost is getting lower and lower. Even if it is reduced by 15% this time, our gross profit margin is still far higher than that of other payers. Does this mean that there will be more price cuts in the future? Of course, in the final analysis, in business competition, compared with technological barriers, low price has always been the most direct and effective moat. As long as your price is low enough, you don't need to worry about the emergence of competitors. Although Igrit has been leading the research and development of cloud computing technology for a few years in advance, this technology, the concept of which was proposed in the 1980s, is not very difficult to master. If Igrit wants to ensure its first-mover advantage, the most effective way is to lower prices. Other competitors will not be profitable, and forced competition will only lead to continuous losses. Therefore, it is difficult to pose a threat to Igrit. Chen Qing tilted her head to think for a while, and said, "Then, if I let me guess, after the collapse of the Nasdaq, Igrit will definitely significantly lower the price of us again. By then, the bubble will burst and price competition will occur, and other industry competitors will never be able to catch up with Igrit." Simon nodded, "Neat. Speaking of which, the reason why Amazon was able to occupy half of the global cloud computing business was not because of its leading position in technological research and development. In fact, it was Google that first developed a mature cloud computing solution in order to save costs. The key to Amazon's dominance in the cloud computing business is price. Even when there were no competitors of the same level, the company realized that its profit margin was too large, so it took the initiative to reduce prices, and reduce prices again. As a result, when its size was large enough and its costs were getting lower and lower, it created an insurmountable business moat for itself. Other companies that followed, because their business size could not be compared with Amazon and their costs were relatively higher, could only compete with Amazon with long-term losses. The result can be imagined. Although they were able to gain a part of the market in the end, they could not compare with Amazon after all. Referring to memory, Simon personally intervened in the US business of Igrit and finalized the same strategy. This 15% price reduction is just the beginning. With Igrit's current data center scale that is 10 times that of other payers, neither Microsoft nor IBM can compete at all. Even in the expected cold winter of the internet industry after the new technology bubble bursts, whether other competitors can survive is a big question. In the living room, after discussing this matter, Chen Qing asked curiously, "Boss, the Nasdaq is now at 6,400 points. How high do you think it can go in the end?" Simon could only shake his head. "I really don't know. How high the Nasdaq can go is probably what everyone who pays a little attention to new technology is curious about at this time." Compared with the Nasdaq's collapse at around 5,000 points in March 2000, this time, even Simon can't be sure at all. In fact, Simon has considered this issue a long time ago. First of all, it can be confirmed that the Nasdaq's current high of 6,400 points is still not too out of control. Because this time, compared with the past, the new technology market has added Igrit, a giant with a current market value of $770 billion. In addition, another company listed on the Nasdaq market, Tinkober, also had a market value of $321.7 billion at the close of this Friday. These two companies that have never appeared in history, with a combined market value of more than $1 trillion, are enough to support the 1,000-point Nasdaq index. On the other hand, compared to the internet industry which was still in its infancy when the Nasdaq bubble burst around 2000, Simon has been promoting the internet industry with the power of the entire Westeros system. This time, the internet industry, whether in terms of user scale or enterprise development, has advanced by at least 5 years. In some aspects, it is not an exaggeration to say that it has advanced by 10 years. Take Yahoo for example. When the internet bubble burst around 2000, the company's market value of $100 billion was only supported by a mere $200 million to $300 million in revenue. Now, Ygritte alone has a revenue of more than $30 billion. Others, such as Cisco and AOL, have made much more progress than before. This actually means that compared to the previous bubble, the relevant industries this time have real performance support, and the bubble component is far less than in the original time and space. Therefore, after crossing the previous 5,000 points, how high the Nasdaq can go this time, not to mention others, Simon himself has no clue at all, and can only take one step at a time. Chapter 1097 New Year. Simon's step-by-step approach to the Nasdaq index is actually a safe bet. In 1996, the Westeros system had already completed its response to a series of situations after the new technology bubble burst, and its new technology companies now have considerable cash reserves. For Julian Robertson, the head of Tiger Fund, these days are like sitting on pins and needles. As a staunch bearish on the new technology industry, Robertson initially believed that the Nasdaq index would turn in December last year, and would not last until January at the latest. Therefore, even without Richard Mellanscafe's instigation, he planned to suppress all the assets of Tiger Fund just for a gamble. However, December 1996 has passed, January 1997 has also passed, and now it is February 1997. Compared with the 5,426 points at the end of the U.S. election on November 6 last year, the Nasdaq index has not only not turned around in the past few months, but also hit a new high of 6,437 points last Friday, despite the utmost suppression of these short-selling capital. In 3 months, the Nasdaq index has accumulated an increase of 18%. Tiger Fund began to build positions after the election last year and completed it in late December. With a total principal of about $12 billion and an average leverage of 3 to 5 times, it held various short contracts with a scale of nearly $50 billion. Last Friday, the paper loss of all shorts reached $7.3 billion, and the loss has exceeded 60%. More than half of the losses. Due to the large size of the positions, Robertson has had to close some positions in order to ensure a sufficient margin ratio. Now, the most important question facing this hedge fund tycoon, who has risen with Soros in recent years, is whether to completely clear their positions and admit defeat. Or, alas turtle? Julian Robertson firmly believed that no matter how flexible the economic bubble was, it would eventually not be able to escape the economic law. Anyone with a discerning eye knew that the bubble of the Nasdaq was already very serious and could burst at any time. Even if the vested interest groups headed by the Westeros system used the power of the entire Federation to prolong the life of the Nasdaq, the result would not be changed. Maybe tomorrow. The question is, how many tomorrows can Tiger Fund support? New York. Although it was Sunday, Julian Robertson was still working at Tiger Fund's headquarters in downtown Manhattan for most of the day. It was past 3 o'clock in the afternoon, mainly trying to appease investors from all sides. It was a sunny day at the end of winter. It was still very cold. At nearly 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Robertson left his office and drove to the Upper East Side. In a cafe, he met his old friend, another hedge fund tycoon, George Soros, who he had known for many years. The two of them greeted each other and sat down. When the waiter served coffee and left, George Soros looked at Robertson, who was looking at the setting sun on the building outside the window, and asked, "So, how are you doing recently?" Julian Robertson came back to his senses, took a sip of the hot coffee, paused, and said, "I plan to wait another month." Soros did not rashly ask how much the other party had lost. He thought that he was more than half sure, and was silent for a moment, and said, "Or, it's not bad for you to clear your position now, and bet on Southeast Asia with me. If everything goes well, you should be able to recover most of your losses this year." Julian Robertson shook his head and smiled bitterly. "George, you should know that if I clear my position now, investors will definitely ask for liquidation, and I won't have the opportunity to turn to Southeast Asia." Soros was speechless again. Robertson said the fact that hedge funds are a high-risk field, which everyone knows, but if the loss is too much, investors will still ask to withdraw their funds. It can be said that if Tiger Fund cannot wait for the Nasdaq to turn before the funds are exhausted, this time it will only have one way to go, which is to liquidate and close down. Soros, who has been quietly laying out Southeast Asia since last year, did not participate in the bet on technology stocks, but he has always been paying attention to the trend of the Nasdaq market. As of the closing of 6,437 points the day before yesterday, he thinks it is already a rather outrageous high point. You know, at the beginning of this decade, in 1990, the Nasdaq was only about 300 points. In just 7 years, it has soared 20 times. No normal stock market in any country can reach this level. However, although it is obviously abnormal, everything still happened and continues. Soros has recently become more and more convinced that Igrit has a good chance of becoming the first company in the history of the U.S. stock market to reach a market value of $1 trillion. After all, compared with many other second and third tier small technology companies, Igrit is indeed very successful. Even if calculated based on the market value of $773.1 billion at the close of Friday, the price-to-earnings ratio is only 221 times. Well, 221 times does not seem to be suitable for the number only, but if compared with many companies on the Nasdaq market whose price-to-earnings ratios have exceeded 500 times or even 1,000 times, 221 times is already a fairly healthy price-to-earnings ratio indicator. The market value of $1 trillion was only about 280 times. With Igrit's strong momentum of maintaining an annual growth rate of more than 60% after its annual revenue exceeded $30 billion, it is not too much to support a price-earnings ratio of 280 times. It was just a weekend gathering of two old friends. Julian Robertson did not mean to ask Soros for help. Soros made a suggestion of his own, but Robertson did not accept it and did not say anything more. The topic became casual. What do you think that guy is doing now? Seeing Julian Robertson asking this, Soros smiled with a gossipy look. He must be in New York now. Maybe you have heard that he made the girl from the Lola family pregnant. Although he has no plans to get married, he is still responsible and comes to visit every week. Julian Robertson smiled and said, "It seems that you are not well informed. In fact, more than one woman is pregnant." Soros just smiled. Of course he knew. However, in Soros's view, the child that the girl from the Lola family is pregnant is the most important. Because after the child is born, he will have another identity, a Jew. He also attended a party held by the Lola family. In Western society, ethnicity has never been insignificant, and the more minority groups such as Jews value this, the more they value it. People still don't know Simon Westeros's ethnicity, but now the Westeros family has a Jewish child, and according to recent news, it's a boy, and the young man quite recognizes the identity of the heir. Then, in the future, the Westeros system will be very beneficial to the Jews in many ways. Julian Robertson noticed Soros's knowing smile, and probably understood something. He was not a Jew, so he didn't make any rash comments on this. After taking another sip of coffee, Julian Robertson finally felt a little emotional, even slightly unconvinced. "George, tell me, how did he do it in 1987? Who knows?" Soros shook his head when he heard Robertson talk about his own miserable failure that time. "To be honest, I believe he is a psychic, otherwise he would not have made such an accurate prediction. If he had not made a fortune in the 1987 stock market crash, a certain young man might still be just a Hollywood director, even if he was the top one. That's not right. Even if there was number 1987 crash, if the other party had bet on the internet in advance, at least Igrit could have been created at this time. No, it doesn't seem right either. Igrit's sudden emergence was only possible with the cooperation of an entire industrial chain, such as AOL, Cisco, and even the performance upgrade of personal computers in the hardware field and Tinkover's internet peripheral electronic products. Without the rapid development of this entire industrial chain, Igrit would never have reached its current scale. The development of the entire industry chain requires a huge amount of funds. For example, the recent media reports about the loss of $1.7 billion last year by Amazon, a subsidiary of Igrit, would not have allowed Igrit's e-commerce business to develop to the level of tens of billions of revenue in just 5 years without the madness of spending $1.7 billion in 1 year, and more importantly, the ability to burn $1.7 billion. In short, It is not an exaggeration to say that someone has single-handedly pushed the entire internet industry to where it is today. If it weren't for that young man, perhaps the internet would still be in the exploratory stage. The basis of all this is that one time in 1987, which gave the other party enough capital to do this. Thinking of this, Soros shook his head slightly and said, "In any case, Simon has now completely jumped out of our level. You should have experienced how great the gap in strength was in the game these days. This is just Simon doing things within the rules. If he breaks the rules, you know, the Westeros system now has this kind of strength, then you must be completely in no mood to drink coffee with me now." Julian Robertson wanted to refute, but after a pause, he could only acquiesce. I have to admit it. Moreover, what Julian Robertson had to admire was the vision of the young man. Some people may suddenly become rich in just 10 years and become super tycoons at the top of the world's rich list, but under normal circumstances, people who suddenly enter the top of the pyramid often lack sufficient wisdom to deal with the rapid change of class. People's time and energy are limited. In just 10 years, it is very rare to be able to do one thing to the extreme. Simon Westeros has enough wisdom to do many things to the extreme at the same time. This is not just a matter of intelligence. There is no shortage of smart people in this world, but the smarter people are, the less they understand the ways of the world and how to dodge and move, because these wisdoms of dealing with people can only be obtained through repeated failures in dealing with people. The question is, where does Simon Westeros have so much time to get these? All these questions, unless someone is willing to reveal them, will probably always be a mystery. Upper West Side of Manhattan. While the two old men were drinking coffee together, Simon was personally accompanying the two women to prepare dinner. It was like experiencing life. The Spring Festival was coming soon in China, and Chen Qing had no intention of going back. And because of her pregnancy, Lin Su, who inevitably had all kinds of concerns in her heart, did not return to China to celebrate the New Year with her family this time. Simon didn't think much of it at first, but when he noticed Lin Su's low mood, he realized that it was not indifferent after all. So he tried his best to comfort and make up for it. However, after spending an afternoon with her, and even driving Chen Qing away that night, he and Lin Su enjoyed their world alone. The next morning, Simon accidentally found the tears in the corners of the woman's eyes, and then he realized that the matter was still quite serious. After a little heart-to-heart talk, he roughly understood. Pregnant women are more sensitive after all. Although Lin Su is also a smart and capable person on weekdays, especially in front of Chen Qing, she always has a spirit of not admitting defeat. Although she's always bullied, her personality is definitely not weak. However, after getting pregnant, as a woman with some traditional Chinese concepts in her bones, she can't help but worry about gains and losses. Even if Simon promised that the future child can clearly have the surname Westeros. However, it is still difficult for a woman to feel safe without a proper marriage and a real status. Simon was originally going to return to Los Angeles on Monday. Seeing this situation, he discussed it with the two Jennies privately and decided to take Lin Su back to China to celebrate the New Year together. And do some things by the way. It was February 3rd, Monday. The Chinese lunar calendar was the 26th day of the 12th lunar month, and there were only 3 days left until New Year's Eve. When Lin Su learned that Simon was going to take her back to China to celebrate the Spring Festival together, she felt something was wrong. She knew very well that men were far from being as idle as she imagined. If she went to China to celebrate the New Year, she would probably not be able to come back for at least a week. There was just a long-short confrontation on the Nasdaq market last week, and the media was still discussing it over the weekend. What if something happened during this time away and he couldn't handle it in time? Simon didn't talk too much nonsense with Lin Su about this. If you don't even have the freedom to leave at any time, what's the point of everything? Set off directly on the same day. Well, Chen Qing was left behind. After all, some things this time were not suitable for Chen Qing to get involved. Chen Qing personally sent the two to the airport and watched the Boeing 767 disappear into the sky. She looked resentful on the surface, but she had more expectations in her heart. The man promised that she could have a child after she turned 30. She is 28 this year, and the time is not far away. By then, the man will definitely treat her equally. Thinking of this, Chen Qing was even a little uneasy, wondering if her father would carry a feather blanket and beat her and him, the improper couple, out together. This, well, probably not. Because of the fate that was predicted by a fortune teller when she was a child, and her personality that gradually came true when she grew up, her parents have been worried about her for many years, fearing that she would learn bad things and harm others. Even during the crackdown that she remembered very clearly when she was a child, her father took her to watch the execution, the kind with the brains splattered, just to prevent her from going astray. Although, when she saw some scenes at that time, she only felt excited and was not afraid at all. In this way, her parents' expectations of her were actually very low. By then, I can bring back a Simon Westeros and say that he is my man. Although, she will definitely be the 5th, 6th, or 7th child, it will be enough to meet my parents' expectations. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1098, When in Rome, Do as the Romans Do. Hangzhou, China. A Chinese-style house surrounded by trees on the west bank of West Lake has been closely watched by the top of the pyramid of the entire city in recent days, because of the sudden arrival of a super tycoon. Later, the news came out that Simon Westeros came to China this time for personal matters, specifically to confirm his relationship with a girl named Lin, and there were even rumors that the girl was pregnant. People who can find out these news are not of low status. Their reaction to this matter is not like some ordinary people who habitually hate the rich, but rather envy. That's Simon Westeros. According to the news coming from abroad, with a continued surge in U.S. technology stocks, Simon Westeros's personal wealth has reached $2 trillion. Tisk. $2 trillion is completely unimaginable. After all, the domestic GDP in the past year was only $860 billion. Apart from other things, the other party had just landed in China, and orders directly from the capital were pressed down layer by layer, requiring each department to do a good job in reception and not to make mistakes. Then, in addition to the leisure of a certain tycoon, a lot of people had their annual leave cancelled. Simon and Lin Su set out on the morning of February 3rd, and arrived in China on the afternoon of February 4th, Beijing time, which was the 27th day of the 12th lunar month. They went directly to the door. They communicated frankly with Lin's father and mother, and the Lin family, who had expected it, also agreed. Simon also prepared a generous betrothal gift in accordance with Chinese tradition, and Lin Su's set of rings was naturally not small. After a lively family dinner that night, the relationship between the two was completely settled. After all, at the social level of the Lin family, some things are not uncommon at all. Moreover, even if their daughter is not Simon Westeros's wife, it is not a concession in any way. Lin's father and mother once thought that their daughter would remain unknown by the other party's side. Now, the other party came to the door in person and fulfilled all the courtesy. After that, they learned about the other party's arrangements for the child in their daughter's belly, and they could not ask for too much. They quickly got this done, and the next day was the 29th day of the 12th lunar month. There is number 30th day of the 12th lunar month this year. Today is New Year's Eve. In the courtyard at dusk, the Lin family, still surrounded by a festive atmosphere, is busy preparing the New Year's Eve dinner. Because the courtyard covering more than 6 acres is spacious enough, and Lin's father inevitably wants to show off, in addition to Lin Su's grandparents, Lin's father also invited his other 4 brothers and sisters to come here to celebrate the new year. There are more than 30 people in the Lin family in the mansion. In the spacious kitchen on one side of the mansion, except for the 2 chefs invited to cook, the rest are the women of the Lin family busy. After all, making the New Year's Eve dinner by yourself is more atmospheric. Lin Lan followed her sister, who insisted on coming to help like a tail, picking a basket of beans randomly, and gossiping in a tone, "Sister, did he really agree to call the child little Simon Lin Westeros in the future?" Lin Su guessed that her father, who was chatting with relatives in the main house, must have deliberately let it slip, and was heard by her sister. Seeing her ask this, she just nodded slightly. "Although, I know that Westerners like to use the names of their elders when naming their children, but I still find it weird." Lin Lan saw her sister nod and express her own opinion, then she lowered her voice a little, "But, after all, it's little Simon, does the principal wife have any objection to this?" Before Lin Su could react, a hand patted Lin Lan on the head. She subconsciously turned her head and saw her mother's unfriendly eyes. Lin Lan hurriedly tried to change the subject. Mom, your hands are wet, my hair. Mother Lin did not give her second daughter a chance to change the subject. She glared at her and said, if you can't speak, just shut up. How can I not speak? I only say this in front of my sister, Lin Lan muttered, and couldn't help but, Mom, tell me, what if it's a girl? This sentence obviously made Mother Lin even angrier, and she slapped her again. Although this time she hit Lin Lan on the back, she didn't hold back at all. Lin Lan's screams of pain attracted the attention of other women in the kitchen. Mother Lin smiled at everyone, then grabbed her second daughter's ear and pulled her towards the door. Go away, stop making trouble here. I'm annoyed when I see you. It's New Year's Day, what nonsense are you talking about? Although Mother Lin always claimed that she didn't favor boys over girls, how could her daughter possibly give birth to a girl? Exclamation mark. After driving the second daughter away, Lin's mother said to the eldest daughter in a soothing manner, don't listen to your sister's nonsense. She has been bad-mouthed since she was a child. You know that. Nothing, Lin Su just smiled. Compared with the depression she felt in North America a few days ago, her temperament has become brighter in recent days because of what a certain man did. She continued in a low voice, in fact, he likes children very much. It doesn't matter if it's a girl this time. I can have another one. Anyway, there is no family planning in the United States. Lin's mother nodded slightly, and then sighed softly. Xiao Su, he can do this. We can all feel that he is sincere to you. However, even if you don't say it, I can guess that there must be many women around him. In short, you can't expect too much in the future. Take good care of yourself and the children. In short, make yourself live a better life and don't worry too much about status. Lin Su nodded. Mom, I know. Although she said this, Lin Su couldn't help but think of someone's arrangement of the women around her. They were all in pairs, even in Dume Cape Manor, there were two Jennies. Obviously, he probably considered some issues. What a jerk. Seeing that her eldest daughter seemed to have remembered something suddenly, Lin's mother did not disturb her. She picked a basket of beans quickly and handed it to a female relative next to her. She changed to another basket of vegetables and continued to pick them. Then she continued, by the way, Xiao Su, there is one more thing. Tonight, you know, it's New Year's Eve. Logically, your father and I should give him a red envelope. Do you think we should give it to him? Lin Su blinked, then curled her lips. Of course we should, why not? Then, how much is appropriate? Just give him the same amount as you gave Qin Yu Song. We are both sons-in-law, we can't show favoritism, right? Seeing that her daughter smiled more when she said these words, Lin's mother could not help but pat her on the back of her hand. You just know how to joke, and you want to see your mother laugh. No, Lin Su restrained herself a little and said, he adapts to the local customs, and this red envelope should be considered a red envelope for changing the name. Lin's mother was stunned when she heard this. I imagined a little bit that a certain Simon Westeros would change his words and call them that. Just thinking about it made me feel a little overwhelmed. After a moment's silence, Lin's mother said again, well, let your dad give it to you. Lin Su's face showed more smiles. Don't make it difficult for my dad, he will be scared. Thinking about how her husband wanted to act like a father-in-law in front of her eldest daughter's man these days but was obviously lacking in bones, Lin's mother also felt that it was inappropriate, but then she glared at her daughter again. How can you say that about your dad? Lin Su looked innocent. I didn't say anything. Lin's mother hesitated for a moment before saying, or, you can go and talk to him and explain the red envelope matter, and forget about changing your words. Lin Su shook her head directly. I'm his woman now, and I'm pregnant with his child, so it's only right for him to change his words. It's different. Don't think I don't know anything. I heard that foreigners also call their father-in-law and mother-in-law by their names, and don't have the habit of calling them mom and dad. Lin Su nodded, and then concentrated on picking vegetables. Seeing her daughter like this, Mother Lin thought for a moment, then said carefully, how about, it's okay to be more formal and just call them father-in-law and mother-in-law. Seeing her mother's conflicted look, Lin Su thought about the man. In fact, she had not discussed this matter with him in private. What if? This is actually not a bad idea, then I'll talk to him later. However, it's not right for Qin Yu Song to call you mom and dad, and me to call him father-in-law and mother-in-law, right? Then let Xiao Qin call them that too. It won't be wrong. Lin Su shrugged slightly. What's wrong? Mother Lin raised her hand and tapped her eldest daughter on the shoulder. Then she remembered something. Hey, And your uncles and aunts' children outside also need to give red envelopes after the New Year's Eve dinner. Have you prepared them? Lin Su nodded. I've prepared them. Mother Lin subconsciously lowered her voice and asked, how much? Lin Su said, 666. Mother Lin was startled. So much? He decided it. He thought this number was auspicious. Lin Su said, and seeing her mother's distressed look, she explained, it's nothing. You know, money is not considered money to him at all. Then you can't give so much? Mother Lin's voice instinctively raised a little, and then quickly lowered it. Well, is it RMB? He is American, of course it's US dollars. Hearing this, Mother Lin subconsciously converted it in her mind. Her hand shook, and a handful of vegetables fell into the box. She directly pulled her daughter out of the kitchen, walked to the storage room next door, and whispered, no, you can't give so much. More than 600 US dollars, converted into RMB, is more than 5,000. Of course, Lin's mother knew that her daughter's husband had too much money to spend, but giving him New Year's money at one time was equivalent to most people's annual salary, which was a bit too outrageous. Lin Su was pulled over and said helplessly, Mom, we have already wrapped the red envelopes. Then wrap it again. Xiao Su, listen to Mom. This is not a one-year thing. We gave you so much this year. What will you do next year? You can't give so much every year, right? It will still be this much in the future. Lin Su held her mother's hand and advised, Mom, it's really nothing. Besides, think about it, everyone knows how rich he is. If you give less, he will lose face. I don't want people to gossip about him behind his back. That too. Lin's mother was about to continue, but suddenly reacted. You said it was decided by him, but it was obviously decided by you. I just want to say, how could an American like him understand what 666 is? You, no matter how much face you want, can't give so much? I think 66 is good, 606 is auspicious. Lin Su also realized that she had let the cat out of the bag, but she didn't mean to quibble. Okay, Mom, this is our business. Besides, Xia Guang and the others are not outsiders. Just think of it as their future tuition paid by their aunt. Lin's mother felt her daughter's stubborn tone, sighed, and then reacted. Even if Xia Guang and his family are not outsiders, there will definitely be other relatives and friends who will bring their children to visit in the next few days. You can't give money so carelessly. I know, I've thought about it. Lin Su said, pushing her mother out. Let's go and help. Hiding here seems like discussing bad things. Don't fool me, how much do you think it is? 100, Lin Su said, in the future, too. Or US dollars. Yet. Just spend it, you. Mom, why don't you go and tell him to give less New Year's money? The two turned to the kitchen door. When Lin's mother heard her daughter's words, she gently pushed her daughter to stop her from entering the door. Go, go, don't make trouble here anymore. I'm upset to see you. Knowing that her mother was afraid that she would be tired because she was pregnant, Lin Su did not refuse and turned to the main house. After greeting the grandfather and several men of her father's generation who were chatting in the main house, Lin Su followed the sound to the next door. They were playing chess here. The two sides of the chess game were Simon and Lin Lan's husband Qin Yu Song, surrounded by a group of young people including Lin Su's two younger brothers. When everyone saw Lin Su coming, they made way. Seeing Lin Lan lying on her husband's back, pointing at the chessboard on the table, Lin Su also stood behind the man naturally, not as intimate as her younger sister and her husband, just one hand on the man's shoulder. Looking at the chessboard. This game of chess has begun to come to an end. Lin Su could see at a glance that her brother-in-law and younger sister seemed to be working together to beat Simon, but in fact they were letting Simon win. Both of them were smart. Of course, she would not expose it. It was estimated that her man also understood it in his heart, so he also started to advise on the side, and was accused by Lin Lan of breaking the rules. The atmosphere in the room became more lively and warm. This continued until dark. The New Year's Eve dinner was ready, and the whole family was divided into several tables and filled the hall. The TV was showing the preheating of the upcoming Spring Festival Gala. This long-lost feeling of familiarity and strangeness made Simon almost burst into tears. The only regret was the lack of firecrackers. I didn't expect that Hangzhou had banned firecrackers since the 1990s. However, when Simon pretended to be curious and asked why he couldn't hear the firecrackers that should be there during the Chinese New Year, there were firecrackers soon. So it was perfect. After the New Year's Eve dinner, The whole family began to greet each other, but it was mainly Lin Su and Simon. First, they greeted Lin Su's grandparents, then Lin's father and mother, and then the 4 uncles and aunts. Simon was privately reminded by Lin Su that after receiving the red envelope, he decisively changed his words. The others were still a little reserved. When he was called father-in-law, Lin's father, who had drunk a little too much again, almost laughed his eyes out. Finally, the younger generation came forward to greet the new year. Lin Su handed out thick red envelopes one by one, which made Lin land jealous. In the end, she called her sister and brother-in-law to grab one. Probably because they secretly checked the red envelopes, the atmosphere of the subsequent New Year's Eve was more warm and harmonious. There was still a slightly discordant episode. The problem was on the Spring Festival Gala. When Uncle Benjamin's Red Sorghum model team came on stage, Teacher Fan's line, which was supposed to be like the world-famous model Cindy Crawford, was replaced by the names of 2 girls, Jeonjin and Tao Yulai, who have become well-known nationwide in recent months because of their entry into the international stage. Moreover, the 2 girls appeared in the VIP seats below the stage and got a close-up shot. The Lin family didn't know what was going on with Jeonjin and Tao Yulai, but Lin Su certainly couldn't be unaware of it, so Simon was very resentful and of course pinched by Lin Su, who was snuggling beside him like a cat, but it was also very harmless. Chapter 1099, Boating. After New Year's Eve, there were 2 days of non-stop socializing. On the first day, I went around to pay New Year's greetings. On the second day, I hosted banquets for guests, and on the third day, I finally had some free time. This was also the last day of Simon's trip to China. In the morning, he and Lin Su visited some scenic spots around Westlake, and also saw the progress of the construction of the Chinese-style manor on the north bank of Westlake that took over the 5-hectare land last year. After lunch, the 2 did not walk around, but boarded a cruise ship to sail on Westlake. Our family has been a prominent family since the Qing dynasty. Grandpa said that there was a library at home, which housed tens of thousands of ancient books. Unfortunately, they were lost for various reasons. This set of Qing by Lei Zhao is one of the few that has been preserved to this day, but it is no longer complete. Well, there are 2 lines of poetry in this volume of items that Grandpa likes very much. You just flip through it. Guess. When will I see the snow in the south with you? The plum blossoms and I will be both white-haired. How did you guess so accurately? I am also a literati. Literati are all sad about the passing of spring and autumn. You should be a big capitalist. On the second floor of the Vermilion vintage wooden cruise ship, Lin Su and Simon squeezed together on the sofa by the window where they could overlook the surrounding scenery. Lin Su joked, then turned to reminiscing. When I was a child, I lived in the countryside for a long time. My parents stayed in the city to work and couldn't take care of us. It was my grandfather who used a rattan stick to force us siblings to study every night. If we didn't obey, he would hide our palms. We were young and playful at that time, and we thought studying was useless. Now think about it, we were able to get into good universities because of my grandfather's beating. Xiaolin even tore up my grandfather's book in anger. My grandfather was very sad and shed tears. Xiaolin was beaten by my father who rushed back overnight, and then she became obedient. Simon listened quietly, and finally teased, "Are you sure it wasn't you who was beaten, and you blamed it on your sister?" "Of course not, I have been the most obedient since I was a child, big sister," Lin Su retorted, and took a quick look at the man's expression, and said, "Besides, Xiaolin is still like this now, you should be able to feel it, but Xiaolin is just, a little bit aggressive, but actually she is not a bad person." "I understand, the one corresponding here should be Zhaoqing." "That's right, she admitted it in private. She is dodgy, who never does good things. Last time, she carved a 9-tailed fox jade pendant for herself. Oh, by the way, where's your jade?" "I don't have it." "I don't believe it. It must have been hidden. Let me look for it." "Huh? Don't do it, or someone will see us. Look, there are people on the shore watching us." After a moment of intimacy, Lin Su's face was ruddy, and she leaned against the man more softly like a cat. After a moment, she whispered, "Well, these days, my father has been doing those things. I hope you don't mind." Know what the woman is referring to. In the past few days, especially the first 2 days, Simon's side was very lively. A bunch of inexplicable people came up to get close to him, basically arranged by Lin's father intentionally or unintentionally. Smiling and shaking his head, Simon turned his cheek and kissed the woman's forehead. It's okay, I'm not the kind of person who doesn't understand the ways of the world. Lin Su felt a little relieved, and continued, in fact, in our family, my father's generation, he is the third child. But because he has the highest position and has to take care of a large family, Xiaolan has complained more than once in private. At this point, Lin Su paused, not wanting to reveal her younger sister's various venomous tongue, and skipped directly, anyway, my father's position is nothing in this city. It's really not easy. Yet. So, my dad was the happiest when you appeared. At least, no matter who he meets in the future, he can stand up straight and don't have to lower his head and guess people's thoughts. Simon remembered a poem and recited it softly. 8 or 9 out of 10 things are not satisfactory, but only 2 or 3 can be told to others. Since I knew that I was a talented man from Jingmen, I dreamed of riding a horse to fight in the south of the city. After hearing the first 2 sentences, Lin Su was already immersed in certain emotions. She rubbed the man's shoulder with some resonance. However, after thinking about the last 2 sentences, she raised her hand and gently hit Simon on the arm. Simon turned a page of the Queen by Lei Zhao in his hand, and saw Lin Su hitting him. He thought for a while before reacting, and smiled. The whole poem is like this, it's not written by me. And this is a poem of ambition, not satire. Anyway, your father will retire next year, and there will be no chance for him to ride the iron horse to fight in the south of the city. Lin Su pouted slightly like a girl. Then you don't care about other people in our family, my sister. Simon said with certainty, of course I will care about them all. Lin Su was satisfied and asked again, whose poem was it just now? Li Bai's. Lin Su blinked, you are lying, Li Bai's poetry is not on this style, and, from the meaning, it should be from the late Tang dynasty, more like Du Fu's style. Oh, that's Du Fu's. Simon embraced Lin Su's soft body and leaned over to kiss her, and joked, I'll teach you, from now on, any poem you can't think of the source of, it can be attributed to Li Bai and Du Fu, and everyone will think you are amazing. Lin Su let the man kiss her lips, and after a while she said angrily, nonsense. The cabin was warm, and the atmosphere was cozy and comfortable. They chatted casually like this, and before they knew it, the sun had set. The golden sunlight in the evening sprinkled on the lake like scales in the breeze. Although it was still winter, the scenery was still intoxicating. In order to enjoy this comfort again in the future, Simon also decided to build a better cruise ship. But it should be placed on the Tehu Lake on the side of Suzhou next door. The West Lake is too small. The next day was February 10th. I stayed in China for exactly 1 week. Although I was reluctant to leave, I couldn't stay too long. I had to leave in the morning. After a week of leisure, Simon still took advantage of the last few hours before leaving to deal with some serious affairs. Yesterday, a group of senior executives from the Chinese side of the Westeros system, who had flown to Hangzhou from all over the country, rushed to the mansion on the west bank of the West Lake early, just for a meeting with the big boss for about 10 or 20 minutes each. However, although the new year was interrupted, everyone had no complaints about being able to meet Simon. Jerry, you have done a great job on the 2 investment projects of Evergreen and Country Garden. Also, the construction of the Levison International Center and the preparation of the Xiangshan Gulf project are all progressing satisfactorily. Finally, Jill, you have successfully won the Rose Garden Villa District. You have done a great job, but remember, this is just the beginning. You still have a lot to learn. In a study room in the mansion, on the sofa in the reception area, Simon sat next to Jared Buckley, president of Apollo Management Company's China business, He Zhejian, president of Levison Group's China branch, and Jill Pecht, who was sent here by Simon last year. After a little encouragement, Simon continued, however, I called you in mainly to discuss cooperation. China's real estate tightening has lasted for 4 years. In the past 2 years, if nothing unexpected happens, the policy will turn. At that time, I will further increase investment in this field. The problem now is that I found that the communication and cooperation between you are not smooth. I won't go into the details. You know it yourself. But what I want is that you must stick together and help each other. After all, China's real estate industry has just started, and the plate is big enough. If you want to make a difference, you must also have a pattern and vision to match it. Just staring at your own garden will not achieve great things. Lin Su personally brought in a pot of tea, nodded slightly to a few people, and did not stay too long to listen to the man's admonition to his subordinates. He walked out again with light steps. Just as he went out, he saw a girl with a restrained look coming over and handed her a newly printed document. "This is a list of photographic equipment." Lin Su took the information and opened it directly in the corridor, asking casually, "How are you doing recently?" The girl in front of him was Feng Chuo, formerly Fen Kaifan. After the diving farce in Manhattan last time, in order to prevent Chen Qing from really causing a death, Simon asked Lin Su to be responsible for the arrangements. She gave the girl two choices, but both were to return to China. One was a career establishment at the city government, and the other was to work under the name of Ran Yu, the right-hand man of the two women in China. Feng Chuo chose the latter. Although the career establishment was stable, it was a pity that she had to give up the American citizenship she had just obtained last year, which Feng Chuo was unwilling to do. So she was arranged to work with Ran Yu. Moreover, Lin Su was much kinder than Chen Qing, and did not reveal anything to Ran Yu, so Ran Yu misunderstood that this was a person who needed special care. Not only was she promoted to one of the assistants around her, but she was also brought here today. Lin Su did not intend to say much about this. After all, it was just a small matter. If she said too much, the other party's situation would be reversed again, and something might happen again. Feng Chuo saw Lin Su asking, and hurriedly said, "Not bad, Sister Lin." "Thank you." Lin Su caught a glimpse of the girl's subconscious look at the door of the study next to her, and the depressed tone in her voice, and roughly understood. It must not be too satisfactory. After all, men really treat those girls in the National Style Art Troupe like princesses. It is impossible to go from a princess to a Cinderella without a gap. What's more, the National Style Art Troupe has become famous all over the world during this period, and it has been highly praised in China. The gap in the girl's heart will only be greater. Thinking of this, Lin Su said, "Do good things in the future. Live your own life. You are free now, and no one will interfere with you." Feng Chuo paused, and his eyes subconsciously glanced at a door somewhere. Then he woke up and lowered his eyebrows and said, "Sister Lin, I know." Lin Su said nothing more, and then thought of something, and said, "Go prepare another box office data for If You Are the One, and give it to me within 10 minutes. "Well, okay." After Feng Chuo finished speaking, she turned around reluctantly, turned through the corridor, and came to another office in the outer courtyard. Her boss Ran Yu and several others were here. Ran Yu was on the phone, and the others were either typing in front of the computer or sorting out some documents. They were all very busy. Seeing her come in, Ran Yu temporarily covered the microphone and looked inquiringly. Feng Chuo, who was a little panicked, quickly cheered up and said, "Sister Lin needs a copy of the box office data of If You Are the One, within 10 minutes. Ran Yu nodded and looked at her expression. "Are you feeling unwell?" "No, Sister Ran, Ran Yu waved her hand to interrupt her. Just as she was about to speak, another girl sitting behind the computer next to her interrupted, "Sister Ran, is the box office data of If You Are the One correct? I happen to have a copy here, which I have sorted out in advance." Ran Yu nodded with satisfaction, printed out and sent it in. The girl smiled and agreed, glanced at Feng Chuo, and started to work. She was obviously unfamiliar with operating the computer, but she was also very serious. Soon the printer next to her started buzzing. Feng Chuo was about to go over to get the information, but the girl had already stood up and snatched it without leaving a trace. She did not forget to ask Ran Yu again, and after getting permission, she left on her own and walked towards the yard next to her. Feng Chuo looked at the figure of the girl named Shen Liga disappearing and clenched his fist slightly. However, he returned to his temporary office and sat down. If You Are the One, directed by Zhang Guoxi, was officially released on the 20th day of the 12th lunar month before the new year. It was the first to use the slogan of a New Year's film in the mainland. At the same time, grand premieres were held in the two Jinshu cinemas in Beijing and Shanghai, which were officially opened. The team also traveled to many cities across the country to promote it before the new year, which was quite impressive. The reputation of the film is polarized. Some people think this is a breakthrough for Zhang Guoxi, while others think it is a poor imitation of some other films. In any case, the film is very successful commercially. First of all, this is the first influential domestic film in China after the launch of computer network ticketing and the reform of the theater system last year. Although it is limited to the complex environment of software and hardware facilities and even policies in the industry, The scope of computer network ticketing is currently limited to first-tier provinces and cities, and the theaters are even more procrastinating. But after the ticketing network, the curbing of the rampant box office concealment in China is almost immediate. Specifically, If You Are the One, after 2 weeks of release, the film's domestic box office has reached 23 million yuan. In this era, domestic film screenings are still mainly long-term, and it is expected that after the nationwide rollout, the total domestic box office of the film is expected to reach more than 60 million. The investment in this film is 25 million yuan, which is much higher than Simon's initial estimate, but 60 million yuan in the local market is enough to recover the production cost. After all, Zhang Guoxi has considerable influence overseas. If the international market sells a little, it will enter the profit cycle. It is a good start for Jinshu Media. In addition, it is worth mentioning that Zhu Momo, as the heroine, also became famous with her outstanding performance in this film. If we don't talk about the style, this tall girl who always wears high heels in the film and suppresses everyone to become a foil, her popularity in China is even higher than that of Jian Xin and Tao Yuli. Of course, for Simon, it is just a trial run. It was the turn of several senior executives from Jinshu Group, including Wu Shanlin and Lu Ojin. They just briefly talked about If You Are the One and gave some encouragement. Then Simon talked about other things, mainly a series of TV drama projects that Simon himself had outlined last time. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.